girl playfully pushes him. Irritated, he grabs her hand and demands, "What is your problem?" She innocently asks, "Do you want candy?" Without responding, he accepts the substance she offers, knowing it's the medicine they've been making. They reach the master's domain, where a fire blazes beneath a massive pot. The master, a grotesque figure with bloody teeth, turns to them laughing. "You made me wait," he says, his voice dripping with malice. Suddenly, he grabs the candy-obsessed girl by the neck and hurls her into the boiling pot. She squeals, "Is this candy, master? Did you throw me in here to give me so much candy?" Even as her body is crushed and twisted, her delusion persists. Li Huawang watches in horror, paralyzed. The girl's screams echo as the master reduces her to a paste, her broken body fueling the fire. The realization hits Li Huawang like a blow. The medicine they've been making is crafted from human remains. Overcome, Li Huawang begins to whisper, "This isn't real. This is all a lie." Yet the stench from the cauldron rises, and the master inhales it with satisfaction, reveling in the twisted reality of their world. At the heart of the narrative, Li's persistent refrain, "This is all fake. Nothing is real," sets the tone for a startling turn of events. While muttering to himself, Li's words unintentionally catch the ear of his master, who misinterprets them as an insult, thinking Li has called him Spark Master. Enraged, the master demands an explanation, shouting, "What did you say? What am I?" Li, lost in his own thoughts, continues murmuring, "This is all fake. This master's voice is fake." Frustrated by Li's apparent disregard, the master attacks him, furious at being ignored. But before the confrontation escalates, reality begins to unravel. Li's body starts to disappear, glowing with an intense green light, until the scene freezes entirely. The next moment, Li awakens in a hospital. Restrained and surrounded by silence, he hears only the rhythmic beeping of machines and his own heartbeat. He is alone in a stark room, his surroundings contrasting sharply with the chaotic hallucination he just experienced. It becomes clear that Li is hospitalized, and his condition takes the story in an unexpected direction. A doctor enters, asking Li about his latest hallucination. Li, distressed, describes witnessing horrifying events, a master crushing a girl into paste and turning her remains into medicine. Even as he recounts the vision, Li struggles to understand its meaning, questioning if there's a deeper connection or purpose behind these vivid, seemingly real experiences. The doctor listens attentively, documenting Li's account on a tablet, but dismisses Li's musings about justice and purpose. None of this is true, the doctor insists. Li, however, finds little solace in the familiar dismissal, his frustration evident. The doctor warns that Li must accept these visions as allusions to leave the hospital. Until then, he will remain confined. It's revealed that Li is in a mental hospital and his isolation weighs heavy on him. The doctor reiterates, "When you stop seeing all this is real, you feel relief." After the doctor departs, Li gazes longingly, yearning for freedom and normalcy. Shortly after, Will enters the room, her cheerful demeanor in stark contrast to Li's despair. Overhearing how the doctor's words, optimistically tells Li, "You can leave the hospital soon." The girl, Nana, is Li's childhood friend. Her affectionate gaze and efforts to cheer him reveal her deep care for him. As minor, Nana produces a surprise gift of that, Li's schoolbook. She explains that the exams are 6 months away, and she convinced that Li should go in with the children and study and stay on track. However, Li reacts with mock concern, jokingly asking, "Is this a gift? What kind of gift is this?" Though playful, Li's resistance instantly sees trouble. Bored and confined, he finds little motivation, but Nana's presence seems to momentarily lift his spirits. As the scene unfolds, the story subtly intertwines both of Li's ongoing battle against his haunting hallucinations and the confines of his reality. Now, Li's childhood friend Nana has brought schoolwork to him to help him prepare for his exams, allowing him to study while in the hospital. But instead of being happy about this, Li feels even more bored and wants to study. Nana, noticing his reaction, takes one of the books and playfully hits him on the head, saying, "Do you really think I only bring books to improve my studies? Do you think I'm such a bad friend?" He then smiles and pulls out a video game from the bag. Li is excited to take the game, reaches for it, but Nana teasingly pulls it away, saying, "First call me Big Sister, and I'll give it to you." Reluctantly, Li calls her Big Sister, leaning close to her maiden face. This makes Nana happy to listen to how close he is, feeling his breath on his face. Watching her quickly answer the question. As soon as he gets the game, he lies down and starts playing immediately, ignoring everything While playing, he remarks, maybe passing the time in this hospital wasn't so difficult now because of this game. He looks genuinely happy and grateful to his friend for bringing him something enjoyable. Nana watches him with loving eyes and says, don't spend the whole day playing games. You should study too. That's why I brought the books for you. But Lee ignores her advice, completely engrossed in the game. At this point, Nana reminds him of the problem. Lee suddenly stops and looks his expression growing serious. He says, yes, I remember. We promised to go to college together. I haven't forgotten. He then leans closer to her and tells her, we'll join the same college and I'll leave this hospital soon. I'll get better and try my best. Overcome with emotion, Lee hugs Nana tightly. Nana, hearing his words, smiles warmly and hugs him back just as tightly, both feeling hopeful about the future they will together. For a moment, everything feels lighter. Time passes as they continue talking, but it gets very late, and Lee realizes that Nana must be related to him. Concerned, he offers to walk into the hospital gate. Nana agrees, and as Lee begins to put on his snowshoes, something unexpected happens. A sudden, unbearable headache grips Lee. The pain is so intense that he can barely stand. Holding his head, he mutters, what's happening to me? He grabs down to the nearby table and steadies his head, feeling that his head might explode. That's when his eyes land on something familiar. The medicine packet of his hallucination. It's lying on the table, just like in the vision he had described. Shocked and confused, Lee wonders if he is hallucinating again, but this time it feels different. Before, the hallucination seems to be manifesting in the real world. While he stands there, overwhelmed by pain, Nana notices and asks, what's wrong? Are you okay? Does your head hurt? Please tell me what's happening. But Lee doesn't answer her. Instead, he mutters to himself, I've done everything the doctor said. I've taken all the medicine. Why is this still happening to me? His frustration grows as he realizes that despite following all the instructions, nothing has improved. Suddenly, Lee forces himself to stop and pretends everything is fine. Smiling weakly, he says to Nana, did I scare you? I was just joking. He tries to laugh it off as if it was fun, concealing his pain and confusion. Nana, however, doesn't find it funny. She turns her back to him, saying, stop being childish with me. You scared me. You're not a kid anymore, so don't joke about serious matters like this. Angry and upset, she starts walking away. Lee, realizing that he's upset, calls out, wait, I was just joking. Don't be mad at me. He looks back at the table and checks if the vessel is still there, but it's gone. Confused, he wonders if it was just another hallucination. Deciding it's best not to dwell on it, Lee follows Nana to apologize. When he catches up, he asks her to forgive him. Nana, still playful, touches his cheek with her finger and says, I'll come visit you again next week. Take care of yourself and eat properly, and don't forget to study the book I brought you. Her words reveal how much she cares for you. Hearing them, Lee smiles and says, I'll take care of myself. You take care too. As Nana walks out of the hospital gate, she waves goodbye. Lee raises his hand, calling out loudly, take care of yourself, Nana. Watching her leave, he feels grateful for the support and help, even as his mind remains burdened by his worsening condition, praying for nothing between his hallucinations and reality. After Nana left, Lee returned to his room in the hospital, but his mind remained fixated on the medicine powder he saw taking. Walking slowly, he muttered to himself, I have mental health problems. This was the first time his hallucinations seemed to intrude into reality and his until now, his hallucinations only occurred when he closed his eyes, transporting him to that strange world. But now, he received elements of their visions and dreams. Fear kept him as he thought about these conclusions. If his condition worsened, he might not be able to go to college as long as they had planned. The promise they made might be broken. He shook his head, recalling his father's reassurances that the doctor seemed to be expected to cure him soon. He trusted his father deeply, believing that he must have chosen the best option. Determined to hold on to that hope, he raised his hand and shouted aloud, I'm going to go completely crazy standing in the place with all these lunatics. As his voice echoed through the hallway, he suddenly felt something in his pocket. Confused, he paused and reached his side and felt, what's in my pocket? He was certain he wasn't supposed to use it. Pulling the object out, Lee's eyes widened in horror. It was the same candy the white-haired girl had given him his heart raced as he stared at it, unable to comprehend how it could have ended up here. This is the same candy the girl gave me, he whispered. How did it get into my pocket? His hands trembled as he held it down. Desperate to determine if it was real, he decided to test it. Putting it in his mouth, he was overwhelmed by its taste. It was disturbingly sweet, yet carried an unsettling undertone. His stomach turned as he remembered how that candy was made of hallucination, by crushing humans into bits. These thoughts followed. If his hallucinations were manifesting in reality, what did that mean for his condition? He clutched the candy, now more desperate than ever to answer. If the doctor sees this, maybe he'll understand what's happening to me. Maybe I'm not crazy after all. Hope flickered in his chest as he thought this might lead to his discharge from the hospital. The just as he stopped running toward the doctor's office, he stopped abruptly. A chilling realization struck him. If the things I get in my hallucinations are still reality, he said to himself, then this could be an opportunity. His eyes gleamed with a strange intensity, glowing closer than dim light of the corridor. Lee's face twisted into an unsettling expression as if embracing the possibility. Deciding to keep this revelation to himself, he opted his fear and turned away. Whatever his plan was, he wasn't going to share it with the doctors as yet. Later, we see him in his hallucinatory world, shouting at the strange inhabitants, "Do you people have money? Gold? Anything?" His voice echoed, but the people around him only stared blankly, unable to understand his words. Frustrated, Lee stopped. No matter how much I explain, you won't understand. You're all addicts too far down to grasp what I'm saying. He muttered under his breath. The people scratched their heads, staring at him with vacant expressions. Suddenly, the white-haired girl called out to him, "Lee, brother, can you come here for a moment?" She gestured for him to follow her to a quiet corner. Curiously followed. When they were alone, the girl reached down and revealed a small gold bracelet hidden around her neck. Nothing more than she continued to say, "Dear Lee, brother, I kept it safe, but I want you to have it," she said softly. He was taken aback. "Why are you doing this to me?" he asked. The girl looked down, her voice whispered, "You saved me before and yourself. Besides, I have no use for it. I'll never leave this place." Lee examined the bracelet carefully. "It's small, but it's real gold," he murmured. Talking it, he promised that I'll be sure to you someday. But thankful, Lee handed her this candy. "This is really good. Try it," he said, smiling. It wasn't the same candy she had given him before. This one was real. How Lee obtained it remained a mystery. The girl accepted the candy with a shy smile, but as this exchange took place, the other people around her started laughing wearily, their eyes blinking with the sinister light. Another crowd, once familiar, this was getting interesting. Their laughter grew unsettling, making the atmosphere tense. Just then, Robert appeared and thought, "What are you all doing standing around? Get back to work." The laughter ceased instantly, and the people scattered, their expressions fearful. It was clear that they were terrified of the guards and the master of their golden age. The guards glanced from the crowd and shouted, "We will drop up to a death. Focus on the ground." He stood still, touching the gold bracelet in his pocket. His thoughts turned as he formulated his next move. The guard then looked at Lee and the white-haired girl, because they were the reason why he wanted to die. The guard noticed his Lee taking the gold and gave him a very suspicious look, thinking to himself, "Are you planning to make another thing about gold?" The guard was suspicious of what he was going to do with the gold, because he would never be able to use it himself. So what did he do with the gold? Lee keeps looking at the guard with his sharp eyes, and maybe he was thinking, why is the guard looking at me for so long? Before leaving, the guard tells me, "Get back to work." If the master's medicine is not ready on the first thing into the work. The guard is tied with the rope around his waist, and it is glowing bright. He notices it and asks, "Is that an ancient version of it?" Looking at it, Lee smiles at his expression. "Do you understand the command of it?" He feels it must be very ancient and old, so he could sell it and get a lot of money. Later, Lee knows that everyone is asleep. Lee sleeps with the guard's face to take that object. He finds it very easy with the gold slightly in the master thinks that the guard had apparently gone outside and stole on him. Lee knows the game, which is why he timed it perfectly, holding the great pendant in his hand. Lee says to himself and thinks of his child's plan away. Maybe now I can pay the college fees and cover my hospital expenses. Lee is very poor because he is doing all this. This is also the reason he initially asked everyone for any gold or silver, so he could take it back to the real world. sell it, and end the poverty for both himself and his childhood friend Nana. With great happiness, he runs down the stairs, holding the pendant tightly, saying excitedly, "I found an antique pendant. I found a pendant." As he rushes down the stairs, he notices a light. It looks like someone is coming up the stairs. He thinks it could be a guard, and if they see him at this time, it could become a big problem. Lee panics completely and has no idea what to do. Just then, the terrifying guard appears behind him and says quietly, "What are you doing here so late at night?" Hearing this, Lee is utterly shocked. He can't even bring himself to turn around. He's so scared, thinking that he has been caught. He imagines the guard might report him to the master, who will punish or even kill him. This is the same guy from whose cave he stole the jade pendant. Lee turns around, trembling, and says, "I didn't do anything. I was just passing through." But then he notices the guard's clothes, which are different, so he asks why the guard is dressed like that. The guard doesn't answer and instead grabs Lee by his clothes, dragging him along. While dragging him, the guard says, "People are escaping from here and you'll have to come with us." There were other guards with him, and as they pulled Lee along, one of them added, "If you stay here, you'll die one day." Lee asks in disbelief, "Are you guys really escaping from this place?" He finds it hard to believe because they are all guards, and the idea of guards running away surprises him. Suddenly, the angry guard shoves Lee roughly and yells, "You'll never be able to escape from this place if you don't come with us. What did you think? That you could bribe us with money and tips to get out of here?" It's then that Lee realizes the guard must have assumed that when he collected gold from the girl and asked others for money, his plan was to gather everything and bribe the master or the guards to escape from this place. This is why the guard seems so suspicious of him. But in reality, Lee was collecting all of this so he could take it to his world and use it to help his friend and end his poverty, something the guard didn't know. But the biggest thing is that all the guards want to escape from here, which shows how dangerous this place is. This is where the story takes a different turn, because Lee thought that maybe the master and the guards had some kind of freedom in this place, but now even the guards want to escape. You can imagine how dangerous this place really is. Lee doesn't say anything to the guard and thinks to himself, "No matter what happens, I'll return to my real world. I've gotten what I wanted." He presses his eyes tightly, trying to hold back the emotions, to stay focused on the hospital. So Lee acted this way because if he had stayed in that place, they might have taken him away, potentially leading to a fight. Anything could have occurred. That's why he came out of the hallucination, believing that by doing so, everything would stop as it was his hallucination. Hence, he closed his eyes and returned to the real world. When his eyes opened, it was nighttime, and he found himself tied to the bed. Maybe the doctor was also asleep. Whenever Lee closes his eyes, the doctor likely restrains him to prevent him from escaping. It's possible that while Lee is trapped in his hallucinatory world, the doctor takes certain actions. This could explain why the doctor keeps him bound. Looking around, Lee mutters to himself that it's still very late at night, and the nurses are probably all asleep. He feels the need to check if the pendant and gold he took have made their way into this reality. However, if a nurse were there, they might have untied his hands and feet, allowing him to verify it. For now, he must wait until morning as he has no other choice. So, Lee closes his eyes once more to see what's happening in that other place since there's nothing else to do at this late hour. When he returns to that place, he finds himself standing there again, and it seems all the guards have left. Perhaps they fled, leaving him behind. Laughing, he says, "This is my hallucination. No one can harm me because none of this is real. How could they hurt me?" He laughs again. Then, in the early morning within the hallucination, a man rushes into a cave shouting, "Wake up, everyone. The master has summoned us immediately. Hurry." His tone suggests something urgent has happened. Possibly the guards have deserted. Realizing this, the master must have called everyone. The people, now awake, murmur among themselves, wondering why they were summoned so abruptly. Let's move quickly, or we'll be in serious trouble if we're late. Meanwhile, Lee lies deep in thought. He knows why the master called everyone. It's because the guards have fled. Soon, the people gather at the place the master designated. Likely, many individuals work there, which is why such a large crowd has assembled. They whisper among themselves, "What happened? Do you know why we're here?" The master emerges from his home and addresses the crowd. "Are you all here?" Lee, standing nearby, thinks, "What is this old man up to now? He treats us like dogs, summoning us at his whim. Anyone who's late gets killed on the spot." The master continues, last night at 3 a.m., some of my own guards tried to escape. The master then reveals 4 individuals tied with ropes. Lee, shocked, realizes this is why everyone was called, to witness what happens to those who try to flee. The master announces, this betrayal has deeply hurt me. My most trusted guards attempted to run away without informing me. He drags the tied guards in front of the workers and proclaims, here the rules are simple. Rewards for loyalty, death for betrayal. He likely summoned everyone to witness this horrifying punishment as a warning against escape attempts. One of the tied guards looks at Lee, terror written across his face. He knows his end is near. Lee observes the scene and mutters to himself, how quickly they were caught. Pathetic. These guards knew the place better than anyone and still failed. The master then yanks on the rope, performs some kind of magic and shouts, open. The ground splits apart and black, octopus-like tentacles emerge, brutally killing the 4 guards in a grotesque manner. Their screams pierce the air, horrifying everyone present, including Lee. Unable to watch, Lee hears only the anguished cries, which shake him to his core. Trembling, he starts repeating to himself, this isn't real. None of this is real. It's all a hallucination. He tries to calm himself, recalling the doctor's words, not to take these illusions seriously. But then, a black tentacle appears near him, carrying one of the guards impaled on it. Seeing this, Lee freezes in shock. He begins questioning his reality. Did I create something so terrifying? Could the guard's pain be real? But how? To steady himself, he reminds himself of the doctor's advice and convinces himself that his fear is making the hallucination more intense. It's all fake. None of it can hurt me, he repeats. Above, the master declares, anyone who tries to escape will face this fate or worse. Laughing, he adds, I might even use their bodies for medicine. It becomes clear the master is using people in his experiments to achieve immortality. As the master walks by Lee, he asks, why didn't you try to escape with him? This reveals the master knew of the guard's plans involving Lee. But Lee remains silent, thinking this is just a hallucination. I don't need to fear him. The master places a hand on Lee's head and says, good. You made the right choice by not joining them. You'll no longer be a mere worker. You'll manage the supply room. Lee realizes he's been promoted, a safer and better position, but he also knows this favor comes with risks. Before leaving, the master gives Lee a new name, Zhuanyang, after one of the guards he just killed. This unnerves Lee as it shows how little human life is valued here. The master hands Lee a bag containing 5 pills, explaining, each pill extends your life by 10 years and enhances your strength. Use them wisely. He laughs, adding, here good deeds bring rewards and betrayal brings death. Lee reflects on his situation, realizing that while he has been rewarded, the danger remains ever present. Then he snaps out of his hallucination and returns to his reality. He finds it hard to believe that everything he had brought back from there now exists in the real world as well. Placing everything on the bed, he examines it closely. Perhaps it was just an illusion. That's why he needed to carefully check if it was real or not. To uncover the truth, he would have to show it to someone. Lee then stares at the pill in his hand with astonishment. If everything the master said was true, consuming this pill would not only drastically enhance his strength, but also prolong his life. A very enticing prospect. Talking to himself, he wonders if it would really work. But how could he find out? Hesitantly, he decides to use its power to confirm. Just as he's about to take the pill, his friend Nana bursts through the door furiously, almost breaking it open. Why did you call me here? What's so urgent? She demands. I left my class, skipped my meal, and rushed over because you said it was important. You made it sound like an earthquake hit. What's going on? Do you have something serious to say? If this is just another prank or act like last time, tell me now. You'll regret wasting my time. Lee doesn't respond and quietly walks to close the door. Looking around cautiously, he locks the door and shuts the windows too. Seeing this, Nana feels awkward and stammers. What are you doing? Why are you closing everything? There are cameras in this room and the nurse can hear us. If we do anything, they'll know. Nana assumes Lee might want to kiss her, or perhaps something more, which makes her even more flustered. When she mentions that the nurse might overhear them, the speaker suddenly crackles, and the nurse, laughing, teases them. Go ahead and do whatever you want. We won't listen. Ignoring the comment, Lee holds up the pendant in front of Nana and speaks into the speaker. Will you stop disturbing us? Don't you understand the concept of privacy? We can have a private moment too. Nana, noticing the pendant, asks, what is this pendant? What do you want me to do with it? Lee responds, don't say anything. Let me whisper something in your ear. Just listen. If you react, there might be a camera in this room, and it could create a huge problem. Days later, we see that nearly 5 days have passed. Lee reflects on how his family and parents don't trust him. Everyone thinks he's lost his mind. The only person who believes in him is Nana. She trusts him and doesn't see him as crazy. Lee relies on Nana entirely, knowing she won't mock him like his family and doctors. To him, she is his last hope, the one person who understands him. At that moment, the microphone crackles again, and the nurse announces that his girlfriend has come to visit him. Lee, who had been anxiously waiting, feels overjoyed and furious. A smile spreads across his face. I knew my friend would come. He'd never betray me. I trust him completely. As he eagerly heads out of his room, some hospital guards approach. Being in a mental hospital, guards are stationed to maintain order. One of the guards quickly replies, the guards almost leaving Lee puzzled. The guard is Before leaving, the guard instructs him to report immediately if he spots the escapee. Left alone, Lee processes what he's just heard. He thinks about how dangerous the situation must be for there to be such a commotion. Still, his friend is waiting for him, and that's his priority. Despite the risks, he decides he has no choice but to step outside. He still needs to meet his friend, who must be waiting for him. Cautiously, he sneaks out to find his friend, making sure no one notices him, especially not the escaped psycho. If that lunatic spots him, he could spell big trouble since he is incredibly dangerous. Somehow, he manages to slip out of the secluded spot. The two of them start talking privately. Nana tells him, I sent off the gold and the pendant you gave me. The pendant was ancient and valuable, for a good price. But the gold was too light, so I didn't get much for it. Hearing this, he ran through his hair in a stylish manner and explained, I knew it. I'm not crazy. He then bursts into laughter. He begins experiencing hallucinations again. This time, however, he doesn't feel scared. He reasons that there must be another behind these events, or it's all real. This leads to a cascade of questions in his mind. What if it's not a hallucination? What if it's all true? Did he really die there? And if he died there, would he also die in the real world? Or perhaps, when he closes his eyes, he wakes up in another person's body, living in a different reality where everything is real and nothing is imagined. But all of this remains a mystery. Perhaps these answers lie ahead in the story. There's no need to worry. I'm not giving away any spoilers. In a burst of joy, Lee hugs his friend Nana tightly. But in the panel shown in the manhwa, it's revealed that Lee is actually hugging the white-haired girl from his hallucination. To Lee, she appears vividly real, though no one else can see her. Caught in his delusion, he hugs her tightly, shouting over and over, I'm not crazy, Nana. I'm not crazy. Nana, says softly, let me down. I might fall. Lee feels overjoyed, believing that everything in his friend's reality is real, and that he may soon be able to leave the hospital. As they walk together, they continue talking. Lee confidently declares, my ability is real. Lee discovers that he can bring anything from this other world into reality. Although he still believes that the world he visits is just a hallucination, he's convinced that his ability allows him to transfer items from there to the real world. He's certain that the world in his visions isn't real, but the objects he brings back definitely are. Excited, he shares his thoughts with Nana, asking, are you ready to become rich? We're going to be loaded with this ability, and our days of struggling will be over. But I have to be careful not to get caught while taking things unnoticed. In response, Nana punches him and snaps. I don't care about being rich. Are you out of your mind? I only care about you. I want you to get better and be okay. That's all I want. I don't need a coach. Promise me, Lee. Even though you have this ability, you're still going to be follow no excuses, no shortcuts. Promise me you won't do anything reckless. Lee doesn't say anything that gazes at his friend with heartfelt admiration. In that moment, he realizes how money means nothing. I'll continue my treatment. I'll take take my medicines and follow the doctor's advice. Just as they are speaking, a terrifying man suddenly appears behind them. He grabs Nana and shoves her forcefully to the ground. It's the same dangerous patient the hospital guards have been searching for, a deranged psycho. Lee freezes for a moment before screaming, "He's my friend. Don't hurt him. Let him go." Panicking, Lee rushes forward, but the psycho grips Nana even tighter, causing her to cry out in pain. Her screams send a chill through the longer, he grabs the pills. In the manhwa image, we see the determination reflected in Nana's eyes as Lee swallows the medicine. The moment he consumes it, the atmosphere around him shifts dramatically. A surge of immense power courses through his body. The aura radiating from him is so intense that Nana is left stunned, unable to say a word, and even the psycho freezes in terror. As the crazed man begins to turn his head, Lee reacts with lightning speed. He strikes the psycho hard in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Lee presses the man's face beneath his hand with such force that the bones crack, and blood begins to flow. Fueled by rage, Lee tears the psycho's skin from his face and flings it at him, exposing his body. The man screams and it becomes clear that he is lost. His mind, clouded by fury and despair, no longer functions rationally. He continues to beat the psycho mercilessly, his eyes glowing with rage. He shouts, "Why did you hurt him?" Over and over, he strikes the man, his voice breaks and pain. How dare you his name? I told him to stop, but he didn't listen. His relentless assault was real, and no one they struggle to restrain the relentless attack. Even as the guards pile on, it takes all their strength to finally pull them away. Lee is chained down. The guards continue to now it's rain. It's clear that he can no longer be seen as normal. Lee lets out a piercing scream. I only did this to protect myself. I didn't do anything wrong. Let me go. What you did was good. Only a psycho would act this way. And today it's clear you're no different. In fact, you're worse. The doctor's eyes grows colder and steps closer. How did you beat that man so viciously? Where did this power come from? You've been here for this time. A clean struggling thing. You were even so change. What are you hiding? Leaving me avoiding the doctor's piercing gaze. His thoughts race. If I tell you he'll punish me. The doctor noticing me, narrowed his eyes and said, "Answer me, Lee. If you lie or refuse to speak, the consequences will be severe. You haven't seen my true nature yet. When my patients lie to me, I make sure they regret it deeply. I've been patient with you so far, but don't test me. If you don't speak up, I'll make your life hanging in the air. Lee says nothing. He keeps his thoughts to himself. Why should I tell him? He'll just think I'm crazy. And if I tell him the truth, they'll start manifesting me. They'll take everything I bring into this world, and I'll never have the chance to sell it." Lee stays silent, staring at the floor, his fists clenched. The doctor leaned closer. His voice sharp. "Are you listening to me?" "Close your eyes," he said firmly. Lee hesitated, unsure of what the doctor intended. refusing to comply. The doctor's irritation flared. I told you to close your eyes and move on. Reluctantly, Lee threatened to The sense of relief washed over him, and he thought, maybe this is in the hospital for all but you're free. In this world, he saw him as he was sitting in a meditative boat. Nearby stood his master, the one who always followed him. His master was one morning will be working with us for now. If you make And why was he looking at me like that? The senior glanced at Lee and answered, his name is Senior Brother Jin. He's unique. You'll get used to him. Lee learned from his senior that the man's name was Jin Khan. The senior continued, ever since Jin betrayed the master, there's only been one inner disciple, Brother Jin Khan. He's the master's most trusted confidant and handles all the important tasks. The master relies on him completely. Whoever you meet with, show them respect. Speak politely to everyone and don't act rude. If you do, the master won't take it lightly. He's very strict when it comes to respect, so be mindful of that. As someone new to this world, Lee appreciated the advice. He nodded and said, thanks for explaining everything. I'm new here and don't know much yet. Eager to contribute, Lee asked, now that I'm the master's official disciple, what's my first task? What should I do next? His senior replied, for now, your main responsibility is to handle the 5 tasks around this place. Even though you're officially if you want to earn his trust, you'll have to work hard and remain loyal to him. Always show respect. If you do well, the master might one day teach you the ultimate secret, immortality. Lee's eyes widened with excitement at the mention of immortality. Immortality? He explained. Can the master really teach me? When will he teach me? Tell me, please. His senior chuckled at Lee's enthusiasm and said, calm down. Right now, the master isn't going to teach you. He doesn't trust anyone easily. The only person he trusts is Jin Khan. If you want to learn about immortality, you'll first need to win the master's heart. That means working hard, proving your loyalty, and becoming an inner disciple. Even then, it's not guaranteed. Many people have tried and failed to earn his trust, and it often takes years. For now, forget about immortality. Focus on your current tasks. Maybe in 1 or 2 years, if you're persistent and loyal, the master will see your worth and begin teaching you. Lee's amazement grew as he processed this information. He thought to himself, this place is truly incredible. So many hidden secrets lie here. If I could learn about immortality, it would change everything. After learning about the hidden wonders of the place, Lee's curiosity grew insatiable. He wanted to uncover all the mysteries of hell. However, his immediate focus remained clear. To bring something valuable from this world to the real one. Not just to escape poverty for himself, but to help his friends too. That thought continued. Then, his perspective shifted when he stumbled upon a place where medicines were made. He watched in horror as people were killed, their essence fueling the creation of magical substances. A large cauldron bubbled violently, and strange, shimmering ingredients were added. The master stood before the cauldron, opening it with a commanding gesture. Inside, the contents glowed in the if I take the medicine without His blood ran cold. The girl with the white hair. His master intended to use her. His friend, the one who called him brother, as a component in the cauldron. Lee's mind raced. How could I do this? How could I betray her and bring her to die? He couldn't bring himself to even consider such a thing. But before he could respond, the master stepped closer, his tone growing sharp. Didn't you hear me? I said bring her to die. Feeling trapped, Lee closed his eyes tightly, unable to face the situation. He willed himself to return to his real world, desperate to escape the impossible choice. When he opened his eyes, he found himself back in the hospital. Standing before him were the doctor and his mother, their faces filled with concern. He was surprised. What are you doing here? His mother rarely visited him, and her presence made him uneasy. His mother's eyes were filled with worry as she said, "The doctor called. He told me about what happened to you. That you were hurt badly on your head." He stepped closer, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Are you okay, my son? Do you have a headache?" Lee smiled, trying to reassure her. "I'm fine, Mom. I don't feel any pain." But deep down, his mind was far from fine. The guilt of leaving the white-haired girl behind and the dread of what might happen to her daughter. Yet he couldn't bring himself into his mind. Everything's okay. His mom looked at him and said, "You have been so busy. Don't you eat in the hospital? Don't you like the food here? Have you ever looked at yourself in the mirror? You have become so thick." His mom took out the grape from the bag and said, "This is your favorite, right? I know it. Come on, open your mouth. It's very sweet. You'll like it a lot." While eating, he says, "Mom, don't worry so much about me and don't trouble yourself so much. Are you really here just to spend time with me?" His mom comes here very rarely, and it might be very sweet that his mom doesn't get time to come here. Maybe that's why he's asking if you are here to spend time with him. His mom says, "If you don't get up, the doctor will take you to the crazy man's parents, and I will scold them a lot." His parents are waiting downstairs, so the doctor tells his mom that the crazy old man's family is waiting downstairs. So hurry up or they will leave. His mom says, "Let me talk to my son for a little while longer. There is still something important I want to tell him." Because of this, it's clear that his mom loves Lee so much, and she is very strict with their parents for throwing stones at his son's head. Lee says that he didn't do anything. He just fought with the old man to save his friend. His mom tells him not to worry, that she always trusts him. So he doesn't need assuring him that he will get better soon, and that he doesn't need to be scared because his mom will always be with him. When his mom was about to leave the room, she pretended to be happy, but in reality, she was even more worried because his health was not improving. However, she didn't show her concern or sadness in front of him. Her eyes were filled with anger as she thought about the madman's parents, who had harmed her son and put him in this condition. But the way he had fought the madman, perhaps in his case, the injury As Lee looks at his mom, his vision starts to blur. The doctor asks him to close his eyes, saying they will talk later. When Lee opens his eyes again, he finds his master standing right in front of him. The master speaks, but Lee is too troubled to pay attention. His thoughts are consumed with the white-haired girl. He wants to check on her to make sure she's all right. As he considers returning to find her, his master suddenly grabs his face with a tight grip. Startled and confused, Lee struggles to understand why his master is holding him like that. Before he can ask, the master pulls something from his hand and says, "If you're awake now, eat this, my servant." Laughing, the master shoves the object into Lee's mouth. Lee is horrified as he feels tiny tentacles, like those of an octopus, wriggling inside his mouth. The tentacles are alive, moving, and Lee can't make sense of what he's being forced to eat. The master had shoved it in so suddenly that Lee hadn't even seen what it was before it was in his mouth. The master explains that this will prevent Lee from panicking or being scared, perhaps thinking Lee had fainted in fear when he was asked to bring the white-haired girl to them. Lee refuses and as he looks at them, he realizes his tongue The moment his face touches the water, he wakes up in the Nana, worried, asks if something is wrong. Saying, if I just close my eyes and open them again, I'll return to my real world. Nothing will happen. There's nothing to be afraid. He kept reassuring himself as he tightly shut his eyes. But when he opened them again, he was still in the same place, with his master and the two guards standing before him. This time, he couldn't escape. His master spoke, saying, "Lee, you have hysteria. That's why we gave you this substance. It will cure your hysteria. Now you can do your job properly." Then his master and the guards left, laughing, leaving Lee behind, sitting in unbearable pain, tears streaming down his face. Black tentacles began to emerge from his mouth, but Lee wasn't focused on the pain. Instead, one question consumed his mind. Is this world truly real? And the world he had been returning to with all those people, was that fake? Lee's heart shattered. Everything he had dreamed of, especially his moments with his friend Nana, suddenly felt like lies. Could it all have been false? He began to believe that this world might be the real one. After all, even though he had taken the medicine and hadn't closed his eyes, he still ended up here. And now, even closing his eyes couldn't bring him back to what he thought was his real world. Impossible. Nana is not an illusion. After finally swallowing the medicine, Hwan, crying, believes she hasn't left him. But Nana vanishes with the wind into the air. Hwan begins to scream desperately, "Why am I in this cursed place? Why won't this illness let me leave?" The next day, as the members cultivate, Bai Lingyao slowly approaches with 3 steamed buns. "Senior brother who hasn't eaten all day," he says. Then he asks, "How did you get this pendant?" Lingyao replies that she received it as a gift from him. She explained that she didn't want it, but he insisted, pushing it into her hands. "After forcing me to accept it, you laughed and hugged me, saying you weren't sick." The protagonist questions, and then Lingyao continues, "Senior brother once took the chance to strike your head with a rock. He thought you were dead and then tried to abuse me." Hwan, curious, asks, "That chubby guy with the cleft lip? What happened to him? Wang, was it?" The girl explains, "He was killed by senior brother Lee, don't you remember?" Hwan doesn't call him the world. Answer my question. What are you thinking right now? This disciple, who admires the master's cultivation art with love, was merely pondering when I might reach such a level of cultivation. Another disciple, envious, remarks, "What a pathetic excuse." However, the master smiles. Ambition is good. It's not bad at all. The disciple is surprised, realizing that the master explains, "It's not that I don't want to teach you, but the path of external cultivation isn't simple. Ordinary pills are one thing, but if you wish to master both internal and external cultivation, fortunately, I surpassed certain hurdles. But immortality isn't simple. However, this master can surely achieve it. Do you know why?" This disciple doesn't know the reason. Another disciple interrupts, "Master, it's almost midnight. If we don't begin refining the pill soon, we might waste precious time." "Very well." Go to the materials room and fetch the medicinal herbs requested yesterday. What medicinal guide? The white medicinal guide we were supposed to bring 2 days ago in the Syria, but didn't. As a result, the master lost precious pillars by save myself. Young. Grid decided.
我がやりなさい。見知ったか。
I can crush rocks with that. But remembering the other victim begging not to die and knowing his skills were low to me, I've only received
それでこそ私の助手だ。
The girl pressed. Anyway, Senior Brother Lee, let's get back to business. Do you really want to go against the Master again? Of course I do. If I could, I'd eat his flesh and drink his blood. He replied with vengeance. Then count me in on this mission. I want to help too, the young woman said determinedly. Suddenly, a boy holding a piece of bread said, count me in as well. Senior Brother Lee, you might not remember me. I'm just a nameless child born and raised here. You can call me Goa. Here, Senior Brother Lee, take this bread, he offered. Were you eavesdropping on us? The girl demanded. No, I wouldn't dare. I only came looking for Senior Brother Lee for protection and happened to overhear the last word. He stammered. You don't know anything about us. How can we trust you if you want to join us? I admire Senior Brother Lee. Isn't that reason enough to join? Goa asked earnestly. Shin Yang, wasn't your group formed in the same way at the beginning? Lee asked. Goa, how could I be afraid? Senior Brother Lee's actions were inevitable too, Goa replied. Fine, you can join us. We're counting on you, Goa. Don't regret it, Lee said. The protagonist reflected. I hope he doesn't have the same fate as Shen Yang's. In the days that followed, the group continued seeking ways to kill Dan Yangzi, but with just Lee and the two others, it was almost impossible to deal with the master. During that time, they moved the storage room to the alchemy room one by one. The protagonist couldn't forget their final words, echoing in his head until the eighth medicinal god. You've been performing I said, while shooting down one section. He seemed more concerned about the act of writing the rest of it. Wait, Shen Yang realized. We never understood you. the celestial book he claims to follow? Another disciple approached. I didn't expect this, Shenyang. The master is willing to share the celestial book's formula with you. He must truly value you. Senior brother Jinkuin, this is the master's way of showing his favor, Shenyang said carefully. But Jinkuin, angered, punched Shenyang in the ribs. Who do you think you are? He growled. Shenyang smirked. The master recognizes my efforts in cultivation. Perhaps you're just not good enough, senior brother Jinkuin. Infuriated, Jinkuin channeled magic into his hand and struck Shenyang with such force that the impact echoed throughout the place. Time passed. Jinkuin sneered. Junior brother Shenyang, why are you so disobedient? If it weren't for the master's pills, you'd be dead by now. Didn't I tell you not to provoke Jinkuin? Why do you keep doing it? As the days continued, Shenyang's suspicions about the master and his twisted methods deepened. With each attempt to escape or resist, the group faced increasing peril. The temple's secrets remained shrouded in fear, manipulation, Did the master already give junior brother Shenyang the medicine? A breaking point has been found. The protagonist declares Judging by Zheng Kuin's expression, it seems something significant was about to happen. The protagonist secretly observed Zheng Kuin, but Zheng Kuin continued his training step by step as usual. Just when the protagonist thought he might have been mistaken and that Zheng Kuin wasn't as greedy as he seemed, February 15th arrived. On that day, when Lizzie 2 began refining pills, Zheng Kuin deviated from his usual practice. The door to Lizzie 2's residence was left open, signaling that Zheng Kuin had someone inside to investigate. Suspiciously, Zheng Kuin chose to stand guard outside at such a critical moment. Was it really him? Disciple Yuan Yi? The two disciples conversed, and after a moment, they used a talisman and disappeared. They finally left, the protagonist thought. The restriction on the room must have been lifted by Zheng Kuin and his group. Now is my chance to enter. Inside, the protagonist grimaced. This place reeks like the stench of rotting rats. Suddenly, he noticed a stone tablet. This stone, it must be the celestial script Lizzie 2 mentioned. The writing is hard to read. This celestial scripture is clearly a sutra. There's no alchemical method written here. How could he refine pills using this rock? Unless a mysterious voice interrupted, asking the protagonist, "Are you colluding with that person from earlier? Don't move. All it takes is ringing these bells, and her father will return immediately." I see. Fine, go ahead and ring the bells. I'll just wait for the master to arrive and discover you can't understand the celestial scriptures. You've been lying to him this entire time, the protagonist retorted. How did you figure that out? Asked the frightened girl. So my suspicions were correct, the protagonist mused. She's the one interpreting the celestial scriptures for Lizzie 2. The girl stammered, but it's not my fault. I can't understand those damn celestial scriptures, but he forced me to keep reading them to him. Are you not afraid he'll find out? The protagonist questioned. He's illiterate. He'll always believe whatever I tell him, the girl admitted. So, the alchemical formula using humans to refine pills, was that something you made up and fed to him as well? Yes, she confessed, nodding. I just remembered bits and pieces and told him that's what the scriptures say. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I don't want him to get hurt. I just want him to no hands or feet. Suddenly, the base smashed him. The girl cried out. It hurts, she wailed. The alchemical formula was but because of the formula, life included eating humans. The protagonist said coldly, glaring at her as she writhed on the ground, screaming for help. Moments later, all the sect members were gathered in the main hall. The master arrived with a grim demeanor, who secretly entered the master's house while he was refining elixir. The room was silent. Realizing no one would speak, the master gave each member individually. Changming and Changren, what were you doing while the master was refining elixirs? Master, we were guarding the gate of Qingfeng Temple as per your instructions. Changming and Changren dared not be careless. They replied nervously. The master remembered a number of oil as he stared down one of the guards. And Shen Yuan? He asked. Shen Yuan began to explain. master. Not only will they be spared, but they will also be rewarded handsomely. Suddenly, the white robe spoke. Brotherly was with us at that time. I can vouch for him. You can guarantee that? The master questioned. Yes, I can, she replied. And the rest of you? Does anyone else have anything to say? By the blue sun including the protagonist, the girl, the disciples, and the master. That Shen Yang, he didn't come to the warehouse even once today, the figure revealed, casting suspicion on the protagonist. So, knowing grandfather, I helped find the person. Can I go home now? The master, radiating a devastating aura, shouted, this morning, this Then how the hell did he get mad? Are you trying to die, boy? Are you seeking death? The mortal grandfather, I was blinded by ambition, and that's why I lied to you. The boy fell to his knees, his forehead slamming against the ground and begged for forgiveness. The master is he moved his voice, during the portion of the discussion. When King Long was being taught to the master So it was you all along. As he spoke, the remaining disciples were frozen in fear, unable to concentrate. Even Shen Yang and the white-haired girl were terrified beyond words. Wrong, and the two their lives I have already used them. Please tell me this much. His foot pops into his head, real just like your two younger brothers. All of you, mere wolves that can be raised. He stopped his spine and pushing his own skull, sending blood splattering on all the protagonist stood there, momentarily dazed. Under the loving eyes of everyone, he slowly kneeled before the three deities and bowed. 7, 8, 9 countouts. When it was done, he knew there was one next, for he was still holding the incense stick. Having paid his respects to the ancestral master, he heard the declaration that would change everything. From this day forth, you shall be this Taoist master's most favored disciple. Congratulations, senior brother. Congratulations. One by one, all the disciples stepped forward to salute their newly appointed senior. All right, Shen Yang, come with me now. The rest of you are dismissed. The moment had finally arrived. Don't worry, you damned bald-headed fool. I will help you achieve your goals and now. I recall that you can read, can you not, Shen Yang? Yes, master. Good. It is good that you can read. The master then began to weave his magic. The sound of cords slicing through the air echoed in Dan Yangzi's chamber as black threads on a stone tablet unraveled, slithering into his sleeve like writhing black serpents. At that moment, the sacred text was fully revealed before the protagonist. Come here. Take a look at the sacred scriptures. Can you read what is written here? Yes, master. That airhead completely made up all those previous cultivation methods to achieve the reality. The protagonist couldn't keep up. The disciple seems to understand. The master mused on the stone tablet. Stop whining and tell me everything you see. Master, in these scriptures, why isn't the recipe for the blood-nourishing elixir here? The one you taught me last time? The protagonist continued. Master, you said that to become an immortal, one must refine both internal and external pills. But the method for refining internal pills, it's not here. What? The master replied. I'm telling the truth, the protagonist declared with conviction. He had no idea what kind of lies the girl in the vase had told Dan Yangzi. If he followed the original script, there was a chance he would fail. So he decided it would be easier to be honest and figure something else out we can then absorb it and use it to ascend to immortality. We cultivation this one is 5 grams of so what kind of ingredient is a wandering god? No wonder. No wonder the girl was always changing, making it impossible to memorize. No wonder he hadn't been receiving this knowledge. Instead, he observed for a while. Even the girl managed to deceive him. Are you trying to how can I go? Otherwise, the techniques we created today would have been suddenly he heard a voice shout. It's not for what is it early? Do we even know any other stories? Any rumors? his words.
今だ全力で叩き込め
Meanwhile, Dan Young's his face full of uncertainty. Is that so? Do I really need something to talk? Master, what is a mountain grandma? Ignore it. Keep reading. One part hanging. It's a clear and
再生を許すな鬼払いで片付けろ再生したかならまた破壊しないとな 食い放題だ
Why did I never think of this? Being superstitious would be considered foolish. But even in a world full of supernatural beings, being overly superstitious Just as we hold on to we know that the edges of
再生を許すな鬼払いで片付けろ
天将軍が力とくとご覧なさい
A hunch formed in his mind. Are these the creatures that will gather the ingredients for Dan Yongzi? Just as that thought crossed his mind, he saw Dan Yongzi lower his body, scoop up a handful of dirt, and shove it into his mouth. Then, in an unnaturally distorted voice, he spoke to the creatures. His voice was bizarre, unnatural, yet the creatures understood him. As soon as Dan Yongzi finished giving his instructions, they quickly disappeared. When they departed, everything returned to normal. Dan Yongzi, looking pleased, said, "Don't worry. Even if the ingredients listed in the sacred text are difficult to obtain, it's a good thing I still have people outside to rely on." Li Huowang responded with admiration. "Yes, Master is someone who will definitely achieve immortality. Nothing in this world is too difficult for you. But Master, what were those things?" Dan Yongzi glanced at him and said, "It seems you still have much to learn. Those are the wandering gods mentioned in the sacred text." Due to the dangerous situations Li Huowang had been in for the past few months, he had never had the time to consider these things, nor had he taken the opportunity to truly contemplate the nature of the world he was now living in. What exactly was a mountain grandma? What were the wandering gods? None of these things had existed in his original world. If it weren't for the pork and lamb he had eaten here, he might have thought that nothing in this world was ordinary. Dan Yongzi placed the bronze bell back inside his sleeve and said, "This is a good treasure. I had to use a lot of my power just to take it." "Take?" Li Huowang asked. "Yeah, of course I had to take it from someone else. Do you think anyone would just give it to me for free?" Dan Yongzi said matter-of-factly, "That's what I should do if someone has something that I don't. I learned that lesson when I was 5 years old, the day someone snatched a bunch. When I was younger, I robbed people and took their money. Then I started stealing techniques, treasures, I've even taken the entire Zephyr temple for myself. And look, even the statues of the three deities haven't condemned me." Dan Yongzi's voice was filled with satisfaction. "You should listen carefully when adults speak. That is what it means to have manners. I treat you like my own family." Li Huowang hesitated for a moment before asking, But Master, what if you can't take something away from someone else? Dan Yongzi sneered. Can't take it? Then I join forces with someone else to try and take it together. You're literate, yet you don't know how to use your power. If I still can't take it, I'll poison them. If poisoning doesn't work, then I'll frame them. Do whatever it takes, use every instrument possible. Just get what you need. Those few sentences alone were enough for Li Huowang to fully understand Dan Yongzi's way of doing things. He would stop at nothing, using any method necessary to obtain what he wanted. Li Huowang responded, Master, you are quite wise. Dan Yongzi laughed coldly. Yeah, so what if I can't read? So what if I don't understand many things? They called my ways vile and evil. Fine. Then I'll become an immortal and show them exactly who is stupid and vile. His last words came out as a shout, his ugly face was filled with rage. Li Huowang didn't know who Dan Yongzi was referring to, but it was obvious that there was a deep grudge between them. From that moment on, Li Huowang spent nearly all his time with Dan Yongzi, eating, sleeping, and researching his path to immortality. During this period, he refined the recipe bit by bit, making his big effects and mess appear increasingly incredible. Before long, the ingredients Li Huowang had requested arrived. One of them was sticky, pale white, and covered in soft black fur. The other was a lump of faintly glowing black boils. The sight of them filled Li Huowang with both disgust and awe. Disgust at their repulsive appearance, and awe at Dan Yongzi's ability to actually obtain them. Master, should we refine them now? He asked. Dan Yongzi shook his head. No need. There's still some time before the new year. Let's have our New Year's Eve meal first. Li Huowang was momentarily stunned by these words. The New Year's Eve meal? Was this some kind of tradition? Without hesitation, he followed Dan Yongzi out of the pill refinement room, making their way to the cave where meals were typically eaten. The other three disciples, Changming, Changren, and Xian Yuan, were already there waiting. When Dan Yongzi saw the empty table, his expression darkened. Why have you not set places for the deceased disciples? Hurry and prepare their utensils. We must welcome them properly for the New Year celebration. Soon, each dead disciple had their own set of utensils, placed neatly at the round table. Only then did Dan Yongzi's expression soften with approval. He took his seat at the head of the table while Li Huowang sat to his right. The left side remained empty. That seat was reserved for Jiang Kuan. Bring out the dumplings. Assistants entered carrying a steaming plate of dumplings. The fragrant aroma filled the cave as they carefully used metal spoons to place the dumplings into everyone's bowls, including the ones prepared for the deceased disciples. Dan Yongzi chuckled. Ho ho, the new year is almost here. Relax and eat. Despite his words, no one touched their food until Dan Yongzi took the first bite. He picked up a white dumpling with his chopsticks and placed it into his mouth, chewing with satisfaction. The pork lard and Shai blend together quite well. He suddenly paused, biting down on something hard. What's this? Corn? A sign of good luck. Li Huowang stared at the dumplings in his bowl for a long moment before finally taking a bite himself. Dan Yongzi watched him eat and grinned. You all are lucky being able to enjoy dumplings like this. When I was your age, I didn't even know what dumplings looked like. I had only ever heard of how delicious they were. Then one year, during a New Year's celebration, I caught a whiff of an amazing aroma coming from someone's house. That was the first time I saw dumplings. I didn't even bother playing with their beautiful daughter that day. I simply cut her down and went straight for the dumplings cooking on the stove. I must have eaten at least half a kilogram. Back then, the cooking was the same. Placed the final red envelope beside Jing Kuan's bowl before turning to Li Huowang with a smile. You don't need a red envelope. Come now, let's become immortals together and share the same longevity as the others in us. Li Huowang smiled, his laughter light and cheerful. As you wish, Master. Let's head back to the pill room, start the furnace, and find the pills, Dame Yongzi instructed. You will control the flames. Yes, master. Then, on the next day, the pill refinement proceeded as smoothly as ever. But of course, that scabby old man was naturally suspicious. He was dragging me along in his pursuit of immortality because he was worried that the recipe I had given him might be fake. Meanwhile, we watched as the master flawlessly inscribed the E symbols, bringing the refinement process to completion. But that was fine. He wasn't afraid. My dear disciple, you will take the pill first. Your master will protect you. Thank you, master. Both of them sat in meditation. Oh, scabby old man, my dear master. You and your grand dreams of immortality will die with me today. The disciple swallowed the pill as the master observed him closely, analyzing whether anything would happen. So much primordial spiritual energy, it was as if the apprentice was sinking into an endless sea of energy. Now he could see it. Now he could feel it. He understood. He was truly stepping onto the path of immortality. The protagonist put on a grand display, as though he were lost in an illusion. Upon hearing of immortality, the master was finally convinced and decided to take the pill himself. This ancient Taoist was ascending to immortality as well. Both remained motionless, seated in meditation, facing one another. However, moments later, the protagonist began coughing up blood. So much blood. His stomach was tearing him apart. He collapsed to the ground, laughing. But none of that mattered. His duty had been fulfilled. Are you still hanging in there, scabby old man? This was just a technique I copied from Xinxia novels. You will never become an immortal. Black tentacles started writhing out of the master's body. The only thing you will become is a ghost. The protagonist sighed, holding a pill in his hand, the same red pill that made the body burn with heat and surge with immense strength. And then, after swallowing it, he smirked. Hey master, are you deaf? I'm talking to you. A temporary burst of power surged through him. His eyes burned with a psychotic gleam. Without hesitation, he delivered a devastating punch to the master, smashing his face against the ground. Those eyes, those are the eyes of a demon. The master's face was twisted and disfigured. He let out a furious scream. You will not stop my ascension. Get away from me. He was teetering on the edge of immortality. The ancestors were coming to take him, even as blood poured from his mouth. He had lost control. His obsession with immortality had driven him completely insane. The protagonist's stomach twisted in unbearable pain. I really regret not bringing a knife to end this properly. His vision blurred. The world around him twisted. He was hallucinating. No, he was back in an operating room as if he were in a hospital. A voice was calling out to him, but it was calling him by two names. Wang. He looked up and saw Nana. Is she here because of me? Even if this is just an illusion, it's not so bad. Then he saw the doctor's face distort. The patient in bed 14 is losing consciousness. Preliminary diagnosis, food poisoning. Quickly, get the stomach pumped for gastric lavage. Gastric lavage, my ass. This is a psychiatric hospital. Where the hell would you even get a stomach pump? The sound of medical equipment echoed, beep, beep, beep. If you're going to have hallucinations, at least make them logically consistent. Beep, beep, beep. Hold on. Hold on. He heard someone calling his name as he floated in a sea of blood. Hold on. You promised me. He opened his eyes, a fly landing on his face. Then suddenly his body convulsed and he started vomiting, purging everything foul inside him. He was still alive. How was that possible? Wait, if he was alive, then that meant Dan Yangzi was also alive. But when he turned around, what he saw was beyond insane. What the fuck? What the actual fuck am I looking at? Three flowers gathered at the crown of the head, ascending to immortality. He saw his master, body completely disfigured, with angelic wings and multiple eyes. So this is how it feels. So this is what it is. So this is what it truly is. Turns out, this was the truth of the Tao cultivation. I understand it now. The cultivation of the Tao. I understand it now. He kept repeating the phrase over and over. But then, the monstrous structure that his master had become suddenly exploded, unleashing a gruesome rain of blood, scattering flesh and gore in all directions, leaving the protagonist completely drenched in red. Even he was stunned by the sheer amount of blood. But amidst the carnage, something caught his eye on the ground. A piece of the master's face. And then he started laughing hysterically. He. So it's official now. Lai 2 is really dead, right? But why wasn't the protagonist dead as well? Those hallucinations, what were they really? What was he supposed to do next? Before he could think, two figures appeared before him. Hey, what kind of demon are you? Where is our master? Him? He's the one you're stepping on. That's him. The two senior disciples, Shenyang and the others, refused to believe it. You're lying. The master wouldn't die. Look at this face. He's really dead. Lai Tu had slaughtered countless people in his lifetime. He should have died long ago. But that wasn't why I killed him. It was purely personal resentment. Before he could finish speaking, the two disciples turned and bolted. At least let me finish before you run off. The protagonist rang the bell, calling out. Everyone gather here. Lai Tu is dead. You're all free to go home now. The others stared at him in disbelief. That piece of skin, was that really Lai Tu? No doubt about it. It was him. Let's hurry. Run, follow us. We can finally go home. Everyone leave now. Dan Yangzi is dead. We can all return home and celebrate the new year. Lai Tu is dead. Where are you all from, brothers? Let's travel back together. Brotherly, we can finally go home. But as they made their way out, a sound reached their ears. They turned their heads slightly and saw the three remaining disciples locked in a fierce battle. Shenyang, hurry. Let's kill these two accomplices of Dan Yangzi. Then we can share the heavenly book together. Shenyang, if you don't want to die, get out of here now. The master taught you the Tao of alchemy. In a situation like this, do you really think you can stand against the two of us who practice the Tao of the sword? So, in the end, this is all about the heavenly book. But that wasn't really a book that granted immortality. It was just an old scripture. Senior brothers, why don't you come with us instead? Shenyang, if you're not interested in the book, then leave now. Otherwise, we will kill you. Alright, so they will go first. Those three older brothers will keep fighting among themselves. We'll meet again. Then the protagonist begins to ring the bell. Everyone who wants to go home, follow closely behind. Don't get curious and don't look inside. The swords of the three older brothers show no mercy. Then they're finally out. We see them as if emerging from a cave into a forest. It looks like sunset with birds all around. Everyone is happy. At last, they're going home. What joy. The sun is already high. Did he spend the whole night with the bald guy in the alchemy room? Senior brotherly, let's go too. Wait a moment, says Huo Wang as he gently holds her hand. Then he places something in her palm. These are the last words and addresses left behind by those who died here. After you leave, remember to find someone to go with you and take these back to their families. Senior brother, what do you mean he's not going home? Forgive me, but Huo Wang no longer has a home. So he returns to the temple. Where else could he go? That place is all he has left in his memories. Speaking of which, today is the first day of the lunar month, and he hasn't eaten that disgusting black tai sui this month. The effect that suppresses the hallucinations is about to wear off. Even if it's not real, it doesn't matter. Let him see Nana one more time. Just once is enough. Then, as he closes his eyes, he begins to sink into a deep ocean of blood, as if his mind is emptying. However, before he reaches rock bottom, he hears the sweet voice of the white-haired girl, Senior Brother Li. At the same time, Nana pushes him from the other side. Li Huo, Senior Brother Li, let's go together. There's no need. It's all right here, he's used to being here. Well, since Senior Brother Li wants to stay, why don't they just leave? Be quiet. Don't you dare say that again. Everyone falls silent after hearing the sweet girl shout at them. Senior brother, if he can't go home, he can go to her home. Her home is very spacious, and the east wing is empty too. Senior brother, he's not completely alone. Huang, you still have her. Li Huang. He can't give up on himself. Can he hear that? Beep, beep, beep. Son, you can't die. If he dies, how will his father and mother go on living without their son? Huang, beep, beep, beep. Then once again, that butterfly appears in the protagonist's eye. Li Huang. Nana, that voice is yours, Li Huang. He quickly gets up and tries to grab her. Nana, I knew that was your voice. Hold me. Promise me that no matter what he encounters, he will never give up. He has to live a good life, alright? Alright, Nana, I promise you. Senior brotherly, let's go. It's uncomfortable for her to stay in that position. Then he realizes that this whole time he has been talking to her, and not to Nana. Or maybe she and Nana are the same person. Huang doesn't know what to think anymore. Alright, here, take this back. None of us here can read it, so returning their last words is something he must do himself, Senior brotherly. Wait, I can read it, but not one place. Even if you could read it, it's better to pretend you can't. Senior brotherly personally made a promise to the man of his word.
目にもの見せてやれ。
敵は丸裸。残るは本体のみ。
He stuffs it into the monster's mouth, but even after it consumes part of Danyangzi, the situation only gets worse. What the hell is going on? After devouring Danyangzi's remains, this Tai Sui is shrinking even more. No, he can't waste it, not even if it dies. Dried food, travel expenses, and a few spare sets of clothes. They should have taken everything useful from Qingfeng Temple. This should last them for a good while. She wonders how Senior Brotherly is doing. As she gets closer, she sees everyone gathered, murmuring something. So, this was the thing Senior Brotherly wanted to handle on his own? Damn it, if he had known it was this, he never would have followed his lead. Then he starts vomiting. God knows if this thing will end up eating him too on the road. Then we see the protagonist devouring the entire monster, all of its organs, like some wild animal desperate for meat and starving. Senior Brotherly, I finally found you. Forgive me for this disgraceful
K は鬼の目を使っているか。さまざまな事物を見抜ける。戦闘以外でも使うことだ。
She seems to understand the reason and chooses to ignore the whole situation. His clothes are filthy, Senior Brother. She brought him fresh, clean clothes. Is there anything else Senior Brother needs to take with him? Let's go. There's still one more place to check. It's so quiet here. It seems the three older brothers have decided the winner. Senior Brother, have you finished fighting? Well, they're all dead. What a brutal scene. One of the brothers is impaled, another lies dead with a sword through his stomach. Senior Brother won't need this sword anymore, so he'll use it for now. Then he sees the sacred book again. This celestial book. If he leaves it here and it's discovered, he has no idea how many people it might harm again. So, with a swing of his sword, he tries to break the stone, but instead, the sword is the one that shatters. Swan, the sword breaks into pieces, but the celestial book remains intact. It seems this celestial book might be considered a treasure for now. So why not take it with him for the time being? If he can't handle it, he can always trade it at a pawn shop for some travel expenses. Senior Brother Chanren, he has a sword here, he'll take that with him as well. Rest in peace. Senior Brotherly, are we about to move on? Let's go. Let's leave this godforsaken place behind. Before they leave, we see the mountain catching fire. Let everything here burn cleanly. What kind of people and events will he encounter in the future? Suddenly, he finds himself looking forward to them. Senior Brotherly, please slow down. Her eyes hurt. She's crying. Maybe it's because of her albinism? He then starts cutting a piece of cloth. Next time, when the sun is high, you can use this fabric to cover your eyes. He ties it around, but she still can't see anything through it. That's all right. He'll hold her hand. Skinny child, is he done yet? Almost there. Poop poop. Seriously, father, do you really have to rush me while I'm taking a crap? Lu family's troop youngest son, Lu Shieldside. Then he hears something in the forest. Who's there? Show yourself. So it's nothing. Maybe just his imagination. He probably misheard. But something behind him starts laughing. Then the scene changes. We see a carriage with people hiding inside it. Father, what are we going to do? Asks Lu family's troop eldest son, Lu Jurek. Father, think of something, says Lu family's troop eldest daughter-in-law, Luo Wanhua. What could he possibly do in this situation? Lu family's troop leader, Lu Zhuangyuan. In this situation, the only thing he can do is beg. Ghost grandfather, please spare his family. Everyone in his family has a bitter fate. They're all here trying to make a living. Tell me, do I look more like a human or a god? This being is here to request his heal. We see the image of an entity dressed entirely in red, truly resembling a god, or at least something deeply sinister. The man is moving away. He can't answer this question in desperation. If he answers it wrong, his entire family will disappear. You look like a god. However, something makes him change his mind. No, like a human. However, he ends up stepping on a branch, making a noise. That's not right either. It shouldn't be. He told you, Senior Brother. Of course we'd find someone following this pile of crap. After all, it's still warm. That's disgusting. You idiot, you knew it was something gross, but you still lowered your head and followed it. Are you planning to eat that? Shut up for a minute. Damn it, senior brother Lee,
見た
look,
目
what
はし
is
っかり
that?
成長さ
There's
せ
a
てる
face
か
on both sides, but
や
no
り
back
方
of
に
the
よって
head.
は化けるぞ
What even is that thing? Father, look behind us. What are those monsters doing again? But in reality, it was just the group walking. Who the hell is that brat calling a monster? Is he looking for a fight? Everyone hold up your fists. Have more people come into the show. What the hell are you? I'm a human being. Don't I look like one? You look like garbage. He then draws his sword. Who cares what the hell it is? Striking first is the best defense. Then he charges swiftly at the monster, throwing his sword with tremendous force. However, the monster dodges the attack with ease. If physical attacks are ineffective, then let's try this instead. He rings the cursed bell, causing the monster to become paralyzed. The father and child are stunned by what just happened. The monster begins to slowly disintegrate. The copper bell is effective. Then the monster starts to rupture, releasing a dark aura, until it finally vanishes without leaving a single trace behind. Master, thank you so much for your help. My humble family has nothing of real value, but yes, this is it. This cigarette clears the mind. It's a small tribute to show our gratitude. Thanks, old man, but he doesn't smoke. Do you know what we just encountered? Young Dallas, you don't know? That thing asking for a blessing. You're the one who drove it away, weren't you? Itcham, may I ask, sir, by any chance do you have a map of this area? We're not from around here and got a little lost in this forest. He doesn't have a map, but his family often travels through this region, so he knows all the roads here. Where are you heading, young Dallas? If we're going in the same direction, perhaps we could travel together. This Taoist seems to have real skills. That thing looked like it had latched onto us, so if we stay close, maybe this Taoist master can keep his family safe. However, our protagonist must first visit a few places. All of these brothers and sisters who accompany him were brought here by him. Therefore, he has the duty and the mission to return each one of them to their home. There are also some who will never be able to return home, whether because of abandonment, death, family problems, or other unresolved issues from before they were kidnapped. He has the moral and ethical responsibility to deliver each of these brothers back to their families, one by one. The old man becomes visibly shaken. However, he understands the situation. Young Taoist, take a look at what he drew. He used his pipe to sketch a rough map of the region on the ground. And so, where are we on this map you drew? The protagonist asks. Here on this spot of the map is Hoshu. Below Hoshu is Sichi, and to the left of Sichi is the kingdom of Nanping. We are currently on the road to Wuligang in this direction here. If they keep walking toward Wuligang, they will arrive near Janya town. If they continue walking toward Janya town, they will reach Shijin. Alright, I think I understand this map now. If you look closely, this world seems a bit like the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period from the past. There is no unified country or central government here, is there? Alright.
If he
wants to go to the kingdom of Liang, which path should they follow? The old man looks surprised by the question. Young Taoist, is he really trying to go to the kingdom of Liang? That place is very far from here, and besides, that land is still at war with our kingdom of Nanping. This war has lasted for several years now, and it is a very dangerous place to visit at the moment. The old man would not recommend going there. Everyone is left with a look of sadness, especially the girl. Don't worry, says the protagonist. He will certainly take her back to her home, and then he offers her a piece of warm meat. Young Taoist, if he really wants to go to the kingdom of Liang, he will have to pass through the city of Janya. If that is the case, they can travel together for this small part of the journey. So, how about we form a team? Senior brother Lee's family is in the city of Janya. There are also some postal services in Janya city, and if they have the means to offer some copper coins, they can send messages throughout the entire kingdom. By paying, they will be able to help find some of the families of their brothers. City of Janya? He thinks for a moment about the proposal under the moonlit night, with the wind blowing against their faces. With a slap on his own thigh, he decides. Alright, sir. They will travel together to the city of Janya, and they will count on him to guide them along the way. Young Master Taoist, he is so kind. Everything can be easily discussed, says the old man happily. So they start walking through the same dark forest as before. However, a red smoke, looking like blood, watches them and laughs at them as if something were observing them. Then, on the following day, they exchange information among themselves. The old man, along with his children, performs theater shows as a way of making a living. And so, how is the business in this theater trade? Times are hard and business is even harder. After a severe drought, the entire city of Nanping suffered a great flood, and ordinary people are struggling even just to eat. Look over there, we can see some people in the fields. Then they both continue talking as they travel. The old man, smoking and riding on the donkey, explains the business situation in more detail. Since common people have no money and are struggling even to afford a basic meal, there are even fewer who are willing to watch performances, give tips, or spend money. So, are there no more rich people in these regions? Like the nobility or wealthy landowners? These rich people do not even bother to hire a theater group for a funeral anymore. They just finish it off with a meal. Not even for branch ceremonies. Then they keep the children playing and watching the group as they pass by. The tall young man tries to communicate with them with a smile on his face, but he ends up causing the opposite effect. The children scream, "It's a ghost," and the other starts shouting for his mother. The old man says, "How can we, singers, compare ourselves to the skills of the young Taoist?" The children run away, scared by their ugly faces. The young Taoist is so powerful at such a young age that his future achievements are limitless. "It's not all that," he says, "there's no need for flattery." Then, as they continue traveling, he takes the opportunity to ask the old man a question. These lands have really been without water and remained under severe drought for a long time. In any case, is there any well-known sect in this country of Nanping? A sect with special abilities, for example, people like him. Yes, special abilities, yes, they do exist. There is a sect in the city of Shijing. They are very good at helping people have children. Called, what is it called again? The old man is already going crazy from smoking that pipe so much. Right. If he gets to Shijing, he just needs to ask someone on the street and they will know. Then one of the old man's sons interrupts the conversation. "Father, look ahead. We have finally arrived at Wool again." They see a very humble village along a dirt road with dead plants, no water, and a large cloud of smoke rising from the town. "Young Taoist, let's move to an open space at the entrance of the village and begin our performance." All right. The Liu family is about to start the set up the stage. In the next scene, we see the protagonist lying down on a pile of hay. She just, he wonders what kind of condition she's in within his country. Very helpful. But since they're here to establish themselves in a big city, they're probably not a leader. Something is placed over his head. He quickly gets up and says, "Who knows this device? Why on earth did you remove the blindfold you were putting here again?" It is still daytime. Her eyes are going to water again. However, she ignores him with a beautiful smile.
I sat there too long. My asthma killed me.
Senior brotherly, look at this bronze mirror. They use this mirror for makeup in the opera. It shows a clear reflection. Look, the reflection is really very clean. Then she points to the photographer, showing him his reflection. That's in desperation, she says, "Hey, wait a second. Finish this shit by the fact that the shoe phone cover. Did he really look like this? Is the same face good? Like no?" Yes, senior brother. It has always looked just like the way it is now, as reflected in the mirror. What's the matter? Senior brother, is there a problem or something strange about his image, about his reflection in the mirror? I becomes worried by this extreme change in his mood. After all, he has often shown signs of being unstable. I know that nothing dead lately. Looking at his reflection more carefully, he realizes that he usually remembers his face when he was in the hospital, but with an older appearance. Back at the hospital, he was still in high school. His mind is a mess, and his memories are fragmented. His life truly feels like a joke. Meanwhile, people gathering around the square as they notice a red canvas being unfolded. Then the theater performance begins. The old man, dressed in traditional clothing, with a few black smudges on his face and a weapon in hand. His clear as they have thrown him out of the house. Now it is the girl's turn to join the performance. Like a lone wild beast in the middle of the street, leaves at the side of the road. He is afraid he will not be able to help him with his problem.
我ら人の勝利だ。
The dollars, he doesn't need to sing out there. There's something else that can help him. There's a rich local family here in Willigay for his family. Master who is with us, and then stage to invite him. He wants you to perform a ghost play at his house. To perform a ghost play. Does he need to perform a play for ghost? Wait, seniorly is surprised. Oh my God, this special ghost play is actually just performing a play in our ancestral hall, facing the ancestral house. It is nothing too serious. If it is only that, then what problems are there with this group? Why doesn't Master Lu handle it himself? Because he decides to play experience, because this is also the first time he will be performing a ghost play, and he feels a bit uneasy, you know.
いかん
So he would
糖
like to
分が
invite
足りなくな
him
ってき
to
た
Dallas Master to be
誰
there
か
and help
私
him
に
do
甘いものをくれ
Master Lu, he apologizes, but this is something he cannot help with. He generally tries to avoid these kinds of things. There is no way he would go out of his way to get involved. In the next scene, we see a bit more of the city as people moving through it. Then we see the protagonist talking to someone about it. Junior brother, we don't have much free time. Even if we eat in moderation, it will only last 3 days. Is it because we have little money? He has a jade pendant that could be exchanged for money. He's worried about his innocence. Senior brother Lee, there are no pawn shops in this village, so even if we wanted to exchange it for food, the villagers wouldn't have enough money. So that's how it is. However, their conversation is interrupted by the old man. Hey, hello, young guy. Hey, young guy. Master Lu, please reconsider the request made by this old man earlier. Master Lu is very generous with his team. As for what the other side is offering, the old man
鬼の副長参る。 勝負に挑む。 勝負を決める。 さすがの活躍ね。次も頼りにしてるわ。
Couldn't do it, and you think you can just do it alone? Don't try to act like a smartass. Oh my God. Then he begins to see something incredible happening in front of him. A red aura spreads around the forge, making the place even warmer.
気にするな
This is truly amazing. We see the protagonist effortlessly straightening the bell by himself, power emanating from his eyes as he gains incredible strength. It seems the pills still work, especially in this world outside. The restoration is successful, and the bell is now in perfect condition. I told you not long ago that this young Taoist is incredibly powerful, right? Yes, that was truly amazing, and there's no explanation for what just happened. What the hell did he do? I saw him put something in his mouth before this explosion of strength. Master who really invited a specialist to help this time. After some time talking, the protagonist steps away from everyone and heads to a more secluded spot, near a river. He picks up the bell, and before heading to the ancestral hall, he should test the bell first. It seems to be repaired. Next, he just needs to test it the same way the bald man did. First, strike the bell with a light force. As he strikes the bell, the water begins to move evenly. The work, he can imitate what that damn bald man did. Little by little, a monster begins to form from the water. Success, even though only one old man was summoned. Still, it's not the same as that damn man who managed to summon 5 monsters at once. Alright, the next step is just like the bald man. Grab a handful of dirt and shove it into my mouth. Then he starts chewing the dirt near the river. Can it understand my words? He asks, his voice distorted. Yes, it can understand. The monster really understood and spoke the same language. Alright, can it be used by me? He wonders. His voice, why is it so distorted? Once, 3 months of life exchange. Do less, this is expensive. The fish monster responds in the same way. Do less, this is expensive. Commanding his master once actually cost 3 months of life, and there's no room for bargaining. Dissipate. It seems that he will have to use it sparingly in the future. That damn bald man was able to use those monsters because he had many years of life due to the pills. Then, finally, night arrived with a beautiful moonlight. The ancestral hall of the Hu family. Many people have already gathered in front to enjoy the show. Ah, young Taoist, you've finally arrived at the location. Come this way, I'll take you to the main hall. And then, how are the preparations? Everything's ready? Just now, Master Hu said that in previous years, he also hired other groups to perform ghost operas and nothing happened. Young Taoist, don't worry. Alright. If Master Hu has insured it, then there won't be any problems. Hey young Taoist, look, this is Master Hu, this is the young Taoist I told you about. With him here, it's guaranteed that everything will be safe. Oh, he will be relying on both of you tonight. Then we are introduced to the homeowner, the king, the wealthy master of Wu again. But Master Lu, he remembers there being women in his troop. Don't worry, Master Hu, the women are just preparing outside and won't break your rules. If that's the case, Master Lu, once the ancestors come out to watch the opera, we, the descendants who invited the performance, must leave. Please take good care of the ancestral hall. As for the opera, choose something cheerful, as the ancestors told us in our dreams that the underground is very quiet, and they want to watch something festive. Alright, Master Hu. Also, when the opera begins, the living cannot speak to the performers, so the ancestors aren't disturbed while they listen. Don't worry, Master Hu, absolutely no rules will be broken. How strange, all these rules and commotion. Well, anyway, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like anything will go wrong. Let's hope everything goes well. Then the show begins. The Duke Gong likes wine and listens to frivolous music. Jie Junchen asks about the dance posture. King Liang is tyrannical, and the people's lives are difficult. The heroes of Namping learned about water and fire. Since ancient times, the rise of the ambitious has brought suffering to ordinary people. As the saying goes, success is built upon 10,000 withered bones. The protagonist watches everything from afar. Truly everything is going on. The is lively and bustling, but the audience is in complete silence. Don't think too much about it, it's rather frightening. And as good as the music is, staying up all night to listen to it still makes you sleepy. Lively and bustling, but the audience is in complete silence. Don't think too much about it, it's quite scary. The characters in the play begin to fight and put on a beautiful performance. The moment after the music is staying up all night to listen to it still makes you sleepy. It seems that the frequency of life here, you've been getting sleepier. It seems to fall asleep easily. This isn't good for the exception. The reality is that you fall asleep, as if you were coming from the hospital. You really can't sleep. However, suddenly awake.
今だ全力で叩き込め
Why did the singing suddenly stop? Mr. Rick, why did you stop suddenly? And when you look at the Rick down, you see the huge monster with the letter. Good show, here is your reward. They sat yesterday and said he then makes a couple things going down, and gives you the feeling of beauty, even the moon turns red. A show of dynasty. However, Mr. Rick's daughter is terrified. How much longer to believe? Yet, other places are found over the moon, saying nothing, just stay calm. Then the monster
Mok shou wo
approaches. Well
fusoku.
done, that was a nice
Gekimetsu
show.
suru.
Scaring her even more. Let's see what happens. And then he makes more and more progress. It's truly rich. And you can start seeing rain down. He quickly flies out to another level. Something is there. The monster quickly runs into the house. It's on the ground. And the monster approaches the next to do their part. Even though the two are afraid to detach
今だ
their
全力で叩き込め
fear, they will start to show again qualities to themselves. This is my hero brother and guided by the shoulders of the even especially to the girl who starts to feel calm, with the sheep facing a predator. Then the demon feels uncomfortable. And with the enormous strong response, he treats her situation. Although he doesn't actually find her, he knows that the process to her mind is so that he knows that he has the demon had waited for the pain and then decides to eat it. All of this happens. He goes into a state of shock and even begins feeling his and with that, the demon became the demon is not as if there was he didn't have his present habits of human fear and safety, and it seems like he continues to be able to learn to do. We feel the same facing the demon
信じていた。K と一緒なら勝てると。希望に向かい歩みましょう。
Even surrounded by all the red mist that signifies the demon's presence. The girl, upon snapping out of the emotional shock, is startled to see our protagonist in the sky fighting.
万全の援護を約束しよう。
However, while he is thrown far away by the demon, the book containing the sacred scriptures ends up slipping out from his body. And when he manages to pull it back, since it was tied to him, he realizes that this path to the demon is familiar. Yet, these scriptures really do contain something overwhelming about life, even more so like the one frozen in fear. And even wounded by the purple energy emitted from the flame that holds the scriptures. He hadn't expected them. This thing truly hears the celestial scripture. That is going to be his advantage to win this fight. He seems to want to retreat, because even if he stand against that first stone, look that first stone. Even if it means using that damn stone. And we see one of the most beautiful scenes so far in this movie. He stands in contrast to the red moon and the night devastated by death. Yet there is an intense glow of purple-black light shining from the sacred scripture. At the same time, the bell hanging from his body is clearly visible. The demon has been raised from charges of it, and with that, we witness the brief fight between the two living, the red and the black. He is literally using a stone to strike the demon, or at least trying to hit him. But the demon manages to duck, causing the stone to slam into the ground and leave a hole right in the middle of the circle. He will drag the demon to hell here and now, even if it means sacrificing himself. And in a desperate moment, using all his strength, he hurls the stone with the sacred scriptures straight at the demon. But he ends up failing. After all, the monster has hidden itself up in the wall. Damn it, he says, frustrated. Can this thing from the dawn even pass through walls? Disappear? Consider yourself lucky for having escaped so quickly. We see the damage he left on the wall while using the stone, and the funniest part is that the stone remains completely intact. Then the old man approaches him with the sword in hand. Young Dallas, here's your sword. My sword's gone near your side? Thank you, Master Luke. As he takes the sword, he begins to hear a demonic laugh. It's coming from Master Luke. He has been possessed. Tell me, do I look more like a human or like a god? His appearance has completely changed, with a wicked grin and glowing red eyes. Wait, this isn't good. This Master Lu is a fraud. He shouldn't have taken the sword. His hands are full. Then the old man's hands begin to transform. He now looks like a ghost as he tries to grab him. Penetrating, he manages to sink his claws into his body. The demon got what it wanted, to reach the protagonist's body. Hee, finally, foolish human. Now tell me, does he look like a human or like a god? But he stays completely calm. After all, this was all part of his plan. There's no way for the demon to escape him now. So he begins ringing the bell in front of the possessed old man. We see several golden scriptures start to appear around the demon, and then one of the spirits that responds to the bell's call swallows the demon whole. He continues to ring the bell while the monster is devoured by the spirit. Master Lu's face begins to become disfigured, as if it were melting. In the end, only an empty shell is left behind. It's finally over. Turns out the real body of that thing was the shadow on the ground. No wonder cutting its body in half didn't work. Checking the time, it's almost 5 in the morning. At last it's over. The intense glow of the night, with the reddish moon and petals scattered through the wind. Yet he begins to hear a song. The God of Joy sings. The God of Joy smiles. Well-dressed and courteous. Kind and warm. What the hell? This demon still isn't dead. He then rings the bell faster, causing the spirit to devour once again the small remnant left of the demon. However, this time 2 of them appear. The God of Joy dances. The God of Joy enjoys himself. The ink on the red paper is fresh. The God of Joy is angry. The God of Joy is sad. The skull lanterns shine bright like the sea. And more demons begin to appear, each with a different shape. What the hell is this cursed thing? The God of Joy is hungry. The God of Joy is starving. In the left hand are the heart and the liver. In the right hand are the intestines. Is this ever going to end? The protagonist sees a sea of corpses, as if he were witnessing the very vision of hell. The village chief has come to welcome the God of Joy. Then the entire mansion becomes engulfed by demonic power. He is falling into a trap. We see him as if bound by several spiritual ropes wrapped around his body. Welcome. And his face is beginning to become distorted. He must not think of that now. He tries to resist the demon. But something is happening before his eyes. He cannot quite understand what it is. He is trying to pierce his way out of the heavens. He can no longer keep watching. Trembling, he shuts his eyes. Then a hand begins to emerge at his side. What the hell is this? Where did that hand come from? The hand grabs hold of all the evil and finally manages to shatter the illusion that had been cast until now. Finally, the protagonist begins to see the sun. And suddenly, he realizes that he had been in the chair the whole time. He was saved. With that hand now, he managed to hold on until dawn. That hand, whose hand was it? He stands up. It shouldn't be the Lu family troop. The sound of their performance has not stopped since then. Then some of the elder stones from that house begin to move. Wait, was it you who helped him? Then they start to fall. Even if it wasn't you, there's no need for such a strong reaction. However, the hand appears again, touching his shoulder, calling him child, just like his old master used to.
If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, it really helps. And for more content like this, make sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any updates. Let me know in the comments if you'd like to see another time. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Man appears to be a hunter, who could crush S-class opponents with one hand. But in reality, he's an alien who only wants to fight. Little Green was once the strongest magician in a magical civilization planet. But one day he suddenly had a thought, to quit this miserable job. The society provided free services, meaning he would never earn a single penny no matter how hard he worked. Worse still, due to advanced technology, they never needed to eat, drink, or sleep, remaining on call 24 hours a day. At his young age, he developed overtime poisoning syndrome, unable to remember when he last finished working at home. He desperately wanted to leave, but due to his critical responsibilities,
Hold the fuck up. I know they didn't
the
have
high-ranking
no
officials
fucking
to prevent his escape placed restrictions on him. For
I know
instance,
that
when
Boss
he attempted
City is
teleportation, his head would receive electric shocks. Even if he managed to escape, there was nowhere to hide on the planet. He also considered eliminating his superiors, But unfortunately, he couldn't attack anyone in his own home. Furthermore, he couldn't even commit suicide. Just when his mind was filled with thoughts of resignation, a sudden inspiration struck. Though his body was bound by magic, his soul remained free. Because in this world, no magic existed that could control souls. In other words, if he abandoned his body and escaped with just his soul, it might work. For 10 years, Little Green struggled between perseverance and surrender. For countless attempts, finally completed a unique magic: soul control. He would separate his soul from his body, then escape to a planet where no one could find him. The moment his consciousness left his body, he couldn't help but rejoice. Success! Success! I truly am a genius. Finally, I can leave this miserable place. Let's see how you bastards manage without me. Thus, filled with excitement about his resignation, Little Green arrived at a blue planet deep in the moon. When he opened his eyes again, he had become a human. From then on, he was the protagonist. Although it felt somewhat unfamiliar, Little Green was satisfied with himself. After all, he had successfully retired, hadn't he? Next, he sensed the condition of this body.
But ain't no
Prepared
fucking
to
way.
access the original owner's memory of the
Damn near impossible.
He wanted to disguise himself so perfectly that even this body's parents wouldn't notice him. The plan was perfect, but reality proved harsh. The body's memories were fragmented and discontinuous, impossible to recall. Meanwhile, a sudden sharp pain surged through his abdomen as waves of acid rose from his stomach. Damn it, this body was actually starving to death. Before coming, he had only thought about finding a species with the highest intelligence and a body with the highest magical power, but overlooked the body's current condition, a major oversight. To survive, he needed to quickly eat something to fill his stomach. So he struggled to stand up and walk outside. Then he saw sunlight for the first time. His homeland surface was mostly liquid, a dark place without sunlight. Now a colorful world appeared before his eyes, both the warm sunshine and the fresh air and change. He truly wanted to savor this moment, if only he weren't starving. But why was there nothing edible? Well, dude, he'll really starve to death. Just then, the protagonist finally found something edible. Though the little creature wasn't big, now wasn't the time to be picky. So the cockroach was confusedly grabbed and brought closer to a gaping mouth. At this critical moment, a small boy passed by the protagonist. Looking at what was in the boy's mouth, the protagonist instantly felt the cockroach was no longer appetizing and casually tossed it aside. Now an important question arose: to steal or not to steal? Never mind, let's follow him first. So the protagonist hailed her. The small boy noticed someone following him, turned around, and was frightened by the person. The next moment, without any hesitation, he turned and ran, completely ignoring the protagonist's pleas to wait. Eventually, the small boy successfully escaped with high dexterity, while the protagonist found himself in an unfamiliar place. Fortunately, there were several ornamental plants, though they didn't look particularly edible, but the protagonist couldn't afford to choose one. However, at that moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the distance, accompanied by a child's scream. It was that small boy. Though uncertain what happened, the protagonist decided to go check. The small boy was now trembling as he looked ahead, because a giant bird stood before him. Monster. Following the sound, the protagonist saw a giant bird chasing the small boy. Surprisingly, in his first day on Earth, he encountered such a monster on the street. What a wretched world this is. However, the protagonist quickly changed his mind. In some ways, this might be fortunate. According to the residual memories of his body, birds were incredibly delicious. Mere monsters were nothing to a great magician. Once he adapted to the magical power, conquering this planet wouldn't be an issue. Just then, suddenly noticed his body surrounded by glitter. This sensation of every cell being scanned was magical power. But what about this quantity? It was far too abundant. If the magical power in his homeland only reached his feet, then the magical power here was like falling into a swimming pool. At this moment, the protagonist felt magic. In such a magically rich place, he would be significant. Just then, the small boy ran to the protagonist seeking help. Such matters were mere trifles for the great magician. However, the protagonist had one condition. He wanted what the boy held. Although the small boy was reluctant, hearing the commotion behind him, he immediately prioritized. Take it! Take it! Please save me! Transaction complete, the protagonist told the small boy to have his hand. Then struck a post, intending to separate the monster's flesh from its bones with a wave of his hand. But after waiting, nothing. The small boy now looked at the protagonist as if he were an idiot. The protagonist was also puzzled. What's going on? Could it be that I am too nervous because I just arrived here? Seeing the protagonist empty her body, the cautious small boy promptly fled. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued various attempts. Explosion, fire spirit, curse. He tried all kinds of magic, only to reach one conclusion: this body couldn't use magic. Accepting reality, the protagonist began a frantic escape, running and shouting for help. Unfortunately, despite being on a busy street, no one came to assist. And strangely, the monster seemed fixated only on him. His already hungry body now reached its limit. Seeing he couldn't outrun the pursuer on the main road, the protagonist abruptly changed direction. The monster, not to be outdone, similarly made a sharp turn. Worse still, the monster suddenly remembered it could fly. Watching the giant bird diving towards him, the protagonist felt he might perish on his first day of transmigration. At this critical moment, his knee even twisted. In that instant, he seemed to see the grim reaper. The next moment, momentum carried him sprawling to the ground, while the giant bird flew directly over his head, followed by a series of fatal tumbles. Finally, the monster's massive beak slammed into a wall. The protagonist, watching feathers flutter through the air, couldn't immediately comprehend what had happened. Then he approached the chest. Looking at the motionless, massive body, he fell into contemplation. Did it kill itself by crashing into the wall? Is this creature an idiot? He really wanted to ask Earth scholars how such a stupid creature evolved, but now wasn't the time for such thought. The protagonist, rubbing his flattened stomach, sneezed uncontrollably. This bird should be edible, right? After all, being organisms from the same planet, their physical components were similar. However, before he could figure out how to begin eating, he suddenly heard sounds from behind. The protagonist turned to see a sharp-dressed professional woman before him. It turned out the small boy had loyally gone to help. Xuan Yuyan was a professional hunter, so she knew what the monster was. Ticino SF was a bird species, living in spatial gates and desert regions, possessing speed comparable to missiles. No hunter below 2 class could match it. Therefore, to prevent numerous casualties, she needed to eliminate it quickly. However, when she arrived, this was the scene she encountered. At this moment, she doubted her perception. Did he defeat it alone? Just then, the small boy and the police officer also arrived. The officer approached to thank the protagonist for capturing the monster, while Xuan Yuyan knelt to examine the monster's cause of death, which appeared to be killed tennis. Could this man be a 2 class or higher class? The protagonist cared about nothing else. On seeing the small boy, he had forgotten everything. He extended one hand, looking seriously at the boy. "You haven't forgotten our agreement, have you?" Hearing this, the small boy, though reluctant, handed over the item to the protagonist. The protagonist drank it without hesitation. That moment, he finally felt alive again. Xuan Yuyan watched this scene speechlessly, as he was stealing candy from his child, but she said nothing. Xuan Yuyan extended her hand, expressing gratitude for the protagonist. Then the protagonist shamelessly grabbed her hand with his own, covered in unknown fluid. Xuan Yuyan instantly felt the file, and, disregarding politeness, pulled out a tissue to wipe his hands. Simultaneously, she asked him to show his hunter's license, as she needed to report to the association. But the protagonist had never even heard of such a thing, so he made up an excuse, saying he didn't have it at the moment. Hearing this, Xuan Yuyan didn't say anything, just asked for his name so she could check through the hunter's system. Unexpectedly, the protagonist looked guilty, as he didn't even know the body. Seeing his expression, Xuan Yuyan first felt silent, then asked incredulously, "Have you not registered as a hunter? What about the awakening test? You should know that using abilities at will without registration is illegal." The protagonist didn't understand what she was saying, but he knew things were getting awkward. So he lied that of course he had registered, he just left his hunter's license at home. Then he asked her to wait there while he went home again. Without waiting for her response, he turned and left, while secretly deciding never to take the food again. Back home, the protagonist easily found his ID card, but no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find a hunter's license. Unsurprisingly, the original owner hadn't registered. He also discovered some unknown items at home, and just then he realized the original owner was even a smoker. At this moment, the protagonist nearly died of anger. Smoking was a major taboo for magicians. Since magicians needed to sense and absorb external magical power through their respiratory system, such self-harming actions to the lungs were unimaginable. No wonder the body couldn't be there. The protagonist now regretted not filtering his flawed body, but he quickly recovered. After all, he had gone through countless hardships to escape. He couldn't give up over such small matters. A happy, fulfilling life awaited. Then, just hours after arriving on Earth, he was arrested, because when he went out again, he was starving. He had a hard time sniffing around and finding a restaurant for a meal, only to be arrested for dining and dashing since he had no money. Fortunately, a police officer recognized him as the hunter who had resolved the monster incident and let him off. The protagonist deeply thanked the officer for the help, bowed in gratitude and prepared to leave. Before departing, the officer handed him a flyer. It turned out the officer could tell the protagonist hadn't registered as a hunter, so kindly reminded him to go to the Hunters Association for a free awakening. So the protagonist still didn't know what awakening was. Seeing the officer's expression, this must be common knowledge for Earth, so he decided to check it out first. Then he remembered, the original owner had been here before, but the original owner had only awakened at the lowest S-class level. Realizing this, the protagonist felt as if struck by lightning. While the protagonist was stunned, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice. It was Xuan Yuyan, who had finished dealing with the monster and returned to the association, and happened to see the protagonist. She wondered why the protagonist was here, and also wanted to check his hunter's license. The protagonist then recalled that he had just lied to her about
you said going to the store.
Fortunately, having recovered some memories, the protagonist apologized and admitted he had lied. He actually didn't have a hunter's license, and Xuan Yuyan was speechless. "No wonder I waited so long and you never came back." Protagonist says he had already taken the awakened himself, but his level was too low to apply for a hunter's license. Xuan Yuyan was confused, while the protagonist proudly declared, "I'm at class!" Hearing this, Xuan Yuyan was shocked. What? Then how did you defeat the Chino SF? The protagonist replied that the stupid bird died crashing into a wall. The answer was so bizarre that silence fell over the atmosphere. Though not impossible, why didn't Xuan Yuyan quite believe it? After all, looking at his expression at that time, it was like looking at insects, not the demeanor an F-class weakling should have. But if he was lying, why would he hide his abilities? Usually only dangerous elements do that. Could this person be one of them? The perplexed Xuan Yuyan forced a smile and said, "You're lucky. The Chino SS isn't the brightest." Seeing her forced smile, the protagonist instantly understood Earth people express emotions by controlling facial muscles. This was something he needed to learn. And then the protagonist's lips slowly curved upward. "Yes, I'm really lucky." This smile, no matter how you look at it, was full of criminal intent, leaving Xuan Yuyan dumbfounded. This guy definitely had issues. Better leave safely first. But before that, she took out a bill from her pocket and handed it to the protagonist. Little Green, receiving payment for the first time in his life, was overjoyed. What a generous person! But he was curious why. Xuan Yuyan explained it was his share from the Ticino SS corpse. Unexpectedly, the creature could be sold for money. The protagonist was so excited that tears flowed from the corners of his mouth. He didn't understand why the bird was so valuable. Was it the feathers? Little did he know the real value lay in the magic core. One C-class magic core was worth 2 million. The protagonist couldn't ignore this information, and immediately questioned why he only received 50,000. Xuan Yuyan explained helplessly that the damage caused during the monster fight was compensated under her name, and if a certain person had run away, it could have been exempted from hunter liability. At this moment, the protagonist felt a pain in his chest and apologized to her embarrassingly. Xuan Yuyan seemed to hear something incredible. Then she turned and left, saying as she walked, "It's fine, have a pleasant afternoon." Watching her departing figure, the protagonist gripped the bill tightly. Who would have thought that what was as annoying as flies on his home planet was worth 2 million here? To enjoy life on Earth, he needed a large sum of money. At this moment, the protagonist resolved to become a hunter. Honestly, until just then, he couldn't see his future clearly, as the original owner was too poor to even afford a bowler suit. But now things were different. He knew hunters could earn money. If that's the case, from now on he would hunt with magic for a living, even though he currently couldn't use magic, just as the protagonist was wondering where to find monsters. He overheard people discussing a spatial gate that had opened, so he followed their gaze. Indeed, he saw a spatial vortex emitting special magical power fluctuations in midair, so there were monsters inside. It seemed he needed to analyze it, but there were too many people here making it inconvenient, and without a hunter's license, he couldn't enter. He wondered if there were others nearby. Suddenly, the protagonist paused, sensing a familiar energy. If he wasn't mistaken, there should be another spatial gate nearby. So the protagonist followed the energy up a mountain, progressing very smoothly, except that his body was so weak he nearly passed out from exhaustion. Looking at the yellow tape in front of him, the protagonist didn't know what it was, only feeling that Earth people's aesthetic taste needed improvement. Then he strode confidently toward the spatial gate. Shortly after the protagonist disappeared, another team arrived. This spatial gate had been frequently mutating recently, and they came to investigate the cause. As the group went deeper, not a single monster was spotted around. This phenomenon not only failed to alert some team members, but they even disregarded the warnings of the team's A-class hunter, and Run Shai. Soon they paid the price for their ignorance. Meanwhile, the protagonist had advanced deep into the spatial gate, yet similarly encountered no monsters. This puzzled him. Could my understanding of spatial gates be wrong? Just then, he suddenly sensed a magical power fluctuation. This small but vibrant magical power came from humans. That meant someone had entered. The protagonist followed the magical power fluctuation to behind a huge rock, then witnessed the scene before him. What was a 4-person team moments ago was now reduced to 3. This sight terrified the other 2 members. Seeing this, and Runsheng loudly warned the 2, "If you don't want to die, stay alert." But before his words finished, he felt a chill from behind. In this critical moment, and Runsheng timely used his shield to create a barrier, blocking this fatal strike. Then he slammed the ground forcefully, using the momentum to leap high, followed by a swift, powerful kick to the stone creature's body. When everything calmed down, the stone creature had become shattered rock. The other 2 looked at this scene in shock, as expected of an A-class hunter, even though he's defensive. And Runsheng ignored their flattery, telling them to quickly collect the remains and leave. However, soon he felt another chill from behind. This time he couldn't react in time, was directly grabbed, and then thrown like an insect. The other man in the team watched in horror, and the next moment, the stone creature's attack reached him. The man immediately swung his sword at the opponent, but upon contact, his sword broke into 2. Following was him being sent flying by a punch. This scene completely terrified the last woman. Facing the stone creature's incoming fist, she even forgot to run. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the recovered and Runsheng blocked this strike for her. Now was the perfect opportunity to use binding magic. If they couldn't trap it here, they would all perish. However, at this most desperate moment, this woman actually abandoned her teammates and ran alone. Can you believe it? At that moment, the man's eyes were filled with regret. Then, inevitably, the man was pummeled to the ground by the monster. In the last moment before losing consciousness, and Runsheng felt only empty. Once upon a time, he had fortunately awakened with A-class health, with refused invitations from many large guilds, then found some decent people, and formed a team. He thought everything would go smoothly. Who would have thought his final end would be so tragic? Seeing the opponent about to offline, the protagonist who couldn't bear to watch finally stepped forward. Thanks to the other's earlier efforts, he had finally completed his analysis. Although this creature before him looked terrifyingly large, it was actually an old model magical golem. So-called golems were puppets driven by magical power. On the protagonist planet Alpha Uri, golems performed various tasks. From small chores like sweeping, running errands, and moving bricks to war puppets, they had everything. Their planet could be said to be a country built with golems as labor force, and the protagonist's specialty happened to be weapon golems. However, despite sounding confident, dealing with it wasn't easy at all. Though this fellow had a bulky body and slow attacks, the protagonist's body was too weak, feeling exhausted after dodging just a few times. But eventually, the protagonist seized an opportunity, because the large gem on the golem's arm was actually a magical power identification sensor. As long as a stop command could be input into the sensor, it would halt. Although typically only the golem's master and creator knew the emergency stop command. This model was so old that the protagonist knew without looking. So, with the protagonist writing down the stop command, the massive golem lost power and collapsed on the spot. Of course, this alone wasn't enough. To shut it down completely, the core from its back had to be removed. So the protagonist began working on it. Naturally, such a minor task presented no pressure. Looking at the object in his hand, the protagonist couldn't help but remark, "That was simple!" When Runsheng opened his eyes again, he witnessed the protagonist's moment of showing off. What happened? Did he defeat the monster alone? At this point, and in Runsheng's eyes, the protagonist had already assumed the image of a master. Seeing that the other had awakened, the protagonist jumped down from the monster, then walked towards him. Seeing this, and Runsheng was terrified, cold sweat covering his forehead, because in such situations, it was easy to be silent. But no matter how he struggled, his body wouldn't move. The protagonist quickly came to his side, looking down at him, and Runsheng thought he was done for, but unexpectedly the other extended a hand to him, then said, "Need help?" thus successfully surviving a dangerous dungeon mission. And Runsheng received widespread media attention, but he wasn't happy at all, because he knew it was all thanks to that person. However, the Hunters Association wanted to credit this achievement to him, although they also knew someone else had killed the monster, and Runsheng didn't even know that person's name. If that person was really a stronger hunter than Runsheng, there was no reason why Runsheng wouldn't recognize him, unless that person had never registered. So no matter how Runsheng objected, the association people urged him to accept, otherwise it would affect his image. But regardless of their persuasion, and Runsheng wanted to honestly tell the truth, because this was the most basic respect for that hunter. Finally, the association people understood his determination, and stopped persuading him before letting him leave, although the man with glasses wanted Runsheng to take credit. He similarly hoped to meet this hunter who was both powerful and principled. Meanwhile, the protagonist they were all thinking about was opening the door to a new world. Playing with the phone for the first time, he was deeply fascinated. Earth people are truly divine. Since accidentally unlocking the phone last night, he hadn't stopped. Everything on it captivated him. This was the paradise he had hoped for. Thanks to the phone, the protagonist easily obtained the information he wanted, learning that entering spatial gates required adherence to strict level systems, and all awakened who wished to enter spatial gates must register as hunters with the Hunters Association. At the same time, he also discovered that the previous person was actually a class, but other matters needed to be set aside for now, because for him, the most important thing currently was to get a hunter's license. So the protagonist applied to become a hunter. The first thing after registration was to receive safety theory education about spatial gates along with others. The protagonist listened boredly, summarizing it as, "Don't be too cocky in front of monsters." After the safety education, staff members distributed equipment to everyone. The protagonist looked confusedly at the object in his hand, not understanding what it was. Unexpectedly, in this era, there were still people who didn't recognize this thing. Others ridiculed him, asking if he was from outer space. The protagonist nearby heard this and broke out in a cold sweat. "What's going on? Has my alien identity been exposed?" The staff told the protagonist this was a standard analyzer, then explained how to use it. Once everyone had their equipment, the education lady asked everyone to point their lenses at the butterfly in the air. The protagonist followed instructions and took a photo, which immediately displayed the monster's level and name. So that's how Earth people identify enemies. Additionally, the staff told the protagonist this analyzer could not only analyze monsters, but also detect equipment. Hearing this, the protagonist immediately took a photo of the staff member. The results showed nothing. It seems this person is not good enough. Then the protagonist started using it on nearby plants, and indeed, information was displayed. But when he used it on the ground, nothing was shown. The protagonist didn't understand why. Could it be that this device only recognizes things with magical power? Determine whether an item is useful or not based on whether it has magic power. Although it is convenient, it is not very accurate. After all, some things are very useful even without magical power, these ordinary soils being a typical example, because soil can be used to make mana absorption agents, a rare item. However, looking at the situation, no one here seemed to know that. Any world with even slightly developed magical technology would know about mana absorption agents. Suddenly, the protagonist had a flash of insight. The next moment, he stopped the staff and said, "I want to ask you something." The staff told him to just ask. Without any hesitation, the protagonist asked his burning question, when did magic awakening first appear? Without any hesitation, the staff member gave the correct answer, of course. 7 years ago. 7 years ago, various awakened appeared simultaneously worldwide. The protagonist listened to this answer in disbelief. What? Only 7 years? The magical history of Alpha Uri exceeds 60,000 years. So I've been living with primitive people all along. Thinking of this, the protagonist involuntarily shed tears. No wonder only electronic technology had developed leaps and bounds. But speaking of which, even if he used a mana absorption agent, would anyone know? Hunters had always been portrayed in media as a high-paying profession living in luxury. But unlike what ordinary people imagine, the life of a low-level hunter was literally hell. Plus, this body the protagonist possessed had an issue with one leg, and now he couldn't use magic. So before starving to death, he needed to find a job. To deal with monsters, the protagonist acquired many mana absorption agents. And there were indeed monsters on Earth that could be killed with this, but those monsters lived in C-class spatial gates. And as a mere F-class, the protagonist had no qualification to enter. New to Earth, he was still unfamiliar with everything, and couldn't establish a mana absorption agent business. This was quite troubling. Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated violently, startling the protagonist. The protagonist checked his phone and found it was a disaster alert. A B-class monster had appeared, urging everyone to seek shelter quickly. Hide? That's impossible. At times like this, of course, the choice is to go out and watch the effect. The protagonist dressed and went to the street, only to see people around fleeing in pain. Not far ahead, on a TV tower, a huge B-class monster was roaring loudly. Of course, there were also some fearless onlookers, and the area was already cordoned off. Suddenly, the protagonist was bumped, but the person who bumped him, far from apologizing, complained that the protagonist was in the way. The protagonist looked at him with a gloomy face, and the other thought he wanted to fight. However, the protagonist didn't understand what this meant. "I'm just looking at you." Seeing the protagonist's seemingly aggressive demeanor, the blonde improved his attitude, stating he was a hunter, and warning the protagonist to keep his distance. The protagonist, unwilling to back down, declared that he too was a hunter. The blonde asked what level. Then he heard the protagonist say F-class, to which the blonde nearly died laughing, "Ha ha ha. What useless trash." The protagonist looked at him puzzledly. What is this guy laughing at? To prevent the monster from harming ordinary citizens, the military deployed helicopters to intercept. However, their attacks were merely tickles to the monster, and with just a casual tail swipe, the helicopter turned into a massive fireball as it crashed. Fortunately, at this moment, support hunters finally arrived. Seeing two civilians about to fall into the monster's mouth, one hunter jumped directly from the helicopter, slicing off its massive tongue with a sword. Instantly, the monster emitted a painful howl. Then it turned and fled without hesitation. At this moment, another hunter aimed his bow and arrow at the target. The next moment, 2 arrows precisely hit the monster's tail. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the giant lizard monster decisively detached his tail to survive, but thinking of escape now was clearly too late. The protagonist's old acquaintance and Runshen jumped directly from the plane, then with tremendous force kicked the monster's back. The monster immediately fell from midair to the ground, and Runshen gave it no chance to breathe, delivering another powerful blow to the monster's stomach. Just like that, in merely 2 strikes, the monster that had been rampaging moments ago now lay motionless on the ground. Seeing the performance of these professional hunters, the watching crowd was excited with stardom. As the group finishes dealing with the monsters, they walk toward the male protagonist. Recently, the protagonist has learned that A-rank hunters are the backbone of this world, which is why everyone admires them so much, to the point of practically fawning over them. Yet this very same person, upon seeing the protagonist, immediately takes both his hands, and like an enthusiastic fan, respectfully greets him with admiration. Just thinking about how the protagonist defeated the magical golem in the space gate, and Runshen finds him incredibly impressive. The blonde youth who previously looked down on the protagonist now glances at him nervously, thinking, wait, could he actually be a powerful figure? Noticing this youth stealing glances, and Runshen looks at him with a dark expression, asking the protagonist if this person is his friend. The blonde youth is nearly frightened to death, stammering without being able to form a complete sentence. However, Runshen quickly dismisses him, and happily introduces himself to the protagonist, offering his business card and, of course, asking for the protagonist's name. Next, Runshen invites the protagonist into a small grove of trees. Please don't misunderstand, he merely wishes to repay the protagonist for saving his life. As it happens, the protagonist needs someone's assistance, so he takes out his phone, points to a location on the map, then asks, "Can you enter a space gate with me?" Soon the two enter a space gate that appears completely desolate, even now, and Runsheng can hardly believe it. Such a powerful hunter as the protagonist is merely ranked X. Earlier, the protagonist had revealed his true rank, but how could this be possible? And Runsheng suspects the measuring device must be broken. However, he quickly concocts his own explanation. Since mid-rank and above awakened are semi-forced to participate in dungeon instances. Therefore, some people who don't want to be manipulated by the association will fabricate false awakening values. And in his eyes, the protagonist is undoubtedly such a person. The two advance through the dungeon, and soon the protagonist finds his target, creatures resembling bats. And Runsheng is curious about what the protagonist will do, but he simply watches as the protagonist takes out a handful of soil and scatters it toward the sky. The next moment, the bats transform into fireballs and fall from the air. The effect of the mana absorption potion is impressively immediate. However, witnessing the scene, and Runsheng is puzzled.
That's just like, I'm not gonna let you spout as well.
Finds this exasperating. Did this guy earn his hunter license by using his toes? But in Runsheng suspects the protagonist has been at the top for so long that he's forgotten the ecological environment of lower rank hunters. Seeing his expression, the protagonist realizes that no explanation will suffice, and there's no need to expose his weakness. With quick thinking, the protagonist begins making up an elaborate explanation. Since the awakening appeared, some people can lift one-ton trucks, others can manipulate elements out of thin air. These are all very convenient abilities. But since these powers appeared out of nowhere, they could just as easily disappear. I'm a bit afraid, so I prefer not to rely on awakening abilities. Initially concerned that Runsheng wouldn't believe him, he's surprised to see him move to tears. You're absolutely right. Why didn't I think of it? The more easily something is gained, the more easily it can be lost. After completing the dungeon, they enjoy some delicious food to reward themselves. And Runsheng asks the protagonist to continue including him in future ventures, explaining that his team recently disbanded, and he lacks experience on his own. Plus, he doesn't want to form another team. The protagonist understands his perspective. After experiencing betrayal from teammates, anyone would be psychologically traumatized. Moreover, the protagonist needs to team up with a high-rank hunter to enter high-level space gates, so he agrees to the request. Of course, the protagonist emphasizes to him, Runsheng, you must protect yourself well. I don't have the ability to save you. The protagonist is always telling the truth, but unfortunately, and Runsheng doesn't believe him, thinking the powerful figure is simply concerned about his safety. The next day, while the protagonist is eating, he receives a call from Runsheng, informing him that a new dungeon has opened and asking if he wants to check it out. The protagonist excitedly agrees. Whenever a new space gate appears, the Hunters Association sends people to investigate and temporarily restricts entry until the investigation is complete. In this particular space gate, a special plant has reportedly been discovered. Considering that this unknown plant might be the key to restoring his magic, the protagonist decides to take a look, planning to leave immediately if it's not what he's seeking. At that moment, a luxury sports car suddenly races up, followed by a blue-haired man stepping out. Seeing this person wearing dark sunglasses and a large gold chain, with an arrogant demeanor, the protagonist asks Runsheng who he is, and Runsheng's answer surprises the protagonist. The man is Jiang Changhao, one of only 3 S-rank hunters in the country. The protagonist can see that his magical power is very stable. He is indeed a rare genius. While the protagonist is observing him, Jiang Changhao suddenly senses something, and the next moment, their gazes meet. The man's reaction surprises the protagonist. His eyes seem somewhat special, and Runsheng quietly informs the protagonist that those are dragon eyes, a rare artifact. As the two whisper to each other, Jiang Changhao walks toward them, ignoring Runsheng, the A-rank hunter, and looking directly at the protagonist, asking his name. After receiving an answer, he asks about the protagonist's hunter rank, and Runsheng nervously cuts in, claiming the protagonist is merely his porter. However, Jiang Changhao looks at Runsheng with disdain. I wasn't talking to you, unable to challenge a powerful figure, and Runsheng fearfully hides behind the protagonist. The protagonist calmly replies, F-rank. Hearing this, Jiang Changhao smirks mockingly. Is that so? Really? The man's behavior makes the protagonist suspicious. Could he see through this body's hidden magical power? Although his injury to the respiratory system prevents normal magical output, and the total amount of magic power remains unchanged, and Jiang Changhao can discern a person's potential through his dragon eyes. Nevertheless, the protagonist would never admit this, given that he possesses an officially certified hunter license. However, Jiang Changhao doesn't believe an F-rank can look him directly in the eyes. He's about to invite the protagonist to collaborate when Runsheng suddenly interrupts, and Runsheng mentions that they have matters to attend to, and ignoring the protagonist's struggles, pushes him away. Once they're completely out of Jiang Changhao's sight, and Runsheng explains why he acted this way. The man has a criminal record. No one is willing to enter a space gate with an S-rank ex-convict, and Runsheng has an A-rank relative ranked 3rd, who was recently attacked while in a dungeon with Jiang Changhao. Fearing he might attack the protagonist, and Runsheng helped him escape. Understanding all this, the protagonist is deeply moved. What an adorable mammal. Since the man seems so dangerous, they should forget about today's plan and check out that plant another time. However, there's one more thing. Since the man's dragon eyes are an artifact, might there be dragon lungs? If the protagonist could get a replacement, wouldn't that solve his inability to use magic? And Runsheng helps look into it and discovers that such an item indeed exists, with a somewhat reasonable price. 2.6 billion. What? 2.6 billion? One sentence immediately extinguishes the protagonist's enthusiasm. He'd rather not have that. The broke protagonist sheds tears of frustration. Soon they part ways, and the protagonist takes a taxi home. In the car, he researches information about Zhang Changhao, finding him increasingly terrifying. If only he hadn't looked at him earlier. What if he intends to harm him? As the saying goes, speak of the devil. A supercar suddenly appears behind the taxi, then accelerates and crashes into the taxi. With a violent screech of brakes, the taxi spins several times. Finally, it hit a pole on the side of the road and stopped. The protagonist tumbles under the seat. The recovered driver nervously looks back at the taxi, sees that he's uninjured, then exits the car ready to curse. You even know how to drive, you? But then, Zhang Changhao steps out of his car. I'm truly sorry, haven't driven in a while and mixed up the brake and accelerator. He then takes out his phone, asking for the protagonist's contact information, claiming it's to resolve the accident. As for the driver, he tosses him a handful of money and tells him to leave. The protagonist watches this divine-level maneuver speechless. With the money in hand, the driver flees in an instant, leaving Zhang Changhao to once again demand the protagonist's phone number, saying he has no cash left and will transfer medical expenses to him later. Is this really how car accidents are handled? The protagonist feels like he's witnessing something entirely new, but he provides his phone number nonetheless. And just like that, an S-rank hunter goes to great lengths to finally add an F-rank hunter's contact information. Zhang Changhao was originally a rich second-generation heir, but he has a record of special violent behavior. Although he found a powerful lawyer to resolve the matter, the internet is filled with negative information about him. His biggest scandal occurred several years ago when his parents died due to a Spacegate outbreak. After the incident, Zhang Changhao immediately sold his parents' company, causing many to suspect he did something unfilial for money. Of course, those are just rumors without any evidence. Now, Zhang Changhao looks at the protagonist with interest. I have a lucrative job offer. Would you like to hear about it? After hearing Zhang Changhao's job proposal, the protagonist wonders, could it be that the man sees potential in this body? Does that mean when he regains the ability to use magic, he could easily bring this planet under his control? With this thought, the protagonist responds haughtily, I can't enter S-rank space gates now, so I don't know if I can work with you. However, Zhang Changhao's next words pull him back to cold reality. What are you thinking? A hunter of your rank couldn't possibly enter high-level space gates? It turns out Zhang Changhao wants to become the man behind the protagonist, personally cultivating him. Understanding his misinterpretation, the embarrassed protagonist wishes he could disappear on the spot. Oh, so that's it. But he still has one question. What exactly do you see in me that prompted this suggestion? Hearing this, Zhang Changhao slowly curves his lips into a smile. Well, you'll find out eventually. Feeling that something isn't quite right, the protagonist makes up an excuse and escapes, then tells Runsheng about the incident. Thinking about it now, that guy clearly crashed into him on purpose. Having heard the protagonist's experience, and Runsheng becomes more convinced that the man enjoys causing trouble for high-rank hunters. The protagonist agrees. What should we do? Should we call the police? But on what grounds? That an S-rank hunter wants to protect me and provide me with equipment? We'd probably be considered mentally ill. With no other option, the protagonist can only give up. At this moment, and Runsheng suddenly mentions recent news claiming that humans are about to conquer the disaster of space gates. This topic interests the protagonist, who is curious about the existence of space gates. 7 years ago, this world underwent a transformation, with space gates and monsters appearing in people's lives, along with human awakening. Others might not know why, but the protagonist understands. The principle of magic involves utilizing mana released from the planet's core, but Earth's crust was too thick for mana to rise. However, the suddenly appearing space gates allowed mana to reach the surface, leading to the emergence of awakened humans. Yet there's one thing the protagonist can't figure out. What is the purpose of the entity that created the space gates? The monsters inside clearly want to kill humans, and the equipment that drops is merely bait placed on traps. But if the little mice avoid the traps and only eat the bait, whoever is behind this will become very angry, and Runsheng finds the protagonist's words quite reasonable. Suddenly, the protagonist is alarmed, because he felt a force boiling like lava coming from under his feet, and the place where this power erupted was exactly under Runsheng's feet. And Runsheng feels nothing and wonders why the protagonist suddenly stops. But the protagonist has no time to explain. He immediately pushes Runsheng away. Then, to Runsheng's disbelief, an immense energy suddenly surges skyward, enveloping the protagonist. Feeling the teleportation force on his body, the regretful protagonist realizes, I should have pulled him along. Just like that, when the protagonist regains consciousness, he finds himself in a white corridor. He looks around anxiously. So this is inside a space gate? It would be terrible to encounter monsters in such a narrow place. The protagonist can only start moving. Though with this body that can't even release magical power, he has no idea how to complete the dungeon. As he walks along, he soon reaches an open area, where further progress is blocked by a huge stone door, with what appears to be inscriptions on a stone tablet in front. The protagonist is about to examine it carefully when he suddenly senses people approaching from both sides, one of whom is Zhang Changhao, who has dubious intentions toward him. while he doesn't recognize the other person. Soon they all arrive at the stone tablet, forming a three-way standoff. Zhang Chenghao immediately addresses the other person mockingly. Well, Zhang Jiaxing, I heard you were in Singapore? The other person replies, I returned today. Clearly these two don't get along well. So the protagonist asks Zhang Chenghao, do you two know each other? One question shocked both men. Zhang Chenghao immediately taunts face to face, so there are still people who don't recognize him. Seems like you need to work harder on your publicity. To this, the protagonist simply thinks, I didn't know you either before. Then, Zhang Chenghao explains that the man is Zhang Jiaxing, the H country's #1 ranked hunter. The protagonist had no idea the other person was such an impressive figure. Next, Zhang Chenghao introduces the protagonist, a completely ordinary F-rank hunter. The two exchange brief greetings. Then Zhang Jiaxing presses a button on his wristband, which turns out to be an analyzer. The protagonist is impressed by its sleek design. Results soon emerge. This is an unconfirmed space gate without relevant intelligence, classified as X-rank. Seeing its X rank, Zhang Jiaxing feels trouble. The protagonist doesn't understand what X represents, and takes out his phone to look it up, but the screen shows only darkness. Having never encountered this before, the protagonist is confused. This is interference from the space gate. If they don't leave quickly, the phone will be ruined. So they begin studying the stone tablet, which reads, the symbol of true faith shall become the key, although they don't understand the meaning of the sentence. It seems their only option is to push open this massive stone door and continue forward. Yet despite their best efforts, they cannot budge this small stone door. The protagonist is utterly astonished by this. Among the awakened, S-rank individuals are special existences, all possessing terrifying abilities. Yet now they are helpless against the stone door. Since brute force isn't working, the only thing left to try seems to be the strange lion statue. Zhang Chenghao steps forward, takes one look, and concludes, judging by the size of this hole, it seems just right to insert an arm. One sentence leaves the other two silent. The protagonist already guesses what this means, but before he can decide whether to be the first to step up, Zhang Jiaxing takes the initiative, unhesitatingly inserting his arm into the lion's mouth. Simultaneously, a rumbling sound is heard. The protagonist and Zhang Chenghao look toward the source, only to see that the previously immovable door has opened by itself. The protagonist notices Zhang Jiaxing's complexion doesn't look good, and asks what's wrong. Then he sees him raise the arm he just used. Apparently, he had blood drawn from it. He was so frightened that he wanted to pull his arm free but couldn't, and he even thought about cutting it off. Zhang Chenghao doesn't care about any of this since it wasn't his blood. Now that the door is open, let's go. The protagonist feels something is amiss. Is it really that simple? So the three continue along the passage, only to encounter an identical door and an identical lion statue. Seeing this, Zhang Chenghao's expression immediately darkens. Damn it, not again. However, Zhang Jiaxing simply pushes past him. There's no time to hesitate now. We must leave here quickly. The next moment, he once again inserts his hand. The result is the same as before. The door opens automatically, and they encounter yet another stone door. This time, Zhang Jiaxing hopes Zhang Chenghao will take a turn, as the lion's blood-drawing volume has changed. The first time I barely felt anything, but the second time I felt dizzy. If I'm not mistaken, the blood volume increases progressively, so Zhang Jiaxing hopes they can take turns. But clearly, Zhang Chenghao lacks this spirit of sacrifice. Seeing that the other refuses to cooperate, Zhang Jiaxing's expression changes instantly. Meanwhile, Zhang Chenghao maintains an arrogant what-can-you-do-about-it attitude, as the atmosphere between them grows increasingly tense. The protagonist is about to intervene. Rather than waiting to be drained of a fatal amount of blood later, it's better to step forward now. But before he can speak, Zhang Chenghao takes the initiative. Isn't there another person? Ask him. Hearing this, the protagonist immediately senses trouble. Although there aren't many monsters here, it's not exactly a safe place either. Considering a maze that requires blood offerings to proceed, it seems like a sacrifice is needed to leave. Realizing this, the protagonist inwardly laments, I'm doomed. However, Zhang Jiaxing's moral standards are clearly much higher than Zhang Chenhao's. With 2 S ranks in the team, you still want to push the task to an F rank? Before he finishes speaking, everyone senses something and looks back, only to see a monster appear out of the blue. Seeing this, the protagonist startles, so there are things here after all. The next second, the monster launches an attack, surprisingly targeting the protagonist first. With his current physical condition, the protagonist clearly can't withstand this attack, closing his eyes in fear. At the critical moment, Zhang Jiaxing bends down, draws his sword, delivers a sudden thrust, and the monster is instantly eliminated. This impressive display leaves the protagonist stunned. As for the other guy, he's not worth mentioning. Just then, another monster appears behind Zhang Chenghao. Seeing that he shows no reaction, the protagonist quickly warns him loudly. However, Zhang Chenhao's emerald-like eyes merely glance back, and in the next moment, he brutally punches the monster to the ground. Witnessing this terrifying strength, the protagonist guesses his awakening ability relates to physical enhancement. With one punch, Zhang Chenghao roughly estimates the monster's level, approximately C rank. At this point, Zhang Jiaxing reminds everyone to stay alert. Hearing this, the two followed his gaze and saw the shadows of several monsters appearing on the walls on both sides. Soon, numerous monsters emerge. In the blink of an eye, the three are completely surrounded by monsters. Although none are high level, the sheer number is troublesome. The two hunters who can't stand each other and trust their backs to one another. Then Zhang Changhao punches his green glowing fist, unleashing a green energy wave that destroys everything in its path. Meanwhile, Zhang Shaxing grips his weapon tightly, and with one sword stroke, unleashes a firestorm that sweeps across a wide area. The protagonist watches the two S-rank hunters in amazement, as all monsters are drawn to them, leaving none for him. Soon Zhang Shaxing begins to feel tired due to the blood loss weakening. Plus, with so many monsters, continuing like this seems unsustainable. Just then, he notices the lion statue's glowing red eyes, and a sudden realization strikes him, so that's how it is. So Zhang Shaxing directs the others to look at the stone statue, where the lion's eyes now glow with a crimson light. Then Zhang Shaxing shares his theory. This space gate spawns monster hordes if blood isn't offered within a set time. But before he can finish, a monster suddenly appears behind him. Zhang Shaxing stabs the creature attempting to ambush him. Meanwhile, Zhang Changhao asks with interest, is there a time limit? Before he finishes speaking, a massive wave of monsters surges forth. Even Zhang Shaxing feels overwhelmed by this. No longer counting on Zhang Changhao, he shouts the protagonist's name, hoping he'll offer blood first. Unexpectedly, before the protagonist can respond, Zhang Changhao suddenly turns around, and without any hesitation, charges toward the statue. Despite countless monsters blocking his path, he doesn't pause for a moment, finally succeeding in inserting his arm. The next instant, countless monsters dissipate with ink. Both the protagonist and Zhang Shaxing are shocked by the sight, as the door to the next level slowly opens again. Now Zhang Changhao turns back and asks, who's next? Zhang Shaxing suggests they take turns, as they have Frank probably putting hands on. Truly a national hero with admirable character. Thanks to him, the protagonist hasn't even dirtied his clothes yet, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. And so, the three pass through several more stone things. By now, due to excessive blood, even Zhang Shaxing, the strongest hunter, can barely stand. Seeing this, the protagonist hurries forward to support him, asking if he's alright. With a pale face, Zhang Shaxing says, I'm fine. These sudden type space gates are generally small in scale, we should be near the exit. The protagonist looks at the still energetic Zhang Changhao, relieved that it's his turn to open the door. However, at this moment, Zhang Changhao suggests they stop, as no one can guarantee how many more doors lie ahead, and both men's bodies are nearly off limits. Zhang Changhao believes they might have missed some clues and should go back to home. Zhang Shaxing feels he's just stalling, perhaps even planning to attack him during his monster wave, just as he did to Choi Jin before. Faced with this suspicion, Zhang Changhao falls silent for a moment. Then, without further words, turns and walks toward the statue. However, regarding Choi Jin, he maintains it was just a misunderstanding. I also understand why I'm not trusted. Given my prior record, now Zhang Changhao looks back. Zhang Shaxing, you're too wary of me. Even if it were your turn to offer blood, I would still suggest checking the runes again. As he speaks, he has already inserted his hand. This time, he's clearly struggling too. Seeing this, Zhang Shaxing approaches with concern, asking if he can continue. Zhang Changhao claims he's fine. He brought recovery potions and can manage to move. He begins rummaging through his bag. Zhang Shaxing suggests that if they don't see an exit at the next room, they'll try something else. The protagonist watches Jiang Shenhao take out a recovery potion, thinking this person seems quite normal to her, and contemplates whether to help support her. But then he watches as Zhang Shenhao swings the bottle at the completely unprepared Zhang Shaxing. With a thump, the bottle makes intimate contact with Zhang Shaxing's thumb. And just like that, the mighty Nolan second-ranked hunter is knocked out quick. Zhang Shaxing lost consciousness on the spot, and the male protagonist next to him was struck. Zhang Changhao seems very satisfied with the result. Didn't expect this trick to work so well. He pulled stuff for me. The protagonist asked Zhang Changhao why he did this. Zhang Changhao explains, this space gate resembles the Iron Maiden space gate that appeared in the room. If I'm not mistaken, hunters entering the space gate can only leave by sacrificing their soul. And for recent survival rate statistics for X Dungeon, it's unrelated to hunter life. The survival rate is only around 60%. So just to be safe, Zhang Shaxing will have to take one for the team. The protagonist thinks carefully, he does have a point. If someone must be sacrificed, better not be himself. Besides, with two S ranks here, surely the responsibility wouldn't fall on Frank. Despite this reasoning, the protagonist ultimately feels guilty. So when Zhang Changhao prepares to insert Zhang Shaxing's arm, the protagonist suddenly interrupts. Patting his chest, he volunteers for this room. Zhang Changhao glances at him. What, feeling guilty? Just stay quiet while I handle this. I'll ensure you leave here alive. Judging by the lion's blood volume, this trial should be ending soon. The stone door slowly opens again. The protagonist exclaims in surprise. For the scene before them has finally changed. A humanoid statue stands not far away, with the dungeon's final reward resting quietly in its hand. Both men stare in disbelief. The exit, it ended so easily. Zhang Changhao feels this doesn't make sense. The price was too steep. He had knocked out Zhang Shaxing thinking a living sacrifice was needed, but now this complicates things. If Zhang Shaxing wakes up and seeks accountability, it could cause major problems. However, the protagonist ignores the other's dilemma, calmly walking to the statue to claim the final reward. One glance confirms that the object is a precious piece of gold. Yet the protagonist shows no grief, suggesting they offered to Zheng Shaxing as compensation. But Zhang Changhao thinks it's pointless. Did you realize he attacked the #1 ranked hunter? Not just him, but even the association will let him off. The best solution now is to eliminate him while there's a chance, since the body will disappear with the space gate anyway. But there's one problem: a witness. Zhang Changhao doesn't believe the protagonist will keep it secret. When the protagonist asks what he plans to do, kill him? This question saddens Zhang Changhao. I couldn't bear to, but I do have a small request. Placing his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, he stares with ill intent. Did you say that you were the one who knocked out Zhang Shaxing, and his reason for doing so was simply to test the protagonist's true nature? Zhang Changhao's eyesight differs from normal people due to his dragons, a rare artifact obtained from the A-rank monster green dragon. Through them, he can not only enhance magical power to see great distances, but also directly determine a person's awakening value. Since acquiring these eyes, he's never had the scope to see anything, until he recently met the protagonist. Seeing unusual magical power levels, he immediately approached to ask his name and rank. Upon learning the other was merely an F rank, Zhang Changhao's first thought was that this was a lie, because an F-rank hunter simply couldn't look him in the eye. To ordinary people, a low-level awakened, high-level awakened like him emit a deadly danger of fierce beasts. To verify this, Zhang Changhao later visited a convenience store he hadn't been to in a long time, confirming that the clerk trembled in fear. So this F-rank business was clearly not. Therefore, to test the protagonist, Zhang Changhao first created illusion tactics, then offered him the best benefit deal in history. Yet throughout, the protagonist maintained a poker face. This attitude even made Zhang Changhao wonder, is he looking down on me, an S-rank hunter? Nevertheless, for Zhang Changhao, accustomed to all kinds of gazes, the protagonist's coldness actually satisfied. So his request for the protagonist to take the blame absolutely isn't because he dislikes him. He could actually resolve the Zheng Shaxing situation, but he wants to know what ability the protagonist is using, and to see how he'll react to intimidation. To his surprise, the protagonist simply agrees. This greatly exceeds Zhang Changhao's expectations, leaving him momentarily speechless. He sees no fear on the protagonist's face. So why did he agree? Could it be to avoid conflict? Come to think of it, the protagonist said he currently can't enter S-rank space gates, but didn't say he never could before. Zhang Changhao has reason to suspect the protagonist is a high-level awakening, deliberately suppressive of these people. But is it necessary to suppress it to this extent? Surely not the case. Although tempted to provoke him further, that's enough for today. For now, it's best to leave this cursed place. What he doesn't know is that beneath the protagonist's calm exterior, his heart is racing, finally surviving. So with the protagonist in front and Zhang Changhao supporting Zhang Shaxing behind, the three head toward the dungeon exit. When the protagonist returns outside, he's immediately shocked by the scene before him, as reporters are packed densely not far away. Seeing someone emerge alive, these waiting reporters become excited, with camera shutters continuously clicking. Simultaneously, reporters frantically begin asking questions. What's inside the space gate? What level are the monsters? Are there other survivors? It's only now that the protagonist realizes why there are so many people, all exits aboard ship. But before anyone can get answers from the protagonist, the reporters all widen their eyes in disbelief. They watch as Zheng Changhao carries the unconscious Zheng Shaxing out from the space gate. 2 S-rank survive. But why is Zheng Shaxing unconscious? Meanwhile, association staff members immediately approach to inquire about the situation. Though they have many questions, their first concern is why Zheng Shaxing is unconscious. The staff initially think Zheng Shaxing was attacked by a secret mechanism inside the space gate. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Changhao looks at the protagonist and says, "We just had a little dispute when choosing a sacrifice, so he knocked out Zheng Shaxing." The protagonist looks at him incredulous, already lying as soon as we exit the dungeon. As for this explanation, the staff don't believe it at all. Compared to an unheard-of hunter, Zhang Changhao seems far more likely to have been attacked. Although this is indeed what happened, being suspected still makes Zhang Changhao extremely displeased. The next moment, he glares with his green pupil at the protagonist. Don't just stand there, say something. The protagonist, covered in cold sweat, reluctantly remains silent. Then, with an expression on his face, declares, "I was the one who knocked out Zheng Shaxing." Hearing this, both association staff and reporters stare with shock. Although the protagonist explains he never intended to harm Zheng Shaxing, that he only wanted him to sleep for a smooth dungeon completion, and that he'll apologize when he wakes up. But no matter what, this remains unbelievable, as non-S-rank hunters simply couldn't achieve such a feat. Just then, Zhang Changhao suddenly exhibits an extremely weak demeanor, gasping for breath as he looks at the association staff. How can I possibly attack Zheng Shaxing in this condition? Hearing this, the association staff falls in silence. Although Zhang Changhao lost a lot of blood in the space gate, the protagonist remembers his condition wasn't this severe. It's probably faking. At this moment, the reporters present suddenly react. They swarm toward the protagonist, repeatedly questioning if he really knocked out the S-rank hunter. The protagonist responds with a cold demeanor, "Yes, I did it." And after some time, looking at the news report about the protagonist in his hands, Zheng Shaxing, who is awakened in the hospital, clenches his fists tightly. How dare someone treat him this way? Meanwhile, Runsheng invites the protagonist to dinner, though the previous news was deleted, and Runsheng had already seen it. He wants to know if the protagonist really knocked out Zhang Shaxi. The protagonist's response surprises him greatly. Well, sort of. Just as he finishes speaking, the protagonist's phone rings. Answering it, the protagonist feels the previously delicious meal instantly lose its appeal, because the caller is none other than Zhang Shaxi, the victim who is knocked unconscious. The protagonist responds politely while gesturing for Runsheng to start eating without him. He then steps aside to take the call, leaving Runsheng sitting alone. Zhang Shaxi's purpose for calling is simple. He wants to know if it was really the protagonist who knocked him out from space station. Though the incident happened suddenly and he can't remember the process. By instinct, he feels Zhang Changhao was responsible, but he isn't certain. Zhang Shaxi says he only remembers being hit on the back of the head, but his last glimpse taught the protagonist to play the game. Therefore, he now asks the protagonist to explain it. The protagonist listens with cold sweat forming. This isn't good. Should he simply confess that Zhang Changhao threatened him to take the blame? But how can he trust Zhang Shaxi? It's worth noting that Zhang Shaxi is called the national hero not because he's a champion of justice, but simply because he's cleared the most space gates by far. In essence, he's just a workaholic interested only in dungeons. Would such a person protect a mere F-rank hunter like himself? So the protagonist takes responsibility for Zhang Shaxi himself. I was the one who knocked you out. The protagonist then explains he just didn't want to see Zhang pushing himself too hard, and had planned to offer himself as the sacrifice. As an apology, he'll give him the dungeon reward. This simple statement makes Zhang's veins bulge. Are you fucking kidding me? This issue could have been resolved through conversation, but now he's trying to settle it with a mere item. Zhang can't accept it. No matter who it is, being knocked unconscious in a space gate that requires a sacrifice wouldn't possibly believe it was for their own good. Moreover, Zhang Changhao and the protagonist knew each other from the beginning. Zhang suspects they're in cahoots. But most importantly, are you really an F-rank hunter? Hearing this, the protagonist falls silent. He wants to say he has special circumstances, but Zhang doesn't want to hear his nonsense anymore. Continuing will just waste time. Finally, Zhang looks out the window and says, I'll be watching you from now on. Without waiting for the protagonist to explain further, he hangs up. Then Zhang apologizes to his assistant, who has been waiting nearby. The assistant awkwardly laughs and says it's fine. She then hands over all the information he requested, although the association quickly took measures and those news reports were taken down. Those who needed to see them already had. Many people criticizing Zhang Shaxi appeared online. The assistant suggests he ignore these comments, but Zhang isn't that frank. The current problem is that the whole world now knows S-rank hunters aren't invincible, which will make many people anxious. And the person who caused all this, the assistant guesses that it's Zhang Changhao. She's also investigated the protagonist's identity. He truly is just an F-rank. Initially, Zhang thought so too, but if that were the case, Zhang Changhao would have no reason to welcome this. There would be no need to threaten him to take the blame. Killing him would be simple, wouldn't it? More importantly, those eyes he saw when he fell, completely devoid of human emotion. Since awakening, Zhang has never seen someone with such a jarring incongruity. He has reason to suspect the other's rank is fabricated. He asks his assistant to contact the association, to request a retest of that man's awakening value. The abilities used by awakened ones are collectively called skills. Every awakened one learns at least one skill as he becomes awakened. But magic on this planet has various restrictions. For example, Zhang Shaxi with his fire attribute, no matter how hard he tries, cannot learn other types of magic. Their only way to use other elemental magic is to spend enormous sums to purchase skill points. But the protagonist is different, having learned various magics before being reincarnated. Theoretically, as long as conditions are met, he can use all magic from Earth. However, this body's lung problems prevent mana fusion, leaving his talents unexpressed. To solve this issue, he discovered a method to produce mana amplifiers. But the space gate containing the necessary materials isn't easily accessible. Because it's controlled by magic power, the guild with the most hunters currently, now the protagonist stands outside magic tower, but is immediately turned away by staff. Because he came yesterday without an appointment, and those without appointments can enter. However, at this moment, the protagonist's subordinate of Runsheng suddenly appears. He had asked Runsheng to help make an appointment, and as a famous rank hunter, and Runsheng's request was much easier to process. Seeing Runsheng, the previously impatient staff member instantly changes his attitude. He happens to be a Runsheng's fan. The two begin enthusiastically conversing, and Runsheng explains he's made an appointment with Magic Tower's representative through the guild. The protagonist thus smoothly enters Magic Tower. Staff even apologizing for it earlier. Then they arrive at the front desk to confirm their appointment, and the front desk had already been notified and informed that their representative was on the very top floor. They are instructed to take the elevator up themselves. But when the elevator reaches the 60th floor, the scene before them startles both men. The protagonist looks at the scene with cold sweat. Something seems wrong here. They had pressed the button to the 60th floor, but they arrived at the second floor instead. The protagonist thought the elevator was broken, then heard Runsheng's explanation. This was actually a test from the guild leader. Magic Tower's representative is the guild leader herself, one of the 3 strongest S-rank hunters with an eccentric personality. Any visitor wanting to see her must pass through a maze challenge. and Magic Tower itself is a massive tower, so they would have to find the top floor themselves. Hearing this, the protagonist decides to use the stairs. However, things are clearly not that simple. After the second floor, what appears as underground parking. It turns out that as soon as you open the door, you're linked to the inexplicable space, and the two of them are circling around and around. Seeing this, they return to the second floor, and the protagonist asks how many people have passed this path. And Rensheng nervously replies that he's never heard of anyone succeeding. Not only that, but except for any high-level staff, even employees don't know the path. Making visitors pass through such a complex maze empty-handed is truly eccentric. But I have to say, this maze is really well done. The protagonist is looking forward to meeting the mage who created it, because this magically constructed maze gives him a sense of his homeland on the beach. The two return to the elevator door, and Rensheng asks what to do, and the protagonist tells him not to worry. He places his hand on the elevator door and carefully senses. Even though his current body is useless, there are still things he can do, and this magical structure is surprisingly simple. He's found the path to the top floor. Hearing this, and Rensheng widens his eyes in disbelief. Really? How did he get there? The protagonist answers with action, first pressing the elevator button, then pressing the top floor button from the side, finally stepping back and waiting for the door to close, gesturing for Rensheng to step back as well. Next, the protagonist takes several steps back. Then, when Rensheng's shot delivers a powerful kick to the elevator door. Under the tremendous force, the doors are kicked in, revealing a vast empty space. And Rensheng watches with cold sweat, not understanding why the protagonist suddenly did this. The protagonist calmly says, "Let's go." The door connects to the space gate above. As soon as he finishes speaking, he jumps down without hesitation. When his feet touch ground again, he's in another space entirely. Of course, and Rensheng follows. So he found this even more thrilling than jumping off cliffs in space stage. Just then, a voice suddenly comes from not far away. "I didn't expect you to find this place." Then they see a stunning red-haired young woman turn around. "You two are the fastest to ever clear a maze," and Rensheng is immediately captivated by her beauty, while the protagonist maintains his expressionless face. The woman stands up saying, "I didn't expect you to find the hidden passage, but your luck ends here, because from now on, you'll be facing me, Magic Tower Guild representative, Esther." Next, Esther invites them to sit, then asks them Rensheng to introduce the protagonist, expressing interest in her, because ordinary analytical skills couldn't possibly find her maze's passage. Yet the protagonist solved it so easily. Meanwhile, the protagonist realizes this is the maze's designer, indeed eccentric as rumored. He then introduces himself. Esther smiles at the protagonist. "I like capable people, as fellow rare attribute holders. Let's get along well." However, as an alien who has just crossed over, the protagonist doesn't understand what she means. What same rare attributes? It turns out Esther mistakenly believes the protagonist has awakened analytical skills, which are extremely rare. Meanwhile, when Rensheng explains to the protagonist that Esther is one of the world's few first attribute hunters, only then does the protagonist recall that she's an awakened hunter who kills monsters using various status. This world was only recently developed magic, and few can use complex spells. Both are like Zheng Xiaxing and Zhang Changcao's relying purely on brute force. Even defense and recovery spells like in Rensheng are rare, while special ability users with appraisal, curse, or mind control skills are exceedingly rare. Realizing this, the protagonist begins to blush. "Sorry I didn't recognize you. I'm not well informed." Hearing this, Esther covers her mouth with a smile. "Someone as skilled as you in appraisal must be swamped with requests. I've been appearing on TV shows recently." With the small talk concluded, they move to the main topic. Esther asks if Rensheng wants to enter their space gate, suddenly addressed, and Rensheng quickly replies that he's not the one entering, it's the protagonist. The protagonist explains that Rensheng only made the appointment because his rank was too low for Magic Tower staff to acknowledge him. Saying this, he produces his credentials. Esther is somewhat surprised, but she isn't too shocked. Appraisers are usually like this, so this is low even for appraisers. Additionally, Esther is curious why the protagonist wants to enter that space gate. If he intends to collect materials from the trees, that will trouble her, as even she doesn't have enough of those trees to. Hearing this, the protagonist solemnly promises to not touch the three of them. Yet even so, Esther can't simply agree to let him enter, assuming he's from the New Sisters Guild like in Rensheng. After all, monopolizing a space gate requires substantial funding. She's not running a charity. If he really wants access, he shouldn't have come himself, but arranged for guild-to-guild negotiations. So she reminds the protagonist not to try taking advantage. "I hate happening. Remember to remind your guild." The protagonist feels she's showing him just a low-level dungeon and probably don't even recognize a quarter of the good resources provided. But his next words surprise us with, "I'm sorry, I don't have a guild," and Rensheng stands to vouch for him. After all, forget guilds. Boss doesn't even have his own team. He always works alone. The protagonist adds, "Though you keep calling me an appraiser, I've never worked in this field. In this circle, I only know when Rensheng this merely moves that Rensheng appears." The protagonist explains this is just a personal request. No guild will benefit. He's about to present his terms. He never expected free entry to someone else's space gate. But before he could finish, Esther suddenly interrupted. "Wait, you mean..." The previously cold and distant Esther now appears excited, her hair practically dancing with excitement. She eyes the protagonist like a hunter spotting the most delicious prey. Her expression makes the protagonist break into a cold sweat. What's going on? I haven't even offered my tempting terms yet, Esther explains. Join Magic Tower. I'll hire you immediately. That space gate is nothing. I'll give it to you for free if you come. Hearing this, the protagonist remains outwardly unmoved, but inwardly he's ecstatic. Wow, is this really happening? Meanwhile, and Runshin quietly explains. Large guilds like Magic Tower have high circulation of magic crystals and equipment, so they desperately need appraisal panels. The male protagonist understood after hearing this. Humans on Earth can't judge magic crystal purity with the naked eye. To avoid being cheated, they need appraisers during transactions. While the protagonist is pondering, Esther suddenly extends her hand and announces, "The signing bonus is 5 billion. Hearing this, the protagonist is shocked by her generosity and involuntarily exclaims, "What did you say?" Esther misunderstands, thinking the new Sisters Guild offered him an even higher price. She nearly howls in frustration. They already took in Runshin. Why are they trying to poach another hunter she's interested in? And Runshin nervously tries to call her. Meanwhile, the protagonist is thinking about how many meals he could buy with 5 billion. Having calmed down, Esther smooths her hair and explains they've hired many excellent appraisers, so the workload isn't heavy. Though we heard clearly the protagonist wants confirmation. You really want to spend 5 billion to hire me as an appraiser? Sensing an opportunity, Esther happily replies, "Of course." At this moment, the protagonist is truly tempted. No need to struggle exploring space gates, just appraising equipment for a fortune. He's almost ready to agree. Then, Esther happily asks, "The analysis department has flexible working hours. You only need to work 4 days a week." However, this single statement shatters the protagonist's faith. The words work deeply triggering his sensitive nerves. "I reincarnated to retire. Now you want me to sign a contract and go back to work for your company? No way. Having a job means overtime, reporting to supervisors, handling complaints from ordinary people. Just thinking about it gives the protagonist a headache. No, I absolutely refuse to work." By now, Esther has produced the highest paying contract. Even A-ranked hunter Runshin is shocked seeing it. Esther seizes the moment, and Runshin, "If you change your mind, we welcome you anytime." Not noticing the protagonist has already lowered his head in disappointment. Then his low voice comes through, "I'm sorry, please forget about your previous offer." Hearing this, Esther is stunned. "How much money do you want?" The protagonist explains, "He doesn't want to join his guild." Esther looks directly into his eyes, confirming this is his true intention. Then her demeanor changes instantly. "Is that so? Since you've decided, but will this be alright?" Rejecting
don't get
the
twisted. My mom made
to the
it
space
when they
gate.
want it.
The protagonist certainly can't do such a lot. But he's prepared. "I want to make a deal with you." Standing up, he says, "I know of a miraculous substance. It's mixed into cement and metal for building construction. It can, to a certain extent, immunize against any skill in absorbed manner. Even monster attacks won't hurt." Moving to the window, he continues, "The entire magic tower is wrapped in a barrier. Maintenance costs must be high." The protagonist believes this is more than enough as an entrance fee. Esther listens with boredom, then responds coldly, "This will certainly be enough, if the material actually works." The protagonist directly pulls out a bag of sand from his pocket. "You can have as much as you want, only I know the location." And Runshin immediately recognizes it as what the protagonist used against the firebats earlier. But does this sand really absorb matter? Though using this as a condition seems somewhat impossible, that place has frequent visitors and would eventually go to Esther picks up the sand, curious if it really has such a effect. Then she asks the protagonist, suspicious, trading such valuable information to enter a garbage space gate. "You haven't made this deal with others, have you?" Hearing this, the protagonist is speechless. Earlier she claimed her space gate was valuable, and now she calls it garbage. Women, huh? The protagonist asks if he needs to promise not to tell others, while Esther wonders if he's getting a bad deal. While they're discussing, Esther's assistant brings coffee for everyone. Regarding the earlier question, the protagonist says, "Consider it mutual benefit between us rare attribute holders." In an instant, the protagonist and Runshin have left, and Esther drinks her coffee as usual. But her assistant feels the representative seems somewhat unhappy, so she asks him. Esther says it's not really unhappy. She just played a joke on the client. This startles the assistant. Did she place a curse on the recent guest? Thinking this, the assistant immediately goes into mother hen mode. "Representative, you promised not to do such things." Esther seems unconcerned. It's not a scared curse. The assistant asks what she used, and Esther happily replies, 30 seconds of sneezing. Hearing this, the assistant comes triggered, but no one sneezes? That's right. When she activated her skill, that man should have sneezed. But he suddenly looked up at her. In that moment, his eyes were filled with total intent. Even Esther was frightened. He definitely noticed. Even S-ranks can't escape her cursing. Yet this monster appeared from nowhere. While Esther was grumbling, the test results for the protagonist's sand come back. It really has mana absorption properties. The assistant speculates the protagonist wanted to leave a good impression of the representative. But Esther finds this even more terrifying. She then asks for the protagonist's profile. She wants to see what this man is really planning. Scene changed to elsewhere. The previously stoic protagonist is now bent over on the street corner, continuously vomiting. Not from the curse, but from the coffee he drank earlier. He had heard it was prepared for important guests, so he drank it without suspicion, then nearly spat it out immediately. because it tasted exactly like industrial adhesive from Alpha Uri, some special drink for guests, giving me this stuff. Then their eyes met, and at that moment, Esther used her first. The protagonist, afraid of revealing his alien identity, wanted to vomit but dared not, while Esther mistook the look in his eyes for killing intent. Little did she know, the protagonist's body is controlled by little human magic. Unless someone's magic is more powerful than his aliens, no method can wrestle control of his body away, even an S-rank hunter's curse is no exception. Recovered, the protagonist shakily buys mineral water to rinse his mouth, while Ron Shang asks about what he gave Esther. He's never heard of such a substance that can instantly extinguish fire bats' flames while making buildings more durable. The value of such material is obvious, yet the protagonist didn't submit it to the association that gave it the magic power, and Ron Shang suspects the protagonist dislikes the association, but the protagonist says no, he has no feelings for the association whatsoever. He explains he just wanted to leave a good impression on us. This simple statement greatly surprises Ron Shang. He wonders if Esther might be the protagonist's type, but the protagonist states he has no feelings for Esther either. Oh, I see. Having guessed wrong twice, and Ron Shang falls into an awkward situation. Then what are you looking for in that space gate that makes you go to such lengths? The next day, the aching protagonist stretches and wakes up, then immediately checks if the items nearby are corrupt. These were collected yesterday and entered the space gate with a Ron Shang after dealing with Esther. These are materials needed for making the mana amplifier. Fairy-type monster ones. He originally thought they would be difficult to obtain, but thanks to Enriching's help, since the hardest material has been acquired, the rest is much easier. The protagonist thinks he has taken another big step toward regaining his former life. But setting that aside, there's something more important. Filling his stomach. However, while pondering what to eat today, he suddenly hears a knock at the door. Confused, he wonders, what's happened? Who's here? Could it be this body's family? If it's someone the original owner knew, that would be troubling. With trepidation, the protagonist opens the door to find a beautiful woman and two large men. The woman is someone he knows, Xuan Yuan from the Hunter Association. The protagonist wonders what they've learned, then learns from Xuan Yuan. Someone reported him for falsifying his awakening. He now needs to go to the Hunter Association for investigation. Hearing this, the protagonist is shocked. What did you say? Meanwhile, the two large men are already cracking their knuckles. If you don't want to be arrested, you better cooperate. The protagonist looks at them with cold sweat. Seems he won't be eating that meal after all. Soon they are sitting in a car heading to the association. Xuan Yuyan sits alone in the front seat, scrolling through her phone, while the protagonist is sandwiched between the two large men, afraid to move. Actually, Xuan Yuyan has long suspected the protagonist's rank. After all, how could a mere F-rank defeat the king? As for his talk about luck and such, Xuan Yuyan doesn't believe it at all. However, after checking records, she became more confused. He really is F-rank, and he only has one record of entering Space Gate. His hunter resume is incredibly simple. An F-rank who has only entered one F-rank Space Gate took down a C-rank monster in one go? That doesn't sound right. If she really concealed his awakening level, it could be dangerous. Such people are usually up to no good. But Xuan Yuyan lacks the authority to further investigate the protagonist, so she reported it upward. Originally, the matter would have been dropped. Higher-ups didn't take the report seriously, but a few days ago there was an unexpected development. Zhang Shaxing, who left the Space Gate unconscious, also reported the protagonist. Unlike Xuan Yuyan, who is just a minor civil servant, Zhang Shaxing is a national hero. After receiving the retest notice, Xuan Yuyan had expected the protagonist to resist, yet surprisingly, came along obediently, and that broken down old house he lived in certainly doesn't look like where a high-rank hunter would be. Could he be hiding his money somewhere? While Xuan Yuyan is pondering, the protagonist, now in different clothes, suddenly interrupts, asking how much the awakening value retest is. He can barely afford me. Xuan Yuyan explains, the test fee is 480,000. However, since this is a retest, if the data doesn't change, it's free. If the data proves falsified, you'll have to pay the test fee plus an additional cost. The protagonist, initially worried about his situation, relaxes after seeing how others are tested. With this kind of equipment, people with respiratory problems can't have their mana measured. The protagonist feels certain. Fortunately, the original body was smoking damaged lungs, so the equipment can't detect anything. However, his relief lasts only seconds before Xuan Yuan mentions they have newer equipment. The association had long discovered the tests reduce accuracy with lung disease patients and issued notices, though the protagonist wouldn't know that. Soon they arrive at high-tech equipment, and Xuan Yuyan reminds the protagonist he has one last chance to correct his level of impairment. The protagonist hurriedly explains there must be some misunderstanding, but at this point, no matter how he struggles, it's easy. Finally screaming, he's strapped to the cold metal bed. Soon the test results emerge. The protagonist nervously sits on the bed awaiting judgment. Before announcing, Xuan Yuyan kindly reminds him, you know the punishment for falsifying things, right? The protagonist listens with full sweat. He doesn't know. Will this body's frightening mana be discovered? How will he explain? Confess he's an alien? More importantly, the 480,000 test kits. How could he possibly afford it? While the protagonist is worried, Xuan Yuyan has seen the result. Awakening value 14, F rank. You're not suspect after all. Only 2 points higher than you. That's the key. Xuan Yuyan tells him not to worry. The protagonist is finally relieved about not paying his fine, but he's not happy. But his body really is only F-rank? He thought his inability to cast magic would be the one problem. But actually this body simply has no mind. No wonder in the space state, the golem only attacked in one shell without noticing his presence. They never even considered him an intruder. Thinking of this, the protagonist lacks self-confidence, making Xuan Yuyan wonder if he's mentally unwell. Little does she know the protagonist is fixated on himself, his reincarnation must fail. And from now on, he must live on Earth as the weakest mage. The protagonist leaves the association in a daze, but at least his suspicion has been cleared. Xuan Yuyan, responsible for escorting him, hurriedly asks, Stink. Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital? Low-rank awakened ones often experience side effects after testing. If you're feeling unwell, you should get checked. The protagonist says it's unnecessary and thanks her for her concern, though he's nearly moved to tears. This earthling is actually worried about me. Still, he's curious how she knew he'd be home today. It turns out Xuan Yuyan's skill is tracking. She can locate objects and people in real time. She's explaining how this ability is suitable for tracking criminals. And they both stare at the ground in shock. Not far away, a figure lies in a pool of blood. It was a civet cat killed by a car. Having recovered, Xuan Yuyan wasn't planning to do anything. She's seen this many times, but the protagonist's reaction shocks her. He directly picks up the civet cat's body. Seeing this, Xuan Yuyan warns him the civet cat has been dead for some time, and handling it directly is unhygienic. Yet the protagonist clutches it firmly. If it gets dirty, I'll just wash it clean. Then the protagonist stands to bid Xuan Yuyan farewell. She looks at him incredulously, stuttering, "Alright, be careful." She assumes the protagonist wants to give the civet cat a proper burial, never expecting he has such a kind son. Watching him leave, this moment leaves an indelible impression of this man. Little does she know, out of her sight, the protagonist is nearly dizzy with happiness. It's like manna from heaven. What an excellent biological specimen I found. On the protagonist's planet, there are 2 types of golems, one assembled from rocks and metals as weapons, the other made from animal corpses, organic golems. In simple terms, the protagonist has obtained an experimental subject. So the protagonist returns home and begins experimenting, but somehow the compounding isn't going smoothly. After all, he lacks proper tools. Temperature, humidity, and concentration are all difficult to control. While the protagonist is troubled, his phone suddenly rings. He impatiently picks up to see who's calling at 10 p.m. He regrets his earlier carelessness. After returning from Magic Tower, he added an appraisal tag to his profile, not realizing this was public information. Since then, recruitment calls have been constant. He's tired of answering, so he hangs up. He's too exhausted to respond. Suddenly his phone vibrates again. He picks it up. What now? Then sees a chocolate advertisement pop up, saying, "Meeting you at the convenience store." Having never seen such things, the protagonist thinks it's addressed specifically to him. So late at night, he walks alone toward the convenience store, despite feeling exhausted. But thinking this was specially prepared for him, not going would be too impolite. Before he gets far, he finds the road blocked by a van. The protagonist approaches to check, not understanding why someone parked here. How rude. He doesn't notice 2 people in the car watching him with malicious intent. Then, as the protagonist turns to find another path, a man suddenly rushes out from the car, followed by an ambush. The unexpected incident leaves the protagonist confused. Despite struggling hard, he can't break free. Thus, his consciousness gradually fades into unconscious. He doesn't know how long he's been unconscious. When he wakes up, he finds himself tied up. His eyes are covered with a black cloth, and he has no idea what's happening. At this moment, he feels that Earth is truly a terrifying place. He's been kidnapped shortly after arrival. Just then, a conversation suddenly reaches his ears. Is this the F-class guy? Yes, we found an opportunity to capture him. Through their conversation, the protagonist can analyze that this isn't an accident, but a premeditated plot. While the 2 continue chatting, their boss arrives. The boss immediately orders them to battle, explaining that before them stands their very important person client. Then he instructs his subordinates to check the merchandise, as the client wants to see it soon. It's at this moment that the protagonist realizes he is the merchandise. Originally, the protagonist was meant for another client, but upon seeing him, the very important person client slowly breaks into his smile. Then he alerts the others that their bound captive seems to be awake. Though the protagonist hasn't moved at all, he doesn't understand how he's been exposed. Before he can figure it out, someone steps forward and tears off the blindfold. A familiar figure appears before him, S-class hunter Jiang Changhao, who speaks with interest. Long time no see. Seeing that the protagonist still seems confused about the situation, Jiang Changhao kindly explains. Apparently, because he broke through the Magic Tower maze, he's become quite famous in certain circles. And ironically, despite his high-level appraisal skill, this awakened individual has only an F-class hunter rank. So the protagonist with such weak combat ability, yet possessing such advanced appraisal skills, naturally became a target for criminals. His fate is also easy to predict. He'll be sold to wealthy individuals as a private appraiser. After all, many people don't want others knowing what high-level equipment they possess, and appraisers typically charge high fees. But as a slave, the maintenance costs are much cheaper. Additionally, those below D class are easily brainwashed, making them very convenient to use. Jiang Changhao states that he's done this himself, which is why he's a very important person client here. After explaining, Jiang Changhao mercilessly walks past the protagonist, who quickly asks if he's willing to help. However, Jiang Changhao says he's just a customer with other business to attend to, and waves goodbye. Looking at the arrogant kidnappers before him, the protagonist feels regret. He should never have reincarnated to this damned world in the first place. Soon, the protagonist is thrown into a second-floor room and locked up to make space for the next problem. At this point, one person reminds the other that they haven't blindfolded this guy, but the other says it doesn't matter. He's surely asleep. With that, the door slowly closes. However, the protagonist, who should be asleep in their eyes, opens it. The protagonist doesn't understand why they've thrown him here alone. Aren't they planning to sell him immediately? While deep in thought, a faint, flowery scent suddenly enters his nose. Following the direction of the scent, he sees a special magical artifact sitting quietly on the table. This is a tool that induces sleep, capable of affecting even D-class awakened individuals. However, such artifacts are completely ineffective against the protagonist, a great mage. Of course, that's not important. What matters is escaping from here first. The protagonist struggles to untie his shoelace, biting one end and stepping on the other. Then he begins frantically rubbing the bandage binding his hand. Finally, perseverance pays off, and he successfully frees his hand. The first thing the protagonist needs to do next is call the police. After all, even if he's immune to brainwashing, being sold is still dangerous. But he searches everywhere and can't find a phone. Thinking about it, that makes sense. How could kidnappers make such a basic mistake? At this moment, the protagonist can't help but look at the sleep-inducing magical artifact nearby. Then he walks over and picks it up. Indeed, if he wants to escape, this is the only thing he can use. Meanwhile, two kidnappers are guarding outside a corridor. Initially bored, they suddenly sense something and turn around abruptly. Behind them, they see a golden light rising and smell of fragrance in the air. Upon seeing this, the two quickly cover their mouths and noses, standing vigilantly. But before they can figure out what's happening, an object like a meteor hammer suddenly strikes one of them in the face. At this point, the other finally realizes what's happened. Unfortunately, it's too late. Intense drowsiness sweeps over his entire body. Then the protagonist emerges from the doorway carrying the magical artifact. This thing is quite useful indeed. Afraid of being discovered, the protagonist immediately starts looking for an exit. Just then, his foot suddenly picks something. Bending down to look, it's a phone. Unfortunately, the protagonist immediately dials the emergency number to report the crime. Soon the call connects, and the voice on the other end asks what's happening. Hearing this, the protagonist immediately says he's been kidnapped and needs rescue. However, the other side seems unable to hear anything, and keeps asking him to speak for help. No matter how much the protagonist raises his voice, it's the same. This makes the protagonist wonder if the phone is broken. If the call won't work, then perhaps a text message will? The message sent successfully, but the reply is mechanical. Message received may take some time to arrive. For emergencies, please call 112. Another message yields the same result, making the protagonist uneasy. Did they actually receive his message? To be safe, he sends another message to Anun Shen. Then he picks up the magical artifact and begins his escape journey. Currently, two other traffickers are patrolling this floor, but they suddenly notice something's wrong. Why is there fog ahead? At the same time, a yellow-haired man emerges. Who is this? Do they have anyone with yellow hair among them? The protagonist won't wait for them to figure it out and once again spins the magical artifact like a meteor hammer. Then he fiercely hurls it at one of them. The next second, that person suffers a direct hit to the face. Truly impressive accuracy. At this point, the other person finally reacts. This guy is the awakened individual they kidnapped. But it's already too late. The protagonist, who retrieved the artifact through its chain, presses it directly against the man's face. Another double kill achievement unlocked. The magical artifact face smash really works well. Next, he needs to quickly find an exit to escape. But it's truly difficult in this building where even the windows are blocked. Just at this moment, the protagonist suddenly startles, because he feels a massive magical power coming from behind him. This feeling is that of a space gate. Thinking that space gates are usually located on mountains or in open outdoor spaces, the protagonist decides to use it as a landmark to escape. But before he can act, a group of people appears behind him. It seems his escape has been discovered. The protagonist hurriedly runs down the stairs before the run. Unfortunately, at this critical moment, his leg suddenly begins to spasm painfully. This causes the protagonist to break out in a cold sweat. Damn, he hasn't even started running yet. And in this brief moment, the people behind have already caught him. They angrily point at the protagonist. A mere F-class daring to run away is truly seeking death. However, when they clearly see what's in the protagonist's hand, they all display terrified expressions. They quickly hold their breath, while the protagonist says it's too late to notice him. With that, he once again throws the magical artifact like a meteor hammer. But this time, the protagonist miscalculated. One of them is of a higher rank and catches the flying artifact with one hand. Then he rushes toward the protagonist and uses his other hand to violently pin him against the wall. At this point, he no longer cares about regulations against damaging merchandise. He's going to teach the protagonist a lesson. Who would have thought that the protagonist would grab the man's arm, then deliver a knee strike directly to his chin, causing him to immediately roll his eyes upward. Then he falls straight backward onto the ground. Looking at the knocked out guy and the others who were put to sleep, the protagonist can't help but sigh, this is fucking exhausting. After resting for a while, the protagonist picks up the magical artifact from the ground, only to discover a problematic situation. The artifact has exhausted its magical power. If he gets caught again, he'll be in trouble. Just then, the protagonist suddenly notices a door behind him, with that massive magical power emanating from the area. Behind this door is a space gate. It must be the exit. The protagonist, who finally saw hope, threw away the useless magic props, and walked towards the door trembling. Fortunately, the door isn't locked. With an excited heart, he pushes it open. However, the scene before him leaves him stunned. He sees Jiang Chonghao and a group of people appear before his eyes. What's going on? How is the space gate indoors? And Jiang Chonghao is here too. This is bad. Seeing the merchandise escaping, the boss is very angry and scolds his subordinates for their management. He scolds his subordinate questions the protagonist, how did you get here? What did you do to the people upstairs? Did one person take down that many? Are you perhaps falsely reporting the rank? Seeing they haven't discovered, he used the artifact and knocked those people out. The protagonist was originally planning to bluff his way to escape. Unfortunately, with Jiang Chonghao present, his method is destined to fail. Even worse, the trafficker boss shamelessly asks Jiang Chonghao to intervene. The protagonist can only despise him, ordering around a VIP, as if he would help. Who would have thought that Jiang Chonghao would smile and agree? In gratitude, the boss says he can sell the protagonist to Jiang Chonghao at a discount. Then Jiang Chonghao walks up to the protagonist and says, did you hear that? He says he'll sell you cheaply. What will you do? Do you want to escape now? There's a path behind you. If you run desperately, I'll let you go. However, the protagonist's next words leave him stunned. Jiang Chonghao, have you ever seen me run? Hearing this, Jiang Chonghao looks at him seriously, not once. Coming to his senses, Jiang Chonghao looks at the other with a spirit full of fighting intent. Then let's have a match right here. Who would have thought the protagonist would directly surrender? No, I don't think we need to fight here. Hearing this, Jiang Chonghao looks down at the protagonist. You knocked out everyone upstairs and walked to this point. How am I supposed to believe your surrender? His concern is reasonable. If it were the protagonist, he wouldn't easily believe it either. Just as the protagonist is thinking about what to do next, he suddenly feels magical energy approaching. He and Jiang Chonghao simultaneously turn to look to the side. They see a man walking out of a spatial passage. At first, the protagonist thought it was a space gate, but upon reflection, it's not a space gate but a magical passage, a spatial movement skill. The newcomer steps forward to greet their boss. At this moment, Jiang Chonghao steps forward and asks, is this the transporter? The boss proudly introduces him to Jiang Chonghao. He possesses the spatial movement skill that can transport people, a rare source. Hearing this, Jiang Chonghao smiles. I didn't expect to meet the real person. Similarly, the boss introduces Jiang Chonghao to the transporter. As a few of them chat animatedly, the suddenly neglected protagonist is thinking of using this opportunity to escape. Who would have thought that Jiang Chonghao would suddenly strike, taking advantage of the transporter's attempt to shake hands with him? With full force, he punches the other's neck, directly sending him flying. This sudden development leaves the protagonist shocked. The trafficker organization's boss looks at Jiang Chonghao with a terrible expression, questioning what he's doing. However, Jiang Chonghao, who is just very enthusiastic, now looks at them like ants. It turns out his target all along was to eliminate this person. To do so, he spent a considerable amount of time gaining these people's trust. After all, spatial awakened individuals are too slippery. They immediately escape at the slightest sign of trouble, making it difficult to find an opportunity to strike. As the saying goes, a counselor enters the game with his own body, and he can win half the battle. In this game, Jiang Chonghao has won. The protagonist watches this scene with a puzzled expression, not understanding what's happened. In fact, Jiang Chonghao doesn't care whether these people engage in smuggling or illegally occupy space gates. But transporting awakened individuals overseas is another matter entirely. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the subordinate reminds the boss to quickly escape through the space gate. However, what responds to him is Jiang Chonghao's merciless punch. The protagonist calmly watches from the side. Indeed, no one can stand against this guy. An S-class isn't for nothing. Initially, the Hunter Association's rank system only went from F to A, but suddenly one day, hunters with terrifying powers far exceeding A-class appeared one after another. This type of extraordinary rank is finally designated as S-class. Without a doubt, they are at the top of Earth's food chain. In the blink of an eye, only the boss of the trafficking organization remains conscious. He trembles and begs Jiang Chonghao to spare him. However, Jiang Chonghao is no saint. How could he agree to such an absurd request? Listening to the screams from beside him, the protagonist once again realizes that he indeed shouldn't have provoked this guy. Just then, both the protagonist and Jiang Chonghao suddenly start, because police sirens sound from outside. Police? Jiang Chonghao looks at the protagonist in panic. You called the police? The protagonist suddenly remembers doing so and nods in admission. Hearing this, Jiang Chonghao looks at him in disbelief, as if seeing something incredible. You called the police for something in society? The protagonist is completely baffled by the problem. Soon, Jiang Chonghao calms down. He explains that he's only here to prevent these people from selling awakened individuals abroad. warning the protagonist not to associate him with this organization. Hearing this, the protagonist says this is the police's job. Hearing the word police, Zhang Changhao is very dissatisfied. You don't know how slow these guys usually are. Normally, even if you report to the police, it would take at least a few days to locate the police. I don't know why they're so quick this time. With this, Jiang Changhao thought the protagonist had done something in advance. Although he's curious, now isn't the time for more words. He pats the protagonist's shoulder, then turns and leaves without looking back. Seeing this, the protagonist is alarmed and asks him to wait. But Jiang Changhao seems to hear nothing. The protagonist curses inwardly, damn it. How am I supposed to explain all this to the police by myself? Soon, a large number of police rush in. Then they treat the protagonist as a prime suspect, immediately restraining him. They warn the protagonist not to use his abilities and demand to know where the hostages are. Although the protagonist explains that he's the one who reported the crime, they don't believe him at all. The protagonist is speechless about it. Is it really okay to treat a kind alien like this? At this critical moment, an angelic voice suddenly reaches the protagonist's ears. Wait, a breathless Miss Xuan Yuyan runs in. Looking at the detained protagonist, Xuan Yuyan steps forward to testify. It was indeed he who called the police. This time the police believe without any doubt. They unlock the handcuffs for the protagonist and apologize. To this, the protagonist only wants to shout, "I told you so." However, the protagonist is curious about why Xuan Yuyan is here, and she raises her phone to show him. It turns out Ronsheng received the protagonist's distress message, but he was on his way to suppress a dungeon riot and couldn't come personally, so he passed this matter to Xuan Yuyan. Then Xuan Yuyan found this place through her tracking skill. No wonder the police arrived so quickly. While Xuan Yuyan is explaining, a loud shout suddenly comes from the side. It turns out the police have discovered through comparison that these people are all wanted human traffickers. They are the organization recently making headlines for selling awakened individuals overseas, and this place seems to be their meeting point. Hearing this, Xuan Yuyan is shocked. What? She's heard of this organization, extremely difficult to track, and now this organization seems to have been mostly wiped out. At this moment, the police captain steps forward to ask the protagonist, "Did you do all this?" The protagonist immediately denies, "Not me. It was that madman Jiang Changhao." Hearing this, the captain looks unconvinced. "What about all those people lying up there? Weren't they also your doing?" The protagonist breaks out in a cold sweat. "Those were mine." The captain asks the protagonist to explain clearly. With no choice, the protagonist can only tell the truth. He speaks with a cold arrogance. "Actually, I did all this to protect myself." At this point, another police officer picks up the magical artifact that the protagonist discarded and asks if it belongs to him. Meanwhile, Xuan Yuyan falls into deep thought. Come to think of it, this guy wasn't typing, and he appeared in the boss's room. Plus, he was the one who reported the crime. Looking at his body with no injuries whatsoever, and his transcendent attitude despite almost being sold overseas, Xuan Yuyan can't help but become suspicious. Was he really kidnapped? Could it be that all of this was within his plan from the beginning? After emergency handling, the human trafficking incident concludes. As a hostage, the protagonist successfully puts the entire organization behind bars. At the same time, he also gains a substantial reward, a free B-class sleep-inducing magical artifact. The reason is that the police don't know the effect of this item, and mistakenly identify the protagonist as a clone. This type of magical artifact is rare, and it can be recharged and used. The protagonist is very satisfied with this. Although due to Jiang Changhao's escape, he had to face the police's paperwork alone. It was all worth it. The only slight regret is that this thing only works on humans, not animals or monsters. Just then, with a beeping sound, the protagonist excitedly turns around to see green steam rising from a kettle. He hurriedly goes to turn off the gas stove. Then, with an excited heart, he pours the boiling water directly into a cup. Success! What a perfect color. He carefully admires his work. Who would have thought that on this remote planet he could still create this? He truly is a once-in-a-generation prodigy. It turns out this green substance is a mana amplifier. Drinking it temporarily increases magical power. Just like a lighter splint, it can provide the initial energy. The protagonist lifts the cup and drinks it all at once. Then he carefully feels the changes in his body. Good. His breathing is smooth. Although this potion's effect only lasts for 5 minutes, it's enough to complete one spell. Then the protagonist uses his first magic since arriving home. First, he heals the leg ailment in his right leg. Then he casts a spell to maintain physical health and suppress aging. As the magic ends, the protagonist excitedly jumps around. Indeed, there's no pain at all. But he can't be too happy yet, because he's just confirmed one thing. His body's mana capacity is truly terrible. Using just one low-level spell has depleted all the mana. This body's mana conversion efficiency is too low, and he can't frequently use amplifiers. But looking on the bright side, at least it worked this time, right? When things go well, spirits are high. He should eat something to celebrate. The protagonist is about to check what's left in the refrigerator, when suddenly there's a knock at the door. Initially, he thought it might be Xuan Yuyan again. Who would have thought that upon opening the door, it's an elderly man? Through the original body's memory, the protagonist recalls, this is the landlord. He quickly greets the old man. The old man first apologizes for the intrusion, then asks the protagonist cordially, are you also not paying the rent this month? It turns out the original tenant hasn't paid rent for over 3 months, owing a total of 1.35 million. If you add water, electricity, property fees, and other miscellaneous costs, it's at least 2 million. Despite this, the old man still lets the protagonist stay until the end of the month, only moving out if he truly can't pay. Never in his life has he met such a good landlord. Once, he was fortunate enough to encounter a landlord who refunded the full deposit, which was already almost moving. After seeing off the elderly landlord, the protagonist returns to his room with a worried expression. This is bad. He's about to become homeless. There are only 14 days left until the end of the month. Is there any way to make money? Preferably something buried in the ground that someone forgot to dig up. Thinking about this, a flash of inspiration suddenly hits the protagonist. He lunges for his phone. That's right, there's still that. Then he makes a call to Jiang Changhao. He wants to get his compensation back. Jiang Changhao, who is enjoying a big meal, receives the protagonist's call and takes a good while to recall the traffic accident. Then without much fuss, he directly asks the protagonist how much money he needs. Hearing this, the protagonist checks online and sees someone suggesting to start by asking for 3 million. Thinking further, he needs 2 million, and the other person still owes him quite a bit, so asking for more shouldn't be a problem, right? After not hearing a reply for a while, Jiang Changhao says, "If you don't speak, I'm hanging up." Hearing this, the protagonist nervously asks, "Is 3 million okay?" At this moment, Jiang Changhao feels underestimated. "You're actually asking me if 3 million is okay?" After hanging up, he immediately transfers 3 million to the other party. The protagonist excitedly looks at the transaction notification. He can't believe he obtained such a large sum of money so easily. But soon he calms down, because after solving the rent issue, there's not much left. Thinking about this, tears inadvertently flow from the corners of the protagonist's eyes. Is there any way for an ordinary person to make money quickly? Just then, a phone call comes in. The protagonist sees it's from Run Shang. Thinking that he hasn't thanked him for his help earlier, could it be that he's contacting me first out of concern? The protagonist is about to answer the call when he suddenly thinks of something important. It seems like an A-class hunter's next dungeon could earn tens of billions, right? Thinking of this money-making method, the protagonist decisively arranges to meet with Run Shang. First, he thanks Run Shang for contacting Xuan Yuyan to save his life. As a thank you, the protagonist offers to treat Run Shang to a meal. Hearing that his big brother is treating him, and Run Shang is excited but only orders a cup of coffee to save the protagonist's money. The protagonist outwardly agrees but inwardly curses. This is even worse than eating with me. Just smelling coffee makes him want to vomit now. Then Run Shang orders an iced coffee, while the protagonist asks for a latte, and he emphasizes strongly, just a latte, no coffee, don't add anything with coffee please. And Run Shang listens with confusion. The waiter breaks out a cold sweat and says he'll try his best. The protagonist doesn't understand the strange reactions from the two around him. What's wrong? Have I exposed my alien side? In the end, the protagonist gets his coffee-free latte as desired. The two first engage in small talk to liven up the atmosphere. Then the protagonist gets straight to the point. Run Shang, you seem to only be suppressing dungeon riots lately. Besides the few times with me, how long has it been since you entered a space gate? Hearing this, and Run Shang begins to stammer, unable to speak clearly. The protagonist looks at him seriously. As I thought, are you afraid to enter space gates? And Run Shang's response is as expected. He can't go into dungeons for now. The protagonist can understand this well. After all, suddenly encountering high-level monsters, then experiencing betrayal from companions, that brush with death and its terror, is truly too cruel for a college student just over 20 years old. But Run Shang, you can't always follow me. An F-class hunter, the protagonist looks at him solemnly. You'll eventually need to form your own team, or prepare to become a lone wolf, right? Hearing the protagonist's words, and Run Shang's expression immediately drops. He thought the protagonist wanted to abandon him. However, the protagonist isn't a fool. How could he push away a free powerhouse? He takes a sip of his coffee-free latte and continues. If you're willing, I want to train you. I can guide you in using magic and skills. What do you think? Hearing this, and Run Shang immediately becomes excited. Is this true? I'd be delighted. Seeing how easily the big fish has taken the bait, the protagonist is inwardly excited. I truly am a genius. Since the decision is made, they immediately begin looking for a suitable dungeon. The D-class dungeon Ancient Roman Temple, not far from the coffee shop, is the best choice. Because the drop rate is very low, it's an unpopular dungeon. But for this very reason, it's perfect for training. Before formally beginning, the protagonist asks Run Shang to demonstrate his main skills first. Hearing this, Run Shang first calms his nerves. Then he uses his main ability, Guardian Shield. This is a defense completely made of magical power. The more magical power consumed, the stronger the defense. And Run Shang carefully asks the protagonist how it looks. The protagonist stares at the shield in silence for a moment, then poses the question, why does it only protect the front? And Run Shang doesn't understand why he's asking. Because this skill has been like this since I awakened. The protagonist understands now. The other is like a monkey using a tool for the first time. He knows nothing. So he decides to start teaching from skill understanding, beginning with this shield. This skill is meant to protect the entire body, not just block from the front. However, Run Shang simply cannot understand. Although his shield can grow larger, he cannot change its shape. The protagonist is nearly angered to death and inwardly curses him. Then he asks Run Shang to try again, and guides him to use his chest as the central part of the skill, expanding spherical magical power like a crystal ball. and Runsheng tries this method but still fails. Yet the protagonist pats his shoulder and encourages him to continue. He reminds him to firmly remember the image he wants in his mind. Seeing the protagonist's serious expression, and Runsheng regains his spirit. Thus, through repeated difficult attempts, and Runsheng finally successfully releases a spherical shield. Having achieved success for the first time, he is very excited. However, he only moves one step, and the shield shatters with a crash. At this, and Runsheng instantly becomes dejected, but the protagonist says it's fine. Because once you succeed once, all that's left is to raise your proficiency, and Runsheng is very grateful for the protagonist's help. I never thought my skill could be used this way. The protagonist tells him that skills can change according to the user's ideas. The practitioner's thoughts have a great influence on magical art. So those with a slightly vain and arrogant heart have a higher chance of becoming great mages, just like me, this genius. Just as the protagonist's little vanity is exposed, and Runsheng suddenly asks what training they should do next. The protagonist says they'll now proceed with practical combat training. Only by frequently using skills against monsters can proficiency be rapidly improved. And Runsheng begins solo farming small monsters. In battle after battle, his spherical shield becomes increasingly proficient, finally reaching a level where it doesn't shatter even when moving. Meanwhile, the protagonist cheers from the side. Good, well done, as expected of an A-class possessing overwhelming combat. Besides this, the protagonist has something more important to do. That is, picking up dropped crystal equipment. These can all be sold for money, using skill training as an excuse to pick up the loot dropped from monsters killed by the A-class. Alias, stealing someone else's spoils of war. This is the meaning of teaching. In no time, the protagonist has collected a bag full of magic crystals. These are enough for a month's living. Compared to directly borrowing money from Runsheng or repeatedly asking him to help kill monsters, this method is clearly better. Otherwise, if the A-class hunter becomes unhappy, wouldn't he be finished? After secretly collecting all the equipment, the protagonist asks Runsheng how he's doing, and if he's grasped the essentials. However, Runsheng's reaction makes the protagonist feel a bit strange. The protagonist is quite nervous. Has he discovered my little trick? But he didn't know that Runsheng's inner thoughts were surging in his life, and Runsheng has never felt a sense of awe. Whether it was his academic teachers or celebrities praised on TV, he only slightly marveled, so there are such impressive people in the world. But today, Runsheng finally understands the meaning of this word. This is simply incomprehensible. Just by watching his skill once, he deduced its hidden usage, and his teaching is as natural as breathing. He's never even heard of the ability to discover others' hidden skills, yet the other isn't an analysis-type awakened individual. If he closes his eyes, he can still see someone calmly taking out the heart of an A-class golem. So all of this is due to the other's keen eye and rich knowledge. Big Brother is truly not an ordinary person. At this moment, Runsheng's heart is filled with awe. Just as Runsheng is in shock, the protagonist's voice suddenly reaches his ears. Runsheng, what's wrong? Are you starting to grasp the trick now? At this moment, Runsheng feels very embarrassed. Faced with his brother's careful teaching, he hasn't even mastered one skill well. Then he bows to the protagonist and apologizes. I'll practice perfection as soon as possible. He expected the protagonist to be disappointed, but who would have thought the protagonist would calmly say, Runsheng, don't rush. If you can't do it today, you can continue tomorrow or the day after. At this moment, the protagonist's figure in Runsheng's eyes is so tall. When he lost confidence, not only did the other unhesitatingly impart experience, but he even fears burdening him, telling such an obvious lie. And Runsheng secretly vows to repay this kindness. Then he asks the protagonist if there's anything he wants or needs in Runsheng to do. Hearing this, the protagonist breaks out in a cold sweat and says there really isn't anything. This response is within Runsheng's expectations. His big brother is just that selfless. He wouldn't be like those people in modern society who are moved by a little more. When he first awakened with A-class ability, he thought he could handle anything well. Only now does he realize how naive he was. Understanding this, and Runsheng no longer forces himself. Let's just follow what Big Brother said today. Then he happily said to the protagonist, let's go back, Big Brother. At this point, he's made up his mind. He must train hard. One day, he will help his Big Brother. Unlike in Runsheng, who has completed his self-development, the protagonist is filled with unease. Why did he ask if I wanted him? Has he noticed something? But judging by his reaction, he seems to have no interest in these things. Perhaps for an A-class hunter, these are simply If that's the case, can we enter higher-level space gates next? Just thinking about this makes the protagonist excited. Besides, today's harvest is already enough for the upcoming round. With an anticipating heart, he prepares to go back and treat himself to something good. This good mood lasts until after the two exit the space gate, because an unexpected person appears before them.
Did you know that I was live?
Understand why Shai and
This whole time?
Hello, Mr. Runsheng. He came out quite late just for D-class space collision. He came here to notify him Runsheng about something. But now there's a problem. He looks seriously at the protagonist. Why isn't F-Rank?
Can you hear me?
You were just under investigation for falsely reporting your name.
I'm streaming now. I'm playing a game I haven't played in like 2 years.
He quickly explains that he entered the spatial gate as a portal, helping Runshin collect items. While Runshin also vouches for it. This one Sean doesn't believe a word of it. Stop making excuses. How much can that backpack of yours actually hold? Doesn't escape a lecture either. Helping a hunter illegally enter a spatial gate is also against the law. Although this is exactly what happened, the protagonist still tries to argue. He points out that the association hasn't placed any restrictions on portals, but Xuan Yuan shows no mercy. That's because those rules are designed for real portals, not for people looking to exploit loopholes. She looks sternly at the protagonist. Don't you understand that this kind of behavior only invites more suspicion? You have to know that ordinary F-rank hunters don't casually break the rules because they value their lives. This disregard for rank classification inevitably raises questions. Xuan Yuan tells them to cooperate. The protagonist reluctantly agrees, while Runshin, who had just sworn to become stronger alongside him, nearly bursts into tears. All along, Xuan Yuan has been too lenient with the protagonist, making him almost forget that. This girl before him was fearless, capable of carrying a lion's heart with her bare hands. Still angering her would do no one any good. In the end, Xuan Yuan only warns him, then asks him Runshin to come with him.
Fake Monster Hunter, but
Runshin cheerfully waves goodbye.
That's a game.
Watching their retreating figures, the protagonist realizes that his money-making scheme probably will be, but it's not a big problem. Just as the protagonist turns away, Xuan Yuan secretly blinks his back. What a mysterious man. The next morning, the first thing the protagonist does is lie in bed scrolling through his phone. Collecting hunter information through his phone has become a success. This time, he receives useful news. An item has finally been made. This bracelet called the Twin Guardian Angel is the protagonist originally intending to compensate for Shashin's, but after all this time, the other party probably doesn't need it anymore. Today, the protagonist puts it on for the first time. It fits perfectly on his wrist. Today's experiment is somewhat dangerous. The protagonist arrives alone at a spatial gate, never having thought to be so nervous, even though this is the lowest F-rank gate. Spatial gates are generally divided into 2 types, red and blue. This is blue, once a certain number are eliminated, gate closes. Even the protagonist can clearly enter and exit here. It's a good practice ground. Today, he's here to farm money. Although Xuan Yuan's worrying will stop his quick money-making method, it doesn't matter. Killing these F-rank creatures can still earn him some living. The protagonist enters the spatial gate and finds himself on the blue side with endless grass and stretching the floor. Not far away from him, a group of monsters were eating grass to fire. They are natives here called Shai. Their main difference is the sounds they make because they're broken by wind. Despite their gentle appearance, they're one of the most dangerous F-rank monsters. With this in mind, the protagonist opens a bottle of magic power amplifier and drinks it.
I haven't done one of these expeditions.
Oni no fukuchou, Mairu.
The powerful magical energy surrounding him immediately attracts the next one. They see what for them because the protagonist acts like a he spends minutes following the flow.
の隙を与えません。
However, these words meant only failed to work, but absolute enraged the three-ranged puncher. He puts down his axe and kicks the pursuer. Are you joking? In your prank, what we trying to use such an item? The sharp sound of fists penetrates your bones echoes through the cave. With each blow is a curse. Hey, use it, you bastard. Use it. Your death comes as soon as you use up the equipment's charges. What follows is a merciless beating. If this continues, the protagonist will certainly be beaten. With no choice, he starts running. Wait, I'll give you the equipment. Just stop. Send me. The three-ranged puncher groans. That's more like it. Violence only is the most effective solution to problems. The protagonist raises his thunder and is this the reality for SF hunters? How pitiful to have no power. His hand touches the bird. Just turning it over will end everything. Possibly including him. Just as he's about to give up struggling, here comes footsteps echo from the distance. Quickly barging in at distance, the hunters see looks back, and they break into a cold sweat as the person who appears next is beyond everyone else. The protagonist is equally shocked. Why is he here? The person who suddenly appeared was none other than A-rank hunter in Russia. He's stunned by the scene before. It turns out that before entering the mission, the protagonist had contacted a Runshan for help with his skills, and asked him to wait to get him. Upon receiving the message, and Runshan was extremely angry. He thought he was no longer valued, but was surprised that the Big Brother still valued him as before. He understands his position clearly. He's the Big Brother's ticket with a high rank instantly. Since they were caught last time, he thought the big brother wouldn't look for him again. Unexpectedly, the big brother was still willing to spare precious time to guide him up the field. Indeed, the big brother is the best in battle. As thanks, he specifically bought a copy for the big brother, then Runsheng waited at the instant entrance and after half a day, the protagonist still hadn't come. This made Runsheng feel something was wrong. A mere F-rank instant shouldn't take this much time. Could it be that his handling mutation occurred, suddenly raising the instant trouble? And what such situations really happen? To be safe, he decided to go over and check. He banished the negative emotions in his heart and carefully walked through the door. However, what happened next exceeded his imagination. He saw his respected big brother being bullied by his son. This scene made Runsheng down. The person who always seemed in control now suffered serious injuries with blood flowing through him. This was an illusion, but these thoughts prevailed, more important than his fear from sleeping. You're wrong, aren't you? Within Runsheng's icy voice, violent magical power swirls around his body. Then he walks step by step toward the seemingly strongest captain, grimly grabs the next step. The next moment, he violently pulls him away. Although Runsheng has never hit anyone in his life. For an A-rank hunter dealing with a team of his highest rank of duty, the only concern is controlling his strength, to avoid killing them with a single blow. Food and Runsheng resolves hard, but his feelings are now lost. No matter how you look at it, these guys are too weak. Just as he's puzzled, the protagonist's voice reaches his ear. Runsheng, thank you. If not for you, I would have been finished. Big brother? And Runsheng turns back in surprise to see the protagonist walking toward him, haggard but intact. Despite the bloody face, the protagonist's voice remains as calm as ever. Did you come looking for me? And Runsheng replies, yes. However, the protagonist's next words stunned him. I'm sorry. Weren't you scared entering the instance alone? Thanks for your trouble. At this moment, when Runsheng suddenly realizes he hasn't entered an instance alone so very long. Usually, just hearing the word instance terrifies him. But this time, his mind filled with concerns about the big brother potentially trapped in mutated instance. He rushed in without thinking. Could all this have been part of the big brother's plan? At this point, the protagonist says they should leave the instance. We hope you guys have seen it again. Only now does Runsheng notice it. Even though the big brother never showed any surprise from beginning to end, as if everything was expected. Everything seems to have been arranged in advance. But he doesn't voice this doubt because the big brother has no reason to deliberately set up such things. Just then, the protagonist speaks softly. Runsheng, if my rank were higher, I'd definitely team up with you. Not only are you strong, but more importantly, you always think about how to save me. I hope you understand. You're an incredible awakening. These simple words made Runsheng confused. Thinking carefully, why hasn't he formed a new team and remained stagnant? As a defense-type hunter who failed to protect his teammate, he couldn't communicate with anyone. Precisely at this moment, something happened that required rescuing a friend in danger. So the big brother deliberately created a situation similar to what happened before, creating a successful experience for him. Thus, and Runsheng acted himself through self-rationalization. Yes, this was all the big brother's plan. The wounds on the big brother's body were self-inflicted for him. Who would have thought someone could go to such lengths for others? Understanding everything, and Runsheng speaks with difficulty. Big brother, why do you always look after yourself? Hearing this, the protagonist seems puzzled. Look after you? And Runsheng is confirmed. If that's so, the protagonist is not quiet. Because you're a good person. That's enough. I've expected of my big brother. And Runsheng looks at the protagonist with admiration. And for the two steps out of the station, he escapes. Finally outside, the protagonist asks Runsheng to report to police. Then, while Runsheng is making a call, he says, sorry, let's start training tomorrow. I need to go home first. Hearing this, Runsheng is shocked. Home? Can you go to the hospital first? But the protagonist waves his hand, saying, no need, I can handle it myself. Without waiting for Runsheng's response, he quickly walks away. And Runsheng watches the scene, wanting to speak but hesitates. What F-rank can heal themselves? Healing potions are expensive. Could it be that he's decided to stop pretending to be frank in front of me? Meanwhile, the protagonist playing with immense amusement. It hurts so much! I will! And the protagonist, looking for his terrible one, first kidnapped by traffickers, then encountering robbers who tried to steal his items, nearly losing his life. Who knows how many bones were broken, taking several days to finally recover. Just when he thought he could rest for a few days, today he's called in for questioning by people association. The protagonist feels increasingly annoyed day by day. But to deep aside, nothing will change. Looking at the glowing bracelet on the table, the culprit behind the recent incident. Through investigation, the protagonist discovered it's worth billions. However, for some reason, he lacks the resolve to sell it immediately. After all, being able to nullify any attack twice, who knows when it's going to come truthful for survival, especially for someone magically innocent. He could barely withstand even slightly stronger attacks. So it's best to carry it inconspicuously at all times. The weather outside is nice, but the protagonist is in a bad mood, because as soon as he steps out, he encounters a sports car frantically honking its horn. The protagonist wonders which madman is causing such a disturbance in broad day. When the car window opens, it really is a man, Jen Chung-ha. He quickly averts his gaze, pretending not to see. Unfortunately, Zhang Changpao doesn't give him. He asks the protagonist where he's going. Unable to avoid it, the protagonist reluctantly answers, I'm going to the hardware association. Oh my, it's almost time. I'm busy, so that's that. With that, the protagonist prepares to leave immediately. But a warning comes from behind. Get in the car. Soon Zhang Changpao reaches the car. The protagonist switches the safety in the car first. With that, I see them desperately trying to find America. I'm a civilized alien.
I already know what world I would live in.
It's absolutely not because I'm afraid. Speaking of which, why did this guy show up?
I said I would. I already know which anime I would live in if I had to choose an anime world. That time I reincarnated as a slide. And then, you know what? Couldn't nobody be mad at me for my choices. No, nobody. Not even me, myself. I couldn't even be mad at me for my choices. If I chose to wreck somebody and become a demon lord to save our people, it's going down. Everybody. What is he doing? Oh, I'm a human from another world. I just became a monster and came here. I wasn't summoned, you know. Just came here by accident. Didn't mean to. Just gonna enjoy my time while I'm here, you know. And if any of you guys ever think about harming the people I care about, you'll end up like that other guy. I don't even know his name. Sorry, it's irrelevant. You get a death, and you get a death, and you get a death, and you all get a death. Yes. They are going to have me fight every monster out of period, besides the Orochi. Give me that wing. Taking the other one. So you gonna transform on me? Now you gonna turn into this big ass fucking whatever the fuck you are. That's alright. I'm taking the rest of the parts too. Give me them parts, boy. Give me them parts. We'll be taking them out of here. Who needs that? Extra fuel to the fire.
Second, Zhang Changpao was sensitive about promising awakening. Third, Jiang Changpao once warned him not to die. Putting these together, it can't be. Jiang Changpao should just be a pure patient. But no matter how he thinks about it, being targeted by an S-rank hunter is probably a sign.
I'm not even using my favorite weapon.
Having it all go into his own stomach still makes me feel a bit guilty. He's barely exhausted. However, when Shuan Yuan notices the precise character, he notices business, moving his gaze really gently
の攻め。さすがね。ノースか勝負を決める。攻撃は集中しろ。
正しきが勝つ。
Everyone, right here. The missing person is beneath our feet. If the missing person buried underground is motionless, there's only one possibility. Everyone falls into the blue sky. Quickly, the The police officers who were investigated separately all disappeared. Then the police supervisor arranges one group to search for surroundings. Another was considered. Juan Julian tells the protagonist to pull the trigger. The protagonist asks curiously, don't you need to supervise the scene? My task is already complete. I've used up today's quota for my tracking group. Juan Julian explains. They give the good time. After tracking 3 times, under the usual empty shell, an empty shell, the protagonist doesn't respond to it.
苦しみを糧に這い上がる
Please tell me immediately if you find anything dangerous nearby. Although the protagonist is already scanning, he still nods, saying, there are no magical traps in this area. Xuan Yuyan laughs and says that's good. However, the next moment, she seems to notice something. She suddenly stops walking and says, Injury Hunter, please wait a minute. Hearing Xuan Yuyan's voice, the protagonist looks up. What? Xuan Yuyan points. Here and there, next to that tree, it looks like someone's standing there. The protagonist's eyesight isn't good, so it's better than when he lived in the deep sea through the glass. It's not like that. He can't see clearly what Xuan Yuyan is, so he simply stands for magical fluctuations. Then, a teeny silhouette surrounded by faint magical powers appears in his vision. There is an awakened one, which is actually the same. Hearing this, Xuan Yuyan is shocked. An awakened one? Really? After confirmation, Xuan Yuyan hurriedly runs back to talk. The protagonist is puzzled about who might be behind this case. Is it someone related to this case? So judging by magical power, they're only insights. They seem to be fighting something. Just then, Xuan Yuyan returns to him. Pointing in the direction, saying, right there. The next moment, pain occurs. When the figure falls with whatever is in his mouth, his originally flat power suddenly surges. Feeling the magical flow from the opposite side, the protagonist suddenly realizes something is wrong. Wait, if this doesn't target me, he turns abruptly to the sun. Then shouts to Xuan Yuyan, move back! Reaching up towards Xuan Yuyan, he sees the picture of but it's too late, the awakened one has already released the before the protagonist realizes what's happening, his floating body can't keep up. So the protagonist simply tells Xuan Yuyan, Xuan Yuyan, because we're about to say, the protagonist finishes speaking, Ron says himself to be friends with the body. On the spot, these photos represent the two people, equally swallowing everything for his safety. After a long fall to an enormous behind us, the protagonist appears in a range of courage to his life, lies expressionlessly on the water's surface, feeling his fascinating effect. Xuan Yuyan takes for a recall. Another police officer who saw this has his possession. Seeing Xuan Yuyan is saved from the water, but he seems to acquire some good. The officer anxiously calls for him more pressing than happening. Finally, Xuan Yuyan coughs up water. The officer relaxes, turning to ask the protagonist, who is climbing shore, what happened. Did they fall into a dungeon? Then he receives a confirmation from the protagonist. 3 people are caught in this incident. Xuan Yuyan, a class police officer, and the protagonist. Unfortunately, the police chief didn't call in. At this moment, the blue light flowing from the gun suddenly disappears. The dungeon is could it be that terrorist? Now the protagonist finally roughly understands the other incident that takes place in parents' place. It's completely chaotic. He needs to calm down first and clarify the current situation. Regrettably, he isn't even given that time. 2 heads appear from behind the officer's closet. Are you hunters? The officer is startled. My God, the missing person. You're the missing high school student, right? The children run out crying. Yes, we survived. They throw themselves into the officer's arms. You're here to save us, right? Officer, please get us out of here. 6 people were brought here. The others all died. Only we 2 are still alive. The survivors will stay cheerfully. The officer is momentarily stunned. And puts on a lively expression. Don't worry, just wait a moment. He takes out a portable animal. The basic information of the dungeon here. Dungeon name. Istanbul's winter level E-class. E-class dungeon, that's quite high level. But the situation isn't too bad, because there's an awakened one who is super fight monsters. The protagonist tells them to calm down, explaining that there aren't many monsters here, and a B-class hunter can clear the dungeon. After speaking, the protagonist walks towards Xuan Yuyan. This Xuan Yuyan looks start hunting. There might be a new exit. However, when he sees her face clearly, the protagonist is suddenly speechless. Finally, he calls out softly, Miss Xuan Yuyan? She seems not to hear the protagonist's words. After a while, she trembles and says, let me out, I can't stay here. Please take me away from him. Communication is completely impossible. She even starts scratching her arms with her fingernails. Her eyes are filled with tears. From childhood, Xuan Yuyan had always lived a very ordinary life. Getting up in the morning for school, helping her parents manage the tea center and her class. Xuan Yuyan especially loved the indoor tea scene. Her parents didn't want their daughter to be the hard family, and urged her to go play with friends. However, young Xuan Yuyan said she preferred picking tea. In short, whenever she had time, she diligently helped her parents. It was a peaceful day like any other. But that day, peace was broken. A red spatial gate suddenly appeared. and a monster bird flew out from inside. Xuan Yuan and her mother were both terrified and trembled. However, faced with the monster rushing towards Xuan Yuan, her mother didn't hesitate to throw the poison. Then the monster bird bit her mother. For his wife, her father rushed up without hesitation. The monster bird, carrying her mother, flew into the shining red channel, and her father, fearlessly gripping the monster's claws, was taken in too. Then the portal, appearing only briefly, closed. That day, dungeon outbreaks occurred simultaneously around the world. From that day on, Xuan Yuyan's life became fragmented. Also on that day, Xuan Yuyan, having lost both parents, awakened as a B-class hunter. However, Xuan Yuyan could never return to his family's feet. Back to the present, the protagonist gently pats Xuan Yuyan's head. Xuan Yuyan, can you hear me? He originally thought having a B-class hunter would ensure safety, but now things have taken an unexpected turn. The only awakened one capable of fighting monsters here happens to suffer from dungeon panic disorder. Why didn't you realize this earlier? After all, only 7 years have passed since the first dungeon outbreak. During this period, countless lives have been lost. Some people have moved on from the grief of losing loved ones, while others still remain adrift. Looking at Xuan Yuyan's rapid breathing, the protagonist knows that if he can't calm her down, everyone will die. Xuan Yuyan, take breath, the protagonist said, as short. From now on, we'll count to 3, and we'll slowly count it.
Cat Williams is one of the
Truthfully, this is almost a life-threatening act. If Xuan Yuyan feels threatened and strikes back, his body would instantly be decomposed. Fortunately, the wood failed. After hearing the protagonist's threat, Xuan Yuyan quickly returns to normal. The protagonist carefully observes her complexion, though still pale. She can clearly communicate now. If you're calmer now, listen to me. This is a B-class dungeon, but this police officer is only D-class, and I'm S-class, so only you can truly deal with those monsters. The protagonist tells Xuan Yuyan she's their only hope. However, Xuan Yuyan buries her head in her knees, sobbing, "No, I can't do it. Why not? You can hunt outside, right? Like the Ticino SS when we first met," the protagonist questions. But Xuan Yuyan says, "That was C-class. I've never fought monsters of my own level." Xuan Yuyan asks if the protagonist can help. He tells her to calm down and emphasizes that he's only S-class. But Xuan Yuyan just thinks he's lying. "Why are you doing this to me? Help me, please help me." Xuan Yuyan's voice gets increasingly louder. The protagonist is speechless. She thinks I'm faking my level? Even though she was in charge of the test, why won't she believe? You know I can only search. What do you want me to do? Xuan Yuyan cries out, tears silently falling. Regrettably, the protagonist isn't moved at all. Can you really not do anything? If you don't step up, everyone here will die. I really can't do it. Xuan Yuyan wails miserably. However, the protagonist pats her shoulder. Pull yourself together, Xuan Yuyan. Your awakened ability isn't some search power. Your true awakening is whimsy, isn't it? On this planet completely enveloped by atmosphere, what awakened one is as powerful as you? But Xuan Yuyan has been concealing her true attribute all along. She is fundamentally an atmospheric manipulation. The protagonist knew this from the first meeting but never mentioned it. Xuan Yuyan looks at the protagonist incredulously. How do you know? Then she explains she hasn't been. The protagonist doesn't understand what she means. And then here's Xuan Yuyan says she simply can't use her ability. Her awakened power doesn't work. It turns out that the monster that killed her parents 7 years ago was a wind creature. And ironically, she awakened with the same ability. So whenever Xuan Yuyan tries to use her skill, that memory surfaces in her mind, making it impossible for her to use her power. Hearing this, the protagonist is stumped. In his hometown, there were no such cases. Psychological issues prevented magic use. This is completely a beginner's trick. After pondering for a moment, the protagonist softens his tone. Hunter Xuan Yuyan. From my perspective, there's nothing wrong with your body. That is to say, you can use your abilities anytime you make up your mind. You're the strongest hunter of your class and can easily handle the monsters here. Trust me, the protagonist says firmly. However, despite this, Xuan Yuyan still hesitates. Can I really do it? Deep down, she doesn't believe the protagonist at all. If he's not S-class, why is he standing by doing nothing? As the two reach an impasse, a sudden scream is heard. They look toward the sound, only to see a monster flying out from the dark cave. The damp cave, the monster with spread wings. This scene is exactly like the accident 7 years ago. In an instant, Xuan Yuyan recalls the fear of being dominated by it. She's so scared that she trembles all over, unable to move. Miss Xuan Yuyan, run away! The protagonist shouts at Xuan Yuyan. Seeing no response from her, the protagonist finally chooses to give up. Those who are meant to live will survive anyway. But the problem is this monster's behavior. Why ignore the people standing still? They specifically target him? To make matters worse, the protagonist trips over a rock and falls. Then the monster catches up to him, as soon as it's him. Finally, trapped in a desperate situation, the protagonist shouts, "Hunter Xuan Yuyan, help me!" But Xuan Yuyan, gripped by panic, doesn't hear his voice. However, the following scene jolts her awake. Her mind, trapped in chaos, is brutally pulled back to leave. Blood splatters into the air as a flying monster's tail pierces a man's shoulder with his foot. Even from a distance, the sound of shoulder blade cracking is clearly audible. At this moment, a strong thought flashes in Xuan Yiyang's mind. What's happened? Could it be that he wasn't hiding his level and really is just an F-class weakling? Confusion suddenly strikes. What should I do? If this continues, that monster will escape with its prey, drag it into the deep cave, and kill him cruelly, just like Howard loved ones died. That terrible scene from that day once again overlaps with reality. At this moment, her heart suddenly erupts in sharp pain. Enough! Xuan Yiyan angrily shouts. With a roar, a gust of wind rises from nowhere. It's Xuan Yiyan unconsciously releasing magic due to the huge impact of the scene before her. That's the power she wanted to use to protect her parents 7 years ago. The airflow transforms into blaze, effortlessly tearing through the B-class monster's steel-like body with tight fingers. Xuan Yiyan kills the B-class monster with just a wave of her hand, but before she can rejoice, she immediately rushes forward because the protagonist is falling. Finally, Xuan Yiyan makes a fierce dash, catching the protagonist in a princess state. Having successfully saved him, Xuan Yiyan heaves a sigh of relief. She places the protagonist on the ground, anxiously asking, "Are you okay? What should I do?" She frantically searches herself, only to realize she doesn't have any recovery potion. However, the protagonist, who is just as good as death, first says, "Miss Xuan Yiyan, just use your skill. I told you you could do it. Thanks to you, I'm alive." Hearing this, Xuan Yiyan silently sheds tears. Reality is completely different from her daily life. With this power, she can finally save others. Even in confusion, this fact leaves a deep impression on her heart. Just then, the police officer who fled with the two children returned. Seeing the protagonist's miserable state, he asks worriedly if he's alright. Xuan Yiyan immediately asks the officer if he has emergency food. Unfortunately, the officer says he doesn't. The protagonist surveys the scene, then quietly sits down. The officer warns him not to move around, but the protagonist says it's fine, and asks everyone to step aside as he needs to take off his clothes to use recovery potion. He says he has recovery potion. Xuan Yiyan looks at the protagonist skeptically. With a hole in his body, yet showing such calmness, it seems excessive. Xuan Yiyan secretly suspects this person might be too severely injured and has lost their sense.
The divine oracle ceremony was taking place, a ritual for 14-year-olds to identify their talent. Les Albion was kneeling before the priest. He was reincarnated into this world, the world of the game he played countless times. He became a laughing stock upon learning that his talent was garbage. Dad Albion, his father, couldn't believe their renowned bloodline, their elite swordsmen, and generations to produce a trash non-combatant like Les. He turned to leave, irritated as he declared Les was unworthy of Albion's name. Having an incompetent younger brother like Les makes rare competition easier than it was, Edward considered, as the priest tried to comfort him by saying there was a reason he was granted such skill, as Les's previous life flashed into his mind. This Les Albion is the character of the Symphonia of Sword and Sorcery play. Les Albion is a villain. He is killed by the Demon King's army in the middle of the story. As he walks to leave, presses harder from his memory to recall all the details in the game. Everything begins when Les Albion receives his king skill to control livestock. Unbeknownst to others, Les' skill is special because he could also control monsters. In the original story, Les didn't realize this until much later. By then, years of persecution had already twisted his heart, and he ended up using his skill to hurt people. Because of his overwhelming power, he eventually became a target of the Demon King's army and stole his power. Knowing he can't avoid the death flag, but the King's army will go after him due to his talent, he plans on using his knowledge in the game to become stronger. Inside the Albion family's daily schedule and report, the twins were excited to show off their skills, as today was their monthly instruction day, while Gad is counting on the two morons. The ugly first wife notices how the two are fired up, unlike Les, who has crash skills. The shoots him brain chip on him, added fuel to the fire by wishing him to at least the family livestock for their food. Les tried to speak, but the son of a thief cut him off. He doesn't care about anything, Les will say. The twin of stupidity advised him to go for a walk and tend dogs, but Les ignored their nonsense, teasing by excusing himself. It's been a week since he got his memories back and started to piece things together. Unfortunately, he can't check his stats that he does in the game. Sweating as he pushed, he was glad the leveling up system still existed. His special ability could only tame the monster he personally defeats. And if he wants to control stronger monsters, he will need to boost his stats. One way to achieve that is to do the Midnight Challenge, aka Midnight Challenge. In the game, one can choose only one of the 5 types of training each day to raise a specific stat, which is a great way to go without fighting. Since he's in this world, doesn't need to do it at midnight, and isn't limited to just one session. He does every type of training daily, get stronger at an insane pace. Thanks to less memories, he lived in this world, managed to get through his first magical practice session smoothly. Even physically, he was way above average compared to his past life. With a midnight training prayer session, he revealed him to returns to his will. The two malfunctioned tongue monkeys observed that he still doesn't have a tame dog and boasted that they were heading to sword training. Since Les wasn't the sword type, he had no right to attend the training. To their shock, Elna Labrizel, an 18-year-old S-rank adventurer who was a genius in swordsmanship, arrives with a dead earth dragon that she took down with a rare gift. Les was amazed at her power and knew she wasn't introduced to the guild. S-rank adventurers were common in the guild, but seeing it in person overwhelmed him. It was fun, frustrated that he couldn't be trained by someone like her. 2 hours later, at the Albion's family training hall, Les was teaching Elna trained for no future skill. When the two drop their rotten asses on the floor, Elna orders them to get up, but the twin idiot only has the powerful mouth of a bully and can't go any further. Elna ended their session, making the two glad their difficult training was finally over. Les clenches his teeth in frustration, because even though he can raise his stats in training, he can't learn real combat skills on his own. He looked at Elna, who advised the twins to push themselves harder, and contemplated that this woman only visits their family estate once a month for sword training. He plans to talk to her, but Elna swiftly moves near him and asks, again. He had been watching her while training with Jim Morris, and her speech said, he knew he was the person who was going to have the skills. I'm stronger. Les requested her to teach him to fight with a sword, but Elna clarified that training wasn't a skill made for combat. Despite that, Les was determined to become stronger. Elna saw his courage and sighed before throwing her wooden sword. He wanted to see if he was even worthy of training. So he did his best to block her attack, but was still flung to the other universe due to the force of her strike. Les could see how fast she was and could feel the heaviness of her every strike. This girl, my ex-girlfriend, was on another level. Even though she was holding back, if Les drops his guard, he will black out instantly. He tried to focus on figuring out even one thing and learning it. Elna saw his intense focus, but with a simple strike, his body could feel his weakness. Several minutes later, Les almost lost track of time, could feel his legs wouldn't hold him anymore. Elna ended the test and revealed he wasn't even close. His physical ability barely meets the minimum, and his swordsmanship is at a total beginner level. He wanted to know if his reason for seeking power was to master his sword, to pass his brother, or something else. Les confidently stated he wanted to win against fate itself, which caught her attention, and she agreed to train him within 30 minutes after she trained the twin Morris. However, if she catches him slacking even a little, he will stop training. Les gladly accepted her condition and respectfully bowed his head. Elna smiled sweetly before informing him that he could have that wooden sword, since she only came once a month. She taught him how to grip the sword properly. 2 months later, this is the third day of Les training with my ex-girlfriend, and as they clashed swords, it was noticeable that he improved a bit. However, his movements were getting predictable, and Elna knew that his next move was going to thrust. To her surprise, Les jumped and swung his sword upward. He then swiftly moved behind her, which was quickly noticed by my girl. She advised him that backing off without following through was a mistake. Les knew it wouldn't work against her if he followed him. Since he learned a finishing move during his training on his own by shooting his unit, he tried to use it. It is a single strike that boosts sword speed and power, full drive flash step. This sudden move surprised my girl, but she easily dodged it, making him lose the grip of the sword. With that, she gave him a ball-down kick. After a full month of intense training on his own, Les thought he had gotten stronger, but the gap was still wide. Contrary to what he was thinking, Elna was shocked at his growth, because he had only been learning swordsmanship for 2 months, yet he was already on par with his brothers, who had started 6 months earlier. Even though he was putting in a lot of effort with his blood and sweat, it didn't make sense to him. The last technique he used was designed only for sword skill users, even with natural talent. Pulling off that technique should take at least a full year. However, Les did it in just 2 months. Les suggested they continue their training, and she agreed. She looked at him closely and realized she may be raising him. A month and a half later, Les was grateful for his great mentor. Up to this point, everything had gone smoothly, as long as he was careful not to encounter the protagonist or any other characters who were supposed to be his enemies. He almost spat out his teeth after hearing the news that the second princess, Charlotte, was coming to their estate. Charlotte Bonfinard is one of the main characters in the game. She is the second princess of the Final Kingdom, one of his Walking Dead flesh. The characteristics in the game is that she was the perfect princess, He was curious about the world. The friend anyway. He was pure-hearted.
That is why.
Regardless of social status. Despite being blessed with extraordinary talent, he was a character who constantly tried to protect the people. Since he was that kind of person, he would give less taxes for others. Stands alongside the protagonist to confront the rampaging Les. As a result of that battle, Les ended up getting killed by a demon lord executive. Since Les and Charlotte shouldn't have been connected at this point, he became curious about what was happening. But after hearing that Charlotte learned from Elmer that there was a talented swordsman of the same age in the Alvin family whom she wanted to meet in person, Les became certain it was the reason why the Green's marriage changed. He got involved with Elmer, who was close to Charlotte. In fact, he is sure that Charlotte showed an interest in him. However, the twin mongrels were certain that Princess Charlotte was interested in one. He couldn't believe that even though their master Elmer was harsh to them, he was actually bragging about them behind their backs. I don't have any words for these two. Their brain has wings. 2 weeks later, the day of Princess Charlotte's visit to the Albion estate, while the twins waited at the staircase, the boy was sitting on a sofa, nervous that the day of Charlotte's visit had come. If possible, he would rather not meet someone with his death plan. But since it's a royal visit, he can't just leave his seat without permission. Luckily, the 2 dogs barked at him. Since they believed the princess was interested in them, they told him to leave the castle. Glad with their action, Les quickly stood up and humbly closed. As he was thinking of a place to kill his time while the princess was in their master, suddenly had an idea to test their skill by battle. To make the most of his gaining skill, he must defeat monsters and make them his superior. The arched forest of their territory comes to his mind, but since their family forbids entry until one of those in the royal academy, he dismisses the idea. Princess Charlotte arrived and was warmly welcomed by the Albion family. While the 2 clowns were mesmerized by her beauty, Dad mentioned the skill of Holy Sword Princess that she had received 2 months ago. The twin was shocked because her skill was top tier, which strongly boosted holy magic and swordsmanship. He even surpasses their big brother's sword sync skill at the academy. With that, they became more interested in her. Princess Charlotte wanted to see them spar, and they gladly agreed. After a while, the 2 flashed their toys, giving their best to impress the princess. However, knowing that the 2 received their skill more than half a year ago, Charlotte wasn't impressed. Seeing the princess wasn't interested in their battle, he decided to show how amazing they were by doing real combat. They would demonstrate their skills by fighting monsters in their harsh forest. The princess was shocked that they already had the strength to fight monsters. While one of the monkeys contemplated using his empty grave, the other monkey assured her they would protect her. The truth is, it was off limits. They had never been in that forest before. But since their father gave them direct order to raise the princess's affection, this is their instinct. Even though the princess wasn't sure about this, she agreed eventually. They went to the forest and noticed it was quite dark, even though it was daytime. Princess Charlotte realized they had a younger brother and asked where he was. The twin told her it was Les, who wasn't worthy of her attention because he was just a queen. While Charlotte pondered about Les, named Green and Shai, the words then he went very weird ahead. The 2 quickly hit their swords and kicked down the monsters with a tough after. Seeing their performance made the princess become certain that they weren't who she wanted to be. She named Estella, suggested they return because the wind shifted slightly and the atmosphere wasn't good. The princess agreed, but the 2 wanted to show off more. To their horror, the sea ran gale was extremely dangerous that appears before their eyes. The gale wolf opened its huge mouth before attacking, but Estella was quick to move to save the 2 more. He commanded the twins to leave the place with the princess, and they obeyed. However, another gale wolf appeared. While the twin was horrified, Charlotte alerted them to be prepared for battle. The 2 were certain they couldn't win this fight, so their swords was deflected when they tried to attack. The 2 were thrown back to their mom's cave when it attacked with its head, so Charlotte had no choice but to fight. The wolf dashes to attack, but she dodges. If she could just hang on like this, she was certain Estella would come to save her. But when the wolf growled at her, she lost grip of her sword. She couldn't believe this monster could use the wind magic. She tried to use her holy magic, but before she could finish her spell, the wolf was about to eat her alive. She wondered if it was her own, but a sudden attack made the wolf fled. When she opened her eyes, she was surprised to see a man who asked who he was. Les looked at her and told her he was just an ordinary person who was passing by. Several minutes prior, Les was training when he saw the 4 heading across the forest. He could hardly believe those foolish twins were actually venturing into the forbidden forest just to show off. He carefully followed them. They believed that the princess would lose her life if they encountered a strong monster. The entire Albion family was executed on Christmas Day. At present, he is relieved that he has managed to prevent his family from being executed by saving the princess. He doesn't plan on leaving Charlotte here, but since he was already in this situation, he told her he was just a commoner passing by and suggested talking about it later. He knew facing the sea-like monster with wind magic was hard, and he only had a 40% chance of winning, but since he had knowledge of the game, he could manage it. The Gale Wolf attacked with its paw, but he dodged it. He dodged every attack of the monster, and when it used the voodoo powers, he managed to avoid it and saw an opening. He lifts with force and strikes the Gale Wolf's tail. Charlotte was in awe, because although less physical abilities and field skills were different from hers, he still managed to land blow after blow that she couldn't have. As he pondered who this person was, he recalled the time when she was training with Elmo. After the session, Elmo was glad that Charlotte wasn't letting her guard down, and informed her that, besides those people with exceptional skills he refuses to lose to, there are also people in the world who possess powers rivaling hers with exceptional talent, even though they weren't blessed with skills like hers. Charlotte recognized that she had already mentioned it, but Elmo revealed that a boy from the Albion family, same age as her, was quite fascinating. Charlotte had never seen Elmo speak so expressively like this, so when Elmo noticed she was just glaring at him, he talked and suggested meeting her if she was curious. She was certain that the boy would be a good motivation for Charlotte. After recalling that memory, she finally understands that this man before him was Les Albion, the one with trained skill and a genius possessing unconventional strength. He was the person Elmo had talked about. The Gale Wolf tried to use its howling wind again, but it had already drained its wind. Now it was time for Les to do attack. But the Gale Wolf changes its target and dashes towards Charlotte. But Les wouldn't let him and used his shield to block the way. With more force into it, using his overdrive skill Flash, he managed to throw the Gale Wolf in the distance, unconscious. While the princess was amazed that he really did defeat it, Les's real challenge as a tamer was just about to start. When the princess thanked him and mentioned his name, Les was confused about how she knew his name. He recognized that the wooden sword he was holding was from Elmo, and after she introduced herself, she informed him that they shared the same sword master. She sincerely thanked him wholeheartedly and admires his courage and swordsmanship. Les was stunned at her beauty, so he quickly turned his head. He wants to check the Gale Wolf, and he politely asks her to tend to his brother's needs. He approached the Gale Wolf and was notified that it was interested in him. Without hesitation, he told the system he wanted to tame it. He walked closer, patted its nose, and asked it to become his first ever subjugated pet. After successfully taming it, he was granted a portion of its power. He also acquired its wind magic ability. Since it was his first successful tame, he was granted an extra-dimensional resonance. He could feel the magic power flowing into him, and recalled it was why he believed he could reach the pinnacle of his skill. His tame skill not only allows him to subjugate monsters, but also lets him acquire the physical strength and magic power of those subjugated monsters. In the game, Les drowned in this power and lost everything. However, he is different because he trained relentlessly to overcome his weaknesses, honed his swordsmanship. With these abilities, he plans on taming stronger monsters and becoming the strongest in this world. He then gave the Gale Wolf a name, Pharrell Les. Since Les wants to hide Pharrell's existence, he uses his new ability, extra-dimensional resonance, and lets Pharrell enter. Estella then arrived, worried that the princess was hurt. He was relieved that Charlotte was safe, but was shocked upon learning that another Gale Wolf showed up and was defeated by Les, the same user. Estella was an upper sea rank, and it took her some time to defeat him, yet Les defeated it faster than him. To ease the confusion, Charlotte testified she saw it with her own eyes and asked Les if she wasn't right. Les confirmed it and elaborated to Estella that even though it was a dangerous battle, he managed to repel the Gale Wolf. Estella respectfully thanked him, but after realizing he had called her by her name, she asked if she had already introduced herself. Les panicked, but luckily, the princess intervened, claiming that Les must have heard her calling Estella earlier. Les didn't want to repeat her carelessness when meeting characters from the game again, so he carried one of the twins who'd just been leaving the forest. Upon arriving at the mansion, he raised the very words to their face, so Les ordered them to keep the princess and his twin brother. They rushed inside, and when the twin rascal was placed on the sofa, Dad wondered if Les caused this. Since Les was informed, unlike others, Dad wants no such poor explanation. Charlotte defended Les by stating he was the benefactor of the safe Pharrell. Estella then recounted the events from the beginning and questioned whether Marquise Gad Alfred really allowed children to go on her level to the forest and investigate the dangerous monster. Gad firmly denied it, prompting Estella to ask if he fully understood his responsibility as the household, feeling that the princess's life was in danger. Gad didn't utter a word, and Charlotte sighed and revealed she didn't have any intention of placing the blame. Besides, Les fears her life by single-handedly defeating the failure. While Gad couldn't believe Les defeated the young sea monster alone, Charlotte planned to rest her body before leaving and told Les to command properly briefing later. While Gad froze like an ugly statue as he murmured how impossible it was for his worthless son to defeat the Gale Wolf, Les just stared at him and then went to his room. Interested in sleep, he went outside and planned on training, but Charlotte arrived and greeted him. She invited him to talk for a while, and then politely bowed her head, thankful for saving her life. Les embarrassingly told her to raise her head and was glad she was safe. The princess believed he was very kind, that's why he received such skill. She praised him for single-handedly defeating the Gale Wolf. But Les clarified that she had already weakened it before he arrived. This incident made the princess realize that she has so much to learn. She had something in mind, so she looked at Les with loving eyes, which made Les wonder if she was about to confess. The princess asked if he could become her sword friend, a friend who wields the sword and shares the same aspirations, a rival with whom she could compete in a struggle. The goal was to at least match Eleanor, but she couldn't chase her since she was too strong. But since Les was the same age as her, and he was just one step ahead, she wanted to keep him. As a companion, if she could strive for great heights, she wanted him to be her sword. Even though Les didn't want to deeply get involved with one of the main characters of the story, Charlotte was so happy about his decision to ask him to kiss about her color. Les didn't want to do that, but since she insisted, being her stubborn character, he called her Shai. They smiled at each other and were looking forward to their friendship. The next morning, before leaving the Albion estate, Charlotte promised to see Les again and was looking forward to their future activities. When the carriage had gone, Gad frustratedly asked the twins if they knew what they had done. Lady Zyra, his wife, clarified that the twins just followed his instructions, which were to impress the princess. However, this son of a poop didn't accept that the princess became interested in his worthless son. One of the twins believed the princess became interested in Les because of a lie. There is no way their foolish brother could defeat the Gale Wolf. He was convinced they had already weakened the monster before Les landed his final blow. With that, Les takes advantage of the confusion and convinced the princess. The leader of the morons understood what he was pointing out, but Les insisted it was him who defeated the Gale Wolf. Gad didn't believe it, so he suggested dueling the twins simultaneously, which he interested. Since the twin couldn't defeat the Gale Wolf and Les could, it makes sense that defeating the twin proves that he really defeated the Gale Wolf. Les contemplated that his twin brother wasn't really that weak. If they didn't panic and use their actual strength against the Gale Wolf, they wouldn't be overwhelmed by it. If he fights them one-on-one, the battle would be very match. But two-on-one would be unlimited. That would have been the case if it had been yesterday. But since he had now tamed Pharrell and possessed new power, he confidently accepted the challenge. To their surprise, Eleanor arrived, volunteering to witness their duel. Gad didn't expect his people, as several days remained for the next training session. Eleanor received a message about what had occurred to the student Charlotte. It was unfortunate that she missed the princess. What happened that when she arrived, she heard about the duel between the three students. Gad was shocked to learn she was playing three of his sons, even though they had only requested her to teach every student. Since she saw less motivation, wanting to listen but unwilling, he clarified that the time she spent instructing him was minimal compared to the time she spent with the twin. More importantly, she herself didn't believe Les could defeat the twin, so she wondered aloud where Les' confidence came from. While Gad agreed with her, Les contemplated how his master was right. It was impossible for him to defeat the two with his skill from a month ago. He is also aware that Elmer knew him personally. He wasn't the type of person who boasts about strength and confidence he doesn't actually possess. Since she believed in his word, he wanted to see how he could prove it. Seeing his wooden sword, the twin was certain Les was really their master's disciple. On the other hand, the two were using real weapons meant for real combat. Still, Les was confident that he could defeat these two with his enhanced physical abilities and win matches from the monster he created. Since he doesn't want to reveal his true power, he wouldn't commit to winning. Besides, his trump card wasn't limited to winning. When Helma announces the battle starts, the twins swiftly dash forward. Les noticed how fast the twin was and skillfully attacked him, but he could block all of it easily. One of the twins jumped forward to end it in a strike, confident that the wooden sword couldn't block the real blade. However, Les was confident in his own execution, so when he used it, he successfully blocked the attack without messing with the wooden sword. Mana is an advanced application of mana that channels mana and microscopic imperfections within the field. It is a technique that exponentially increases the structural integrity. For a moron like brother, who only moves to swing their sword blindly, couldn't comprehend it. Frontline specialists commonly use this technique in the game. Mastering it demanded immense mana reserve, precise, delicate control. Thanks to his relentless daily mana refinement, he has attained the necessary level of control. And to that, the boosted mana capacity from Durell's genie is ready for full combat. Additionally, the mana circulates through his entire body to enhance his physical prowess, which is body attack. He already holds the decisive advantage regarding weapon integrity and raw physical power. His counterattack creates a distance between him and his twin brother. He can't comprehend where he got that strength. Les smiled smugly and declared it was his turn. Les swings his sword, but the twin blocks it. Les adds strength to his sword and pushes him more. Quickly follows up with an attack by thrusting his sword into the monkey's chest, sending it flying to another universe. The other monkey attempts a sneak attack, but Les ducks to dodge it and swings his sword upward, successfully hitting the monkey's ugly face. The twins continue battle, but all they can do is block Les's attack. Seeing this, the son of a thief questions why his worthless king's son moved like this. On the other side, the ugly housewife thinks it is a mistake. Helma is aware that Les's rapid growth is extraordinary, but his improvement over the past month defies all common sense. She is certain there is something within Les that she can't perceive, but she is also aware of the twins' strength. Their overwhelming power strength to overturn a communist effort to Les cannot overcome that, and advance beyond this point. In this battle, Les needs to knock out the twins or make them surrender. But knowing they will contain later turns into easy, Les plans on showing who is superior. The atmosphere changes as the two teams sword, ready to use their hidden techniques. The two loudly cheer for each guest before rushing forward with their rock ball and ice cube dance skills. Seeing they have this kind of special skill makes Les wonder why they didn't use it against the real war. Since his flash strike wouldn't work against these two special attacks, Les has no other choice but to use his own special skill. He activates the wind packet, developing the blade in wind vibrating at ultra speed. This skill replicates the ultimate cutting edge. It names it Matori Kazutachi. In the blink of an eye, the two swords are cut into pieces before they even land on Les. The two rascals freeze as they look at their broken blades. Dad can't believe Les cut the steel sword with a wooden sword. The twins look at their brother before dropping their rotten asses on the ground, defeated. Since they don't want to continue the battle, Helma announces Les as the winner. Mom of the Year didn't believe that the child of a concubine defeated her son. He fell, but Helma swiftly moved to act. While the maid greeted their master, Helma wished the Marquis to accept the result. Frustrated, as if Les wasn't his son, Dad reluctantly accepted the outcome. He glared at Les before marching back to the fruit tree. Running like a zombie, the two followed him. Helma praised his victory, although she didn't doubt his claim. She was surprised at the result. Les was glad he didn't display an unworthy battle as his student, but Helma clarified that the twin was also his student. He was hoping this incident would encourage the twin to work harder, mentioned his final strike. Although Les tried his best to hide the impact of his sword, he wasn't surprised his master was noticed. Noticing he was panicking, Helma prompted him to relax because she wasn't intending to incredibly integrity. She just wanted to know the reason why he hesitated when the two were about to unleash their technique. The truth is that Les could have deflected the trajectory of their initial strike, but it could have caused friendly fire, resulting in injury. Aside from that, he wanted to avoid the hassle of them complaining about the injury. Well, that was all in his mind, so he just responded to his master that he wasn't a match for her. Helma smiled at him before messing with his hair, stating that she was his master after all. After a while, Les went to his room and opened the extra-dimensional residence. He ordered Durell to come closer, but the cute monster almost went outside, glad to see his master. With no other choice, he went inside the extra-dimensional residence and thanked Durell. Because of Durell's wind packet, he managed to win the duel. While Durell seemed to enjoy the compliment, Les noticed his twin slot was full. To expand its capacity, he needed to raise his level before subjugating another monster. In the game, Rest only subjugated 5 monsters, and since all of them were powerful enough, Rest gained considerable strength. But because he neglected training, he became weak when his monsters were. To make sure he wouldn't face the same tragedy, he needed to raise his own level. Late-night training could improve his stats, but for more efficient growth, he had no choice but to defeat monsters and gain experience. By taming Darrell, he possessed strength close to B rank, despite being sealed. He wanted to fight monsters in hard support, but given the situation, there was no way to recover. Still, his next target was to any specific monster within the Arse forest. Thinking about that made him hesitate. 3 months ago, when West was trained for the crash spray, Gad disgraced him, and their family had been renowned for producing the strongest class of swordsmen of the generation. After the divine ceremony, Gad immediately received a notice from all relevant parties. He wanted Les to be removed as a candidate for the next head of the house. However, Les grows into a warrior capable of defeating even a Gale Wolf, and ends up catching the eye of the second princess. This turn of events frustrated him, but as Les' reputation rose, his decision to remove him as a candidate could be considered a mistake. To prevent that from happening, he must prove Les was unfit to be the next head. He will eliminate Les' place within the Albion family, both in name and in reality. Besides, he has an eldest son who attends the academy and is chosen for the same high-grade skill as him, swordsman. With his exceptional talent, he is fit to bear the future of the Albion family. As long as the first son exists, cutting off one person like Les is the problem. The crucial part is how to cut Les off. Since he has the prince's favor, Gad can't simply expel him from the Albion family. As he looks at Les, who is now walking outside, the creepy idea pops into his rotten brain. He plans on letting Les die inside the Arse forest by using the recent disturbance as an excuse. The next day, early in the morning, Les is summoned to his office. He wants the kid to investigate the Arse forest. Since the Gale Wolf appeared in a shallower area, something unusual is currently happening. Though it is forbidden to those who do not attend the academy, Les single-handedly repelling the Gale Wolf is enough for Gad to entrust him with the investigation inside the Arse forest. While Les ponders that there is no way his father, who has governed this land for years, didn't know about it, then slipped. He knew there were monsters more powerful than the Gale Wolf, those ranked E and above. Les continues investigating for a while, and bound to encounter those individuals, no matter how strong he becomes, surely won't be able to escape. Anyone later questions Les losing his life in the forest, Gad will just say Les entered recklessly and died into his own way. Les smelled something fishy with his father, but it didn't matter now. What was important was that he was granted permission to enter the Arse forest. If there was an opportunity, he wouldn't let slip. His father almost jumped in happiness when he agreed. Proudly told him that the future of the Albion family was now secure. Normally, his father's attitude would fill Les with rage, but since he wanted to get stronger as quickly as possible, he didn't mind. The day of the investigation had come. While Les walked through the forest, he explained that the Arse forest was divided into 3 sections: the shallow layer, middle layer, and his dad didn't want to look suspicious, and trusted Les with the easiest layer for him, the shallow layer. Monsters appearing in the shallow layer are generally weak, mostly E-rank, lower to E-rank middle. However, like the Gale Wolf the other day, unusually strong individuals can sometimes appear, so he wouldn't let his guard down. He opened the extra-dimensional residence and called out for Darrell. Darrell was glad to see him, but quickly played it. One of the unconventional effects of the Tamer skill is that it enhances the abilities of not just the Tamer, but also the tamed monster. Moreover, as the enhancement multiplier increases, his strength increases as well. Thinking about it made him smart, realizing he had a chance. The reason his weapon was skillfully explored is that he didn't want to accidentally kill a monster he wanted to tame. So if he wants to cut them, he just used his matured Kazakachi technique and he noticed the sudden attack. He quickly stepped back to dodge it. The attack came from a D-rank fireball, and since his sword couldn't reach it, this was the best time to practice targeting using wind punches. In just one blow, using his wind shot, Firebird was erased from the world. His body suddenly felt light, and he realized he was leveling up. When he fought Darrell the other day, he didn't gain experience because he finished him. But since he properly delivered the finishing touch to the monsters, he successfully gained experience points. Incidentally, the experience from the monsters defeated by Darrell naturally also counted. Thanks to that, his level continued to rise steadily without stopping. Simultaneously, he proceeded with training his wind magic, which is difficult to practice as a mage. At an astonishing speed, Les continued to grow stronger. A week had passed, and he investigation of the arched forest began. Occasionally, formidable beasts like Pharrell would appear, but none had stood a chance against the combined strength of Pharrell and Lex. Over the past 7 days, Lex had steadily grown stronger, yet the monsters lingering in the shallow regions no longer offered him much time or experience. If he wished to advance further, he would have to descend into the middle layers of the earth. His father hadn't granted him permission to venture that deep, and Lex found himself toying with the idea of sinking. Fortunately, fate spared him the trouble. Dad summoned him to his office and, without hesitation, ordered him to begin surveying the creatures of the starting with the pit. The monsters there were known to be strongest when hunted, but Dad seemed confident in his ability. Lex, despite being fully aware of Dad's darker motives, nodded in agreement. A quiet thrill stirred in his heart. This was what he had been waiting for. Chance to step into the middle layers. In the shallow areas, few D-rank monsters reigned freely, but in the middle zones, high C-rank threats began to appear. Still, even these foes were enough. Before Les realized it, his strength had reached the level of a community. Much of that progress, he knew, was thanks to Pharrell's unwavering partnership. He had spent the entire week battling relentlessly, growing stronger with each fight. But today was different.
I might actually
Today,
get into
they
that.
were up against a colossal D-ranked Cyclops, a monster that had been a nightmare to defeat even in the game. As the towering creature roared, Les acted swiftly. He launched a wind shot, the gusts slicing through the air and blinding the Cyclops momentarily. When the beast blinked and regained its vision, Pharrell had already sunk his fangs into its own. The Cyclops bellowed and hurled the gale wolf aside with brute force. Les seized the opening and unleashed wind sever armor, a cutting gust that tore into the Cyclops' thick flesh. Infuriated, the monster prepared to use its most devastating move, the Eye Beam. A powerful, focused energy blast, capable of obliterating nearly anything in its path. But Les had studied its pattern, knew the timing. He was ready. Instead of dodging, he chose to confront it head-on. As the Cyclops fired its Eye Beam, Les countered with Cyclone Blast. The two forces collided mid-air, howling like crashing storms. For a moment, the outcome teetered in the balance. So Les' Cyclone Blast pierced through the Eye Beam and swept it like square in his eye. Pharrell was supreme. With a barrel snarl, he lunged and created the Cyclops' hand. His beast let out a final groan and it collapsed. Breathing heavily, Les exhaled in relief. Nice work, he muttered, patting Pharrell on the head. At that moment, his creative energy washed over him. He had leveled up. A new slot for a tamed monster had been unlocked. Now, he could finally pursue his second monster, a creature hidden deep within the darkest parts of the arched forest. Even though he had yet to have permission to enter the deep lair, he told Pharrell they should take it easy today, because they were fighting the strongest opponent of them all, a legendary creature passed down in this country, the Black Dragon. The next day, even though Les doesn't have permission to enter the deeper lair, he still ventures deeper, defeating all the monsters on his way until they reach the place. A smile formed on his face as he looked at the place. But a sudden gust of wind was released from an abandoned building. A black dragon flew into the sky, roaring at his thirsty intruders. The dragon was still young, but Les could feel overwhelming pressure from its Cyclops. This dragon size was only about a tenth of its current size, which means it wasn't fully grown. In the original story, the Black Dragon was controlled by a human Lord's officer and went on a rampage, destroying half of the royal capital. The protagonist and his party were defeated by its overwhelming power. When Les first played it, he seriously thought the entire kingdom would be destroyed. But after the dragon broke free from the demon Lord's control, it used the last of its strength to heal the people and cleanse its land. At that very moment, before the Black Dragon's death, it spoke. The Black Dragon ancestor had once served as a guardian deity of his kingdom, a divine dragon hero who protected towns from humans and monsters. When it regained its consciousness from human control, it regretted punishment. After the Black Dragon said its final words, it quietly passed away. The scene wasn't popular among players, but it always stuck with the Les ancestors. The Black Dragon appeared particularly in that one event, but Les became deeply emotionally attached to the Black Dragon. So when he was reincarnated as Les, the first thing on his mind was to use his human skill to make this Black Dragon his ally. Having a Black Dragon on his side meant he had enormous power, but that wasn't his only purpose, because he didn't want this dragon to be fully captivated. It's been 4 months since he swore to tame this dragon, and now that he has had the chance, the only issue is how he can defeat this strongest Black Dragon. In this world, dragons are beings that possess vast amounts of magical power. They are the kings of mana, capable of converting magic into all kinds of phenomena. The Regardless of age, it can absorb magic and grow rapidly. In the game, the Demon Lord Officer gives the dragon a massive amount of money and rises to a super excellent level. Right now, this young black dragon is only at upper B rank of life. Corral and him join forces, there's a chance they might win. The dragon roared at them and it fluffed its wings. But instead of fearing the intense pressure, Les was excited and alerted Corral to attack. Thank you for watching, guys. Hope you love this manga. Have a good day.
He slapped the shit out of her.
About Nasdaq Tuesday.
Yes. Yes, it is. It's another form of air deprivation. Oh, that's fucking funny. My live decided to play. I got a like from somebody. I think it was you. got like somebody. That's fucking adorable. That's adorable. And it literally shows just me and you watching my stream per usual. I said it literally shows me and you watching my stream per usual. I don't even know how this shit hopped. I think I hopped on my screen because I'm the only person I follow on this account. You know, it just shows me that 2 viewers are on. 2 people are viewing my stream. Oh no, it shows me you spamming the hearts, but it doesn't show your name. I'm trying to figure out, do I want to keep playing this or do I want to find something else to download and play later? I really do want to try this Captain Tsubasa soccer game, but I'm not a FIFA player, and I'm not gonna get the logistics of the game. We're not even gonna we're not gonna do that to ourselves. Yeah, I would download Tekken 8 again, but that's like a lot. I want to download Cyberpunk, but then you'd probably be like, my boyfriend's a fucking lesbian. Yeah, but I tell people that too. Like, people are like, what's your sexuality? I'm a male lesbian. What? How does that even work? I am a male who actively has more of a female mindset, but I choose not to become a transgender. So yes, I am a male. Yes, I have a dick. Do I see myself as a female? Yes. Would I love to go get a big old pair of titties? Yes. Like, not too big, and hopefully still made out of actual flesh and not some, you know, plastic bags filled with gel. I want some real tits. That way, when I play with them and the person I'm with or the people I'm with play with them, I get to shake them around and jiggle them and make them go around in circles and whatnot. You know, get to touch myself in the shower, be all extra sensitive, feel my nipples, actually feel my nipples. Shit. I don't even know what the fuck I want to download because there's nothing on there that I want to download. Siberia, the world before, sounds crazy. Alright, fuck it. We're gonna download that Gundam game because apparently it's not just a fucking demo like I thought. They have a Gundam game that right now is $9, but I don't want to buy it. And seeing as I've ended Lords of the Fallen, I can delete that. And that's not even the Lords of the Fallen I wanted. I wanted the new one that my friend has because it actually has multiplayer, like online and shit. And it has actual character creation. I was going to make myself a very, very, very two specific characters. Well, three actually. Because we're gonna make and show you more of like how I even like when I was doing like Dragon's Dogma 2, where you can fully go into detail with your character. I've made my female character look like a black Asian elven woman with red and green eyes, white hair. And people are like, well, who is that supposed to be? I said, me. They're like, no way, that can't be you. It's like, it's me. Like, even if you look at her, like, you can tell it's me. Like, especially when I think the display. I think it's in the armory. But you see, I got some really cool outfits on this thing. I just never really check them out. I always hated that fucking helmet. These are the ones I never really looked at. Oh, that actually looks pretty dope. But I like the futuristic look. Now, if I had to choose my favorite weapon, it would be this one. This is just a fucking beam sword. And this is where I gotta get my upgrade materials for my weapon before I
任務はなしよね。いろいろ見て回りましょう。
I came here, like got scared, and just like stopped playing again. That's one upgrade material. But I forgot that I got like in-game weapons that can just do shit like that. But this is my sword. Oh, wait till you see what he does to bosses. Oh, there's one.
負けるもんですか。 していた。 K と一緒なら勝てると。
その調子だ。邪魔だな。さっさと失せろ。 お願い私を離さないで
I guess you're done watching. What? Did we fart? Fire. Have no teeth.
支援に感謝する
Okay, let me let you in on a secret, right?
異界には時折天候がうろついているというもふもふ
If
し
a
てや
girl
りたい
can't
な
fart, burp, or do anything natural around you like you usually do when you weren't around, it's a problem. I don't care if you fart around me, because if I can't stand your farts, I don't need to be with your ass. Like, what? Well, you farted. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. I want somebody who can fart. Hell, I don't want... Listen, when I was... This is why I tell people I know when relationships are okay? When I was with Serenity, I told her, fart, burp, do whatever you gotta do. I don't give a fuck. It's natural. It's a natural part of fucking being human. I'm not gonna be mad at you. I don't give a fuck if we was at a restaurant. Fart. Let that shit out. The fuck? Who's gonna say what? Oh, you got a problem because she farted? My bad. I farted too. That's probably mine, the one that you smell. Like... Like shit, you know how many times I done farted on the bike with you? It's like, ooh, wait, well, hope ain't nobody hear that. Shit, now when I mute myself, when you hear me actively like muting myself, it's 9 times out of 10 because I'm actually in the bathroom doing the deed, and I don't want you to have to go through that. And that's something different. But I will take you into the bathroom, and when nothing's coming out, I will unmute myself and have a whole ass conversation with you, and you will never know that I was in the bathroom unless you were listening for the water in the background. Have a whole conversation. I know you do. I just be like, what the fuck? You not gonna talk at that point. The hell ain't nothing to be afraid of. Ain't like I'm gonna judge you for going to the bathroom. Now, I'll be judging the shit out of my neighbors because they be fucking saying, how the fuck can I smell you through my walls? I'll fix that. I'll fix it.
正気の濃度が上がった。気をつけろ。 正気の濃度が上がった。気をつけろ。
御霊はしっかり成長させてるか？やり方によっては化けるぞ。
決める。お前とはもう随分一緒にいる気がするな。大して時間も経っていないのに不思議なものだ。気をつけろ。かなりの勝機だ。
撃滅する。
内定を浴びても遅いぞ。武将食い放題だ。
敵は丸裸。残るは本体のみ。
正しきが勝つ。
目標は達した。正気の濃度が上がった。気をつけろ。 決める。見事だ。
さすがね。私の里のこと話したことあったっけ？東の果てにあってね。
健康一滴の勝負を挑む。
君に任せるわ。しっかりね。 任務はなしよね。いろいろ見て回りましょう。
御霊はしっかり成長させてるか？やり方によっては化けるぞ。
ちょっと休んでいかない？
集中しろ。 壊す。集中しろ。
が勝つ。
信じていた。 K と一緒なら勝てると。
一つ面白き世にしてやろう。
嫌な場所ね。気をつけて。
竜殺しの力、お前に使えるか。
私の里のこと話したことあったっけ？東の果てにあってね、のんびりしたいいところよ。
お前。
記念だ。逆転の好機だ。目にもの見せてやれ。
見知ったか。俺戦う、鬼潰す。
完了だ。その調子だ。
ねえ、君元の時代が懐かしいことない？そっか、いい里なのね、まほろばも。
止める。勝負を決める。鬼の再生を許すな。
中しろ。食い放題だ。鬼を追い込み攻撃を集中しろ。
やるじゃん。
諦めるな。ノミスク勝負を決める。
大丈夫、すぐに助けるわ。
鬼を追い込み攻撃を集中しろ。再生を許すな。鬼払いで片付けろ。
勢を確認。警戒しろ。 決める。
大丈夫、すぐに助けるわ。
敵は丸裸。残るは本体のみ。
今助ける。
大義だった。
より良き国のため努めましょう。
今だ、全力で叩き込め。照準よし。発射。
武将K には師弟ともに世話になっている。こんな場だが改めて礼を言わせてもらおう。効果てきめんだ。
いらっしゃい。これか。これからも腕を磨いていきます。